Order, please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere.
Good evening, everybody. Please be seated. Before we begin our formal presentation, we do have some very good news to bring forward. It's the Henry Baker Scholarship, so I'll turn the floor over to Councillor O'Dowell. Councillor O'Dowell.
Thanks very much, Your Worship, and I'll have you come into the circle right away if you don't mind. Good evening, everyone. I'm glad that you're all here. This is one of the highlights of the year for us, where we, as a city, award a number of scholarships to students who attend institutions within the city of Regina. I will tell you first off that many cities give out a scholarship, or even some give out a bursary. We give out many scholarships, and we're very proud of that. We want to be respectful of the people who choose to come to our institutions, our university, our SAS Polytech, our First Nations University, and we wish to recognize them, which we will do today. So what I'm going to make sure that you understand is that I'm not going to talk about their marks. All of these people are very strong academically, otherwise they would never have been considered. And because this is a special moment, if mom, dad, brother, sister, anybody wishes to come down, there's a place right here for you to stand and take a picture. And at the very end, we're going to do a group shot. So I'm going to invite our photographer to come in, and we're going to take a picture of each one. And because I know that you all want to partake in this, here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to introduce each one of these gifted individuals. I'm going to tell you a little story about each one of them. And when I say their name in conclusion and I finish, I'm going to ask you to applaud for them, please. Thanks very much. The first person I'm going to bring is actually not here. She is from SAS Polytechnique, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about Larissa McEachran. She's a graduate of Balfour Collegiate, and she spent all 4 years there on the honor roll. For 7 years, Larissa has worked in cheerleading squads both at Balfour and in the community, and including competing in the International World Cheerleading Finals in Orlando 3 times. Additionally, the food bank has benefited from Larissa's time. Her goal is to become a primary care paramedic. Could I ask you to acknowledge Larissa McEachran? Thanks for doing that. You'll also notice that I'll make a comment about each one when it comes to volunteering, because that's one of our criteria. I'd like now to ask Vanessa Willis to come forward, please. Vanessa? Vanessa is a graduate of Winston Knoll Collegiate. She has a varied volunteer background, including the William Booth Care Home and at a summer camp for children with a handicap. She is a school trainer and part of the Respect Education team for her school. She is enrolled in a nursing program. Her wish is to spend a year following graduation from nursing in a foreign country, then return home to be a pediatric nurse, and has already contemplated a master's degree in nursing. We are proud of who you are and who you wish to become, Vanessa. And this young lady is also not here, but I'd like to introduce to you Melissa Ronspies. After 7 years in public health nursing, Melissa made a decision that she could better serve her community as a nurse practitioner. A mother of 2 girls, Melissa has continued to work both full-time and attend school full-time. She has been greatly affected by the experiences she's had in providing service to First Nations communities, in starting a clinic, providing service, and giving access to those most marginalized. She will return upon graduation to continue to serve those in the North who need frontline nursing help. We're proud of Melissa. Please congratulate her. From First Nations Universities, Sarah Timewell. Sarah has been involved in the university assisting with the UR Guarantee Program, Sisters of the Spirit, and the Residents Advisory Committee. As well, she has been involved in programming offered at the Pasqua Hospital. Sarah always strives for integrity and excellence. Her long-term goals include becoming an artist and eventually attaining a master's degree in fine arts and becoming a teacher. Noble pursuits from a passionate person. Good luck, Sarah. Lindsay Owatch. This mom of 3 active boys is also a softball player with the Regina Ladies Softball League. She volunteers at Carmichael Outreach and All Nations Hope. Her goal is to become a social worker. More than that, she wants to be a role model and someone who our youth can look for guidance and strength. Lindsay, we respect your goals and aspirations and wish you well. University of Regina. Entrance, Nicole Quintanilla. This graduate of Regina Christian School has a variety of volunteer commitments to her high school career. They vary from assisting with school activities to donating blood, partaking in church activities, and the Regina Humane Society. So the notion of pursuing vet med is consistent with her values of compassion. We wish Nicole much success. Cassidy Jerome, a Métis student from Luther College High School in the International Baccalaureate Diploma Program. Cassidy plans to study veterinary medicine. During high school, Cassidy chose to be involved in performing in school musicals and leading school clubs. She sings in a youth choir, volunteers at summer youth camp, and she is recognized by Luther College for her community service. Our best to you, Cassidy. Second year U of R, Amanda Koster. Amanda is enrolled in the Paul J. Hale School of Business. However, she also finds time to continue her interest in dance. While teaching both competitive and recreational classes, she speaks of dedication, respect, and discipline as to the values she hopes to instill in her young students. Further, she volunteers with a local daycare co-op, teaching the little folks movement as a positive way to express themselves. Currently on the Dean's List, we believe this young woman will indeed become a chartered accountant. Well done, Amanda. Shelby Shivak. I believe Shelby's not here. As with our many applicants and recipients, she has set her goals very high. A doctorate in clinical psychology is her aspiration. She has chosen to work with a church leadership team that works with people from across southern Saskatchewan and to volunteer in the pediatric ward with an emphasis on those with mental illness. Shelby, we're grateful to you sharing your talents. Third and fourth year U of R, Caitlin Guy. If you loved your undergraduate degree in social work and you maintain marks in the top 1% of your faculty, would you be able to fit in volunteering with the Sexual Assault Center, the Arts Care Program at the U of R, with Sophia House and Souls Harbor, or work summers in the Ministry in Child Protection, or with Catholic Family Services in one-on-one foster care? Perhaps no surprise, Caitlin has her sights set on a master's in social work. Thanks for your caring efforts, Caitlin. Amy Martin, third year, Faculty of Education. This graduate of F.W. Johnson Collegiate understands the value of education and how it can influence the values of tolerance and acceptance, and hopes to inspire a love of learning among her future students. Amy is a homework tutor with the public library and a teacher aide in elementary school. She also has an interest in student advocacy and social justice. Amy, we know you will do well. Congratulations. Postgraduate, Yuran Shi. This high-achieving academic believes strongly in the stature of the engineering program at our university, hence why Regina has been home for 7 years. Research. Contamination of surface water supplies of small and Aboriginal communities is an issue. Yuran expects this research will significantly improve our understanding of the issue and provide a scientific basis for the development of an early warning system, assist small and Aboriginal communities to manage their drinking water sources and determine appropriate water treatment and management. Sharing your work is a gift to our province. Thank you. Andy Celine Martin, already a recognized sessional lecturer and a teaching assistant at the U of R, Andy Celine has been awarded teaching awards in both 2014 and 2015. Her research interests lie in the complete health care of older persons, the welfare of their informal caregivers, and an examination of the changes occurring in society that stem from an aging population. She aspires to broaden what it means to be healthy, considering body, mind, and soul. Unfortunately, she also aspires to attain a PhD and become a professor here in Saskatchewan. Andy Celine, we value your aspirations. Now, there were a number of people that helped select this group, and I'm going to invite them to come down, introduce them, invite them to come down so that we can do a team photo. Committee members from the City of Regina included Jim Nickel and Todd Schwartz. From the U of R, Karen Brown and Sarah Stewart. And from First Nations University, and I have to say this, The fellow is in his last day of Regina. He came here, and tomorrow he is cheering on the Blue Jays. He's a good guy. This is Brandon Edwards, as well as Pam McClellan from Sask Polytech. If you all come in and join us, ladies and gentlemen, our recipients.
So we'll begin the meeting at hand, and members will know just before we move the motion, Councilor Boyd, just one moment to explain what's happening.
Sure.
The public agenda that went out on Friday is extensive, long, and we want to make sure that we have enough time to hear delegations in particular. So what we have proposing to do in a motion that Councilor Boyce will put forward is to, on the current agenda, to have all delegations and delegation-related reports and bylaws considered tonight, all that are essential to be considered by bylaw or by delegation, and the rest of the agenda will be tabled to a meeting next week of City Council. We want to make sure we have enough time to ensure we have adequate notice and discussion with delegates and do the work we need to do. So, Councillor Bryce, on that note, please.
Thank you. So I will move the agenda, revised agenda, with the changes brought forward by the clerk's office.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. A seconder, please. Okay, Councillor Flagel does that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much for your consideration on that. We'll move on to our first delegation.
Your Worship, can I move the minutes from
Oh, yes,
August
you can do
31st?
that. Yes, of course. Move the minutes. Seconder, please. Okay. Any discussions or on errors or omissions at all? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll move on to our first delegation. Bryn Werrett, please come forward and identify yourself. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation, and there may be questions of members of council afterwards.
Sure, thank you. We'll be quick. Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name is Bryn Werrett, President of the Regina Thunder. Nice to see most of you again. With me is Andrew Watt, Vice President of Finance for our club, and Bill Gray, our Vice President of Internal Communications. We are here today to finalize our amendment to our 2002 purchase agreement for the Regina Thunder Clubhouse located in Mount Pleasant Park. First off, we wish to state that the Regina Thunder has every intention of fulfilling this agreement and our commitments with the city to repay the balance of this loan. We initiated discussions a few years ago to revise the amortization period during financial difficulty, I guess, about 2009, 2010. Under the new proposed agreement, we have made payments as scheduled and look forward to fulfilling this agreement. Give you a little history. The Regina Thunder Clubhouse, formerly owned by the Regina Rams, was built in about 1960s and was home of the Rams until their departure to CIS in 2000. It's our understanding that the building was then purchased by the City of Regina and eventually sold to our club, the Regina Thunder, in 2002 under the outline plan, which included exemptions for field usage fees and property taxes. As one can imagine, running a volunteer not-for-profit sports organization is difficult, and starting from scratch with no sponsors and alumni. We did struggle for a couple of years, but we are now on the right track. Before you today is today's representatives of today's Board of Directors, and we have a new business plan in place. We have a new advisory council as well of local successful business people, providing some guidance to our Board of Directors as well. So, in 2012, we initiated discussions to the City to modify the amortization period, which would essentially lower that required annual payment and allow us to invest in other things such as our aging clubhouse. The last few years we've spent quite a bit of money on the building itself, from boiler systems and furnace and electrical and foundation, etc., as well as player scholarships. We give out about over $30,000 a year annually now in scholarships, as well as increasing or investing in equipment and coach development as well. We believe that these investments will allow us to grow financially over the next few years and allow us to make additional payments beyond that minimum payment every year and allow us to pay that loan off quickly. While the economic impact of our games and hosting national championships is easy to measure, we're most proud of our alumni that have made it onto the community. Not only are they coaches with football, we also have firefighters, lawyers, chefs, surgeons, accountants, teachers as well. In addition to the more than 80 young men that pass through our doors each season, we are an organization with over 50 volunteers, from coaching staff to board of directors to support staff, equipment managers, and so on. Many young professionals also use our club as a way to grow their careers in physiotherapy and other fields. The clubhouse has been the home of football and junior football for over 50 years, and we have every intention of that remaining for many more years to come. We need a teammate and a partner in the city, and we intend to maintain a positive relationship with the city. The clubhouse was built to house about 40 players. Today's rosters carry over 80 players, so sooner versus later we're going to have to look at major renovations and expansions as well. So we want to maintain a positive relationship with the city and, first off, complete this project and this agreement with you folks. Some important notes to consider. While we own the clubhouse structure under the purchase agreement, we do not own the land. It sits in Mount Pleasant Sports Park. The proposed agreement includes annual field rental fees, which were not in the initial agreement, but have it now the exemption has now expired. And in addition to those field rental fees, we incur about $3,000 a year for maintenance and line painting. So this new proposed annual payment plan of $12,000 will include field rental fees, estimated approximately $6,000, with the remainder of the amount going towards the remaining balance of the loan, including interest. The initial loan payment was set for about $15,000. So it's really a reduction of about $3,000 annually, but now includes field rental fees. So
You
there's
have
just
about
less
1 minute
amount
to go.
going to the.
You have 1 minute to go.
I think I'm all done, sir.
Right?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Yep. Thank you.
I know there are questions.
Just one more thing, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Bryn and Andrew and the administration for pounding out this deal. They worked long and hard to find it, so many thanks to them.
Thank you, Mr. Gray, for that. There are questions. Councillor Hinks.
First of all, I want to tell you, there's a lot of my blood and sweat on that field, too.
You know
right?
that, yeah.
And I really appreciate the work you do. And did you have any more to add to what you did? You know, because that time limit kind of hurries you up, so I'm asking if you have anything more to say.
That's really it. The biggest thing is to make sure that that clubhouse sticks around for the next 50 years. So we've really been investing in it the last few years. I think we have a lot more work to go. We are beaming at the. It's starting to. We're putting guys in the hallways and all that stuff to get them dressed. So I think we're going to have to do something in the next few years. But I think number one key is to get this loan paid off, so we can start investing in it and growing it in the future. So.
Thank you, Councillor Hinks. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you very much for the presentation. An excellent organization, and I'm always pleased when community-based organizations with that kind of volunteerism comes before us. But certainly very supportive of Prairie Thunder. But I just was wondering, quick question, maybe for Andrew. You had mentioned that in the early stages and growing stages, it takes time to build sponsorship and to build kind of donors and volunteers and alumni. Do you feel you've reached that stage of maturity now where you're very confident that as you go forward, because you did mention there's more renovations coming down the pike, and just interested in seeing what capacity the organization has now?
Well, I think that probably around the 2010 mark or so is when we really started to hit our stride. Annually, our sponsorships probably went from about $20,000 to $25,000 up to the $50,000 to $60,000 mark. In addition to the Saskatchewan Roughriders adding to that total every year by at least say $20,000. That's where we really started to get over the hump, if you will, and allow us to meet our commitments to really start to expand the program to more than just the nuts and bolts.
Thank you. No, very pleased, because I'd like to make sure that Regina Thunder's here for many years to come. Thank you.
I think part of that as well is Andrew's actually one of our first initial alumni. That alumni is now reaching the age of 35, where they're a little bit more established in their careers and businesses as well. So we're starting to see that support come back a little bit. So,
thank you, Councillor Burnett. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. So we got here today because of an outstanding balance that happened. How can we be assured, because it sounds like you've been investing in the building and in your players, how can we be assured as a council today that this payment also makes it on that top list so it gets paid every month or every year?
Mm-hmm. Just want to add that I think there's been a history since the initial discussions to change that amortization plan that shows constant payments. I think it was just really a year or two slump there where full payments weren't made. So I think we've, under the new payment plan, I think we've had a history there of being able to make that payment, and our books have grown too. So, and we can share that too if we need to. But it just shows a capacity now to be able to make that payment moving forward, and it is a priority for us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery.
No, I got a question.
Oh, sorry.
So I know you had a lot of success, and I'd like to hear about your record over the years and what you did a couple of years ago, because that's something to be very proud of, bringing a national championship.
Yeah. Well, in 2013, lucky enough, just a couple of weeks before the Rough Riders did, we were able to host that national championship here in Regina and won it on home turf. So that was our Rams before us had won 15 or so over their history, and we were proud to finally bring that back to Regina in 2013. The way the schedule goes, we're hoping to do that again on November 7th here. So we'll see how we can do it, beat those Hilltops.
Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
The first report for us is the Regina Thunder Football Club agreement for sale. Councillor Murray.
Sorry, just 1 second here. Technology.
CR 15-91.
Yeah, No. There we are. Here we go. We got her. Your Worship, I rise to bring forward CR 1591, and this is the Regina Football Club agreement for sale. And there's five recommendations coming from the Finance Administration Committee from September 1. That number one, the Regina Thunder Football Club purchased the clubhouse on a revised payment schedule with a 5-year tax exemption and a requirement to pay for field rental. 2, that the 2015 payment be received from Regina Thunder Football Club Incorporated as applied against the outstanding loan balance. 3, that the Chief Operating Officer or his designate be authorized to resolve the final terms and conditions of the agreement outlined in the report. Part 4, which includes 2 pieces, and that would be that the City Solicitor be instructed to prepare the sales agreement on the terms as negotiated by the COO, and on the outline of this report, prepare the requirement loan bylaw and authorize the sale. And Part B, bring forward the necessary 5-year tax exemption agreement and bylaw to provide for the property tax exemption. And finally, Your Worship, a 5th part, that the City Clerk be authorized to execute the agreement after review by the City Solicitor. And if Your Worship, we have a seconder.
Seconder for that, please.
Thanks. We've obviously just heard from the delegation that the club has done a lot of work, and they've gotten themselves to a position where they feel confident that they have the ability to continue on with this. Obviously, we'd like to see them grow and develop even further and accomplish even more of the goals that they've set. So, Your Worship, that's the recommendations coming from Finance Admin.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Are other speakers to the report? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. I want to speak in support of this. I think when you start something, you always start from the bottom, and you have to work your way up. So time is a factor, and over time, you must have to get to the point where there's credibility. And when one of the things that I noted, not from the presentation, but from what I hear in the community, is that there are 80 players who wish to be on the team, who are on the team, but many more who tried out for the team as well. So that not only is there Regina people, but there are Saskatchewan and elsewhere people who wish to be part of the organization. That's a compliment. 2, I believe that as a city that we have a standard when it comes to field rental and so on. That's taken into account here, and I think that's very respectful. And then 3, I think there's a notion of stability. I believe that what I heard from these people is that there is stability. Now they have a group to advise them. Now they have people who regularly show up at the game, and they have sponsors, and they put on a dinner that's sold out. I think they've proved themselves worthy. I'll be supporting.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers to the report? I'll call the question. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I plan to support this this motion. I think it's just important for us to keep in mind as council that we be consistent. Obviously, there's hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars of property tax collected every year from nonprofit groups. So there's obviously a nuance to this situation. There's a special circumstance. There's a history that's our job as council to work through in a public forum here. We need to keep that in mind when other nonprofit organizations come forward as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. No other speakers? Councillor Murray, do you want to close debate? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Our next delegation is Mr. Brian Saunders. Mr. Saunders, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Yes, Your Worship, and members of City Council. My name is Brian Saunders. I represent the Namarine Development Corporation as its design architect and development consultant for this and the ongoing proposed project at 1840 Lawn Street, the subject site, and the adjoining site, 2301 11th Avenue. Thank you for the opportunity of making this brief presentation. This temporary parking is necessary to Namarine as an extension to the existing parking lot at 2301 11th Avenue, which is immediately to the north of the subject site, a site that was purchased by Namarine from the city earlier this year. This temporary surface parking at 1840 Lawn Street will assist Namarine, a not-for-profit organisation, as part of its fundraising for the later proposed new multi-use building on the assembled site to accommodate 180 affordable housing units, including a grocery store, a daycare facility, and enclosed car parking. In the meantime, this temporary parking will provide much-needed car parking in the downtown for approximately 2 years. It is envisaged that the process of planning, design, business planning, and fundraising, approvals and bidding process for the affordable housing project will occur in this forthcoming 2-year period, and that the construction will commence within 3 years of the date of the temporary parking approval. We are currently about to receive a permit from the City of Regina to demolish the disused and dilapidated building that occupies 1840 Lawn Street, and we expect this work to commence once due diligence has taken place relative to the security and safety of the site, and this would be early in October 2015. If approved, we expect the temporary parking to be in place by early January 2016, but sooner if possible. I should add that before demolition was considered, we did very carefully assess the suitability of the existing building as part of the new development. However, it was found to be more of a burden to the new project than it was a benefit, even considering the re-employment of existing structures. This application is the first stage of the administrative process for Namrand in the corporation moving forward to providing affordable housing in downtown Regina, which is a most significant step for the city and further realizes the dreams and aspirations of the Namrand Development Corporation and the Namrand Housing Corporation. This future project will provide affordable housing and other much-needed facilities in the downtown, which in turn support the city's vision of the future relative to added residential accommodation in this area of Regina. This project will also fill some of the most important social needs within the community, and further, the project will ultimately bring life to this rather benign block of Lawn Street. We have been working on this project for some 3 years and had always hoped that through fair competition, the land we required would become available to Namrand. This has come to pass, and we are very pleased to be here this evening to answer any questions there may be relative to the use of 1840 Lawn Street as a temporary surface parking lot. We are currently going through the process of contacting the owners of neighbouring properties to arrange meetings with them as soon as possible, to describe our current plans and to answer any questions they may have. And we'd like to add at this point that and take the opportunity of thanking Judith Therischuk of RDBID for its support of this application, as well the Regina Chamber of Commerce, and also to thank the City Planning for its advice and guidance along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saunders, for your presentation. We'll see if there are questions of Council. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. Evening, Mr. Saunders. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Let's talk a little bit about the project and impact. So let's begin, though, first with the existing building that's there. Could you, for the sake of Council, describe that building a little bit as you walked inside it recently?
Yes, the existing building has really deteriorated quite badly. The interior finishes are, some of the finishes are environmentally unsuitable, they're unsafe, as well the air pervaded by odors and smells are the sort of things that are very difficult to eradicate from a building. Furthermore, the building is tired. It's not very suitable for other uses than what it was first intended. And even then, that sort of the structural base and the interior planning of the building is really not very conducive to the more contemporary way of using such a building.
Thanks very much. Would you mind, we'll comment a little bit on what's called land assembly in this case. So we had a plot of land that we got from the city, but do you need this other piece of property to have the finished product in place?
That is correct. The site consists of, the site that we've assembled consists of 1840 Lawn Street and 2301 11th Avenue. Each one of the sites independently is not suitable for our project. It's not large enough. And it just won't work. Indeed, we've looked at, in the our keenness to purchase the land, we wondered if we could indeed plan a building on one of the sites, and we did look at that. It wasn't possible given the amount of accommodation we needed to create the surplus monies that were required to finance the project. And so the only option we had was to look for purchasing both sites and assembling them. We're very fortunate to purchase the first site, 1840 Lawn Street, the subject of tonight, from the provincial government, and then fortunately we were able to purchase through the proper channels the 2301 11th Avenue, which created the adequate site, measuring 335 feet, I believe, by 125 feet, which is quite adequate for what we want.
Thanks very much. So one of the things I took from your comments was the building is down and it needs to be taken down because it may become a health hazard. Am I accurate?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. One of the stipulations in this agreement is that you would have to look at drainage. Drainage is always something we seem to talk about. Is that part of, first of all, are you concerned about that? And second of all, is that part of your discussion with the adjacent landowners?
There's a temporary parking lot. We are grading, and we've been asked to grade the site in a way that the water that doesn't soak away on this porous surface will flow towards Lawn Street and the lane. We further agreed to put filters in the drains on both those thoroughfares so as to prevent gravel, sand, and so on going into the drainage system. As far as the land flooding, let me say that the site to the north has been a parking lot for many, many years, and it hasn't yet provided any problems to the downtown neighbors. And I don't suspect that, and I'm fairly certain that this will, the 1840 Lawn Street site will act in a similar way.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Councillor Burnett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Saunders. That I was fortunate to be at the bid meeting last week when you made an overall presentation of the whole project, and it's extremely exciting. I know tonight we're kind of talking about the temporary parking, and one of the issues we've had downtown is the need for more off-street parking. And we've done a few things that have kind of encouraged at the meter level to try to encourage. Can you maybe share, you shared some comments about, you know, the interest that's starting to be shown in terms of the future project. Like I believe you're looking at, was it 5 or 6 stories of public parking or rental parking? Can you maybe just share the interest you've received to date?
Thank you for the question. I'll start with the proposed project. It currently accommodates one level of underground parking of about 90 cars, and then 4 levels above ground parking. The main floor level is intended to be grocery store, and so therefore the upper 4 floors go from the 2nd to the 5th floor. They will accommodate in the order of 350 car parking spaces. The current situation is that with Namrand, they have, since this has become publicized, Namrand has received many calls from the community, and I believe one from a level of government that calls for, asks for 70 parking spaces as a group. There's no shortage of inquiries for parking downtown. Indeed, quite the opposite. There's many inquiries at Namrand, which is very encouraging because one of the fundraising aspects of this project is to include car parking within the building as something that finances the affordable nature of this project.
No, I appreciate that because, like I say, it ties into our other downtown strategy regarding off-street parking, and
yes.
I'm pleased to hear that there's that
yes.
level of enthusiasm. And even
yes.
if we turn it into temporary, are you anticipating a high level of demand for those lots?
Absolutely. And let me say that in terms of design, we are very conscious of the fact that when you design a parking building, it's important that it doesn't look like a parkade, but more as an aesthetic success to downtown and something that adds to the ambience of downtown rather than looking somewhat industrial. And so we intend to ensure that the building is designed to a high standard where you would not realize this was a building that accommodated parking. We see these sorts of buildings in other cities in North America. This is not difficult to do. One just has to have a little intuition as to how to resolve the architectural problems that are there.
Thank you. I look forward when the full plan comes forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Saunders. You've told us something about the building. Would you, for a moment, talk about Namrand Corporation and the kind of work it does in the community so that people can understand fully the type of work they do and how this will be a big accomplishment towards some of the city's goals for affordable housing?
Yes. Thank you for the question. Namrand Housing Corporation, which really was the start, has now branched out into another corporation, the Namrand Development Corporation, particularly for this project. Namrand Housing Corporation has been in existence in the community since 1977. And since that time, it has gradually grown to the point where it owned in the order of 350 houses in the community, which were all affordable houses, and these were all at ground level. More recently, they have expanded their business into other items, such as a drugstore, pharmacy on Winnipeg Street. They now own a mall on Winnipeg Street that used to be the old Sedco building, I seem to remember. And they now have their new offices there. And in that building, they also have training facilities for some of the local tradespeople that assist them in maintaining and operating their buildings, as well as young people that may want to go on and run their own business. So it's not just a housing association. It has many facets to it. It also has the grounds guys that do landscaping in the community, and that's a franchise that's beginning to do very, very well. So Namarind has many aspects to it that are successful. The corporation has grown steadily and carefully over the last almost 40 years in the community, and it's run by a highly respected group of people, a board, and has a highly respected president who is with me tonight. And the organization, I can tell you, is one of the best run and most accomplished groups of people I've ever worked for.
Thank you, Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, and welcome tonight. A couple of things that always make me a little gun-shy is when I hear the word temporary parking lot downtown. In your estimation, what is temporary with this project?
Indeed, it's a maximum of 3 years.
Maximum?
Yes.
So if everything went well tonight, what would be, if you got all your ducks in a row and you got everything going, when would something be started?
On
Do you
site?
foresee it? Yeah, on site.
2 years from now.
Okay.
Yeah, and I suspect it may be sooner than that, but I don't want to be too positive here tonight in that regard. Yeah.
And if I could ask, and that would be because, why?
As I mentioned before, we have to, first of all, develop the final design. And, of course, the final design is developed not only architecturally, but also the most important thing is to develop it with the help of contractors who price, and carefully price, from the work that's done, and also business planners. Because each time we look at an option to do this, we have to make sure that that option is going to provide the funding we need to support the project, not only for now, but through many, many years of future. And so that takes time to develop that. Architectural drawings and specifications are probably going to take about a year before they're completed and ready for bidding to get a fixed price contract. We're not prepared to move forward with an estimated price. We want a fixed price contract before we proceed. So we want to proceed in a traditional way, and that takes time to put that together.
Sure.
And we have to get it right.
Okay. The reason that you can understand why I say about the temporary, because actually the land you bought was supposedly a temporary, and then there's a chunk of land north of 11th Avenue that it was a supposed to be. They knocked a building down, a temporary, and that was 7 years ago. So you understand why I'm asking, and I think other people are wondering too.
We're very sensitive to that.
Plus the other thing that was always talked about is the grocery store downtown.
Yes.
We're going to start hyping a lot of things going on, and then we've had this hype twice before. I'm just trying to get some, stability, and I understand how good Namarind is and everything like that.
Your question, Councillor Flagel?
Yeah, and that is the grocery store. Is that going to be sort of first and then build up, or are you going to do the whole building, finish it, and then occupy it? Or could you build the bottom level first and then the apartment buildings above? Or I don't know. That's a design thing, I guess.
Thank you for the question, and I understand the reason for that question. We're sensitive, too, about things being promised and not delivered.
Yeah.
Namarind is a business that's been in, as I said before, operation in Regina for many years. These are local people. There's a lot of pride attached to this. Not about to not see this through. Yeah. Furthermore, we've never looked at it as being a phased building. one building at one time, one fixed price contract, start on a certain date, finish on a certain date, and have it occupied at the same time.
Perfect. Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Flagel. Councilor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Thanks a lot for coming here today. So it's an ambitious project ultimately to have downtown. 170 units?
Yes, 180 units.
180 units, sorry. Could someone make the argument that actually having a revenue source off this property, i.e. a larger parking lot, actually takes the incentive away for Namarand to build the bigger project quickly?
The bigger project by far is the residential.
Sure.
In terms of cost and in terms of need and also work. Parking is a relatively simple part of this.
Sure.
Not cheap, of course, but it's relatively simple compared with the rest. And of course, it's a much smaller footprint when you add it all together than the residential.
Sure. So supposing we're hoping that everything comes together in a couple of years. If it takes longer than that, what happens?
Obviously, things will take their course, but we've assembled a very good team of local people who make commitments and who work for these things. They're very proud of their place in the community. Their people are not about to make promises and not come through with the good work and achieve what they've said they'll achieve.
Sure. Okay.
So when you ask what the fallout might be if the project goes over time and that sort of thing, that's not part of the plan. I know it's important to look at risks, and that's why we have a business planner who's looking at all the risks, I can tell you, and the mitigation of those risks. We've assembled a very good team, and I'm very confident that this team can deliver.
Okay. Thanks for that.
Thank you, Councilor Fraser. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much, Mr. Saunders, for answering questions and making a presentation. You can return to the gallery now.
Thank you, Your Worship.
The next delegation is John Hopkins. Mr. Hopkins, you've done this before. You can identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions after.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of Regina City Council. My name is John Hopkins, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Regina District Chamber of Commerce. I'm here tonight to support the Namarand Downtown Housing Project, and in particular, the temporary surface parking lot on 1840 Lawrence Street, which begins the construction process. Your Worship, over the past couple of years, we have supported this particular project as it has worked its way through the concept phase, the planning phase, and now into the implementation phase. Our support is based on a number of factors. Number one, the project is consistent with the objective of maximizing the use of land we have downtown. Two, the project upon completion will add a number of daycare spaces needed within our primary commercial district. Three, the project upon completion will lead to the provision of additional parking downtown. Four, the project upon completion will lead to the provision of a grocery store downtown, an objective that spans more than 20 years. 5, the project upon completion will increase the number of people living downtown, another long-term objective. 6, the project upon completion will lead to additional commercial space downtown. And 7, the project upon completion will lead to the removal of a large surface parking lot downtown. In terms of this interim step, should you approve the application before you, the site in question will add an additional 76 parking stalls downtown that are needed. The Namarand Downtown Housing Project is innovative and progressive. It addresses a significant need in our community, the need for additional affordable housing. Thank you. If I can answer any questions, I'd be happy to do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins. Any questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now go for a report. This is on the application for contract zoning. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. So an application for contract zoning, a proposed temporary surface parking lot, address 1840 Lawrence Street. If I could have a second, I'll speak to this.
Second, please, Councilor Young.
Thanks very much. So we heard the delegation at Planning Commission and spoke to this a lot. So while you have through your questions and through part of the presentation, heard a little bit about the end project, I want to begin first with the parking lot. The building that currently sits there is not safe. It's not a good place, and it needs to come down. So even if this wasn't part of a land assembly, it is the opinion of Planning Commission that the building needs to come down. 2, I cannot, and I have asked this repeatedly, what was on that parking lot currently a parking lot that faces 11th Avenue. It's been a parking lot forever. And I believe the word that Mr. Saunders used was benign. So now we have the opportunity over a short period of time to take a building that's a derelict and on a benign street, have them, Namarand, get a little bit of revenue toward a project that will bring together anything from a grocery store, daycare, and housing, and transfer that part of downtown to a livable, functioning, engaging community. And by the way, we fixed up that roadway and all that kind of stuff before. So that part is the good part. 2, this is a short-term investment in what will be a long-term gain. This is all part of that downtown plan, all part of the official community plan. All the things that we want or aspiring to is here. All we have to do is knock down a building. And you also heard that they want to engage the neighbors to make sure that they understand what's going on. And so maybe the question shouldn't be whether or not we support this, but maybe the question should be, when are we going to get other built parking lots? Hope that you will support this project.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Murray, if you could just, okay, we'll go to Councillor Fraser, then I'll speak after. Councillor Fraser?
Okay, thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to start by saying this is a really difficult one for me, actually. The only time that I was in this chamber before being on council was actually coming as a delegate to speak against knocking down a building to build a parking lot in downtown Regina. The difference there was it was affordable housing being knocked down to build a parking lot. And in this case, it's an empty building being knocked down with the hopes of someday building affordable housing. Although we don't tonight have the guarantee that that's going to happen in the immediate future. I think we're all optimistic and have good faith that Namarand can do it. There's been so much to celebrate in Regina's downtown over the past few years. I personally don't think a new parking lot is one of those things. It's not a great use of, a street level parking lot. It's not a great use of downtown land, especially when you're trying to build a vibrant and healthy downtown. It's also generally a sign of divestment in a downtown, any city's downtown. Of course, the nuance in this case is that the work is being done by a local nonprofit Aboriginal housing provider with a really great track record of finishing projects. And this, takes us one step closer to making that project a reality. I think ultimately, though, we have to be really observant about what's happening downtown. Our official community plan has a goal of 30% infill versus 70% sprawl. Right now, it's about 80% sprawl versus 20% infill. And the fact is, if you're building infill, there's a lot of things to get in your way. Not just the fact that land prices are more downtown. That's fine. We build higher downtown because the land prices are more. There's also major infrastructure problems. If you build in a greenfield, you know exactly what infrastructure there is. And downtown, you have that risk. You're not sure what is under the ground as far as pipes go. All of our pipes downtown, it turns out, are 100-year-old iron pipes that, it's a bit of a crapshoot whether they need to be replaced or not, that sort of thing. And also, whenever we do infill, there's a community response. You don't get, people lining up to protest something in a field because no one lives nearby. Always there's a nuance of change when we talk about infill. So I think on the balance of things, this has been a hard decision for me, but I am going to support the application here tonight. I think it's crucial for us to keep, to remember, though, that ultimately what we're trying to do is get more people downtown. If we want to sustain all the good things that have been happening in Regina's downtown over the past few years, we have to have more people living downtown. As we hopefully grow more complete communities in Regina suburbs, it means that people right now who are coming downtown to spend their money will be able to stay at home and spend their money. So if we want to keep downtown vibrant, we have to have more people living down here. And I think that on the balance of things, allowing this application helps us achieve that goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other speakers? Councillor Murray?
Thanks, Your Worship. Just very briefly, I'm happy to support this. I remember back in 2003, my first campaign, the thing I heard the most on the doorstep was, what about a grocery store in our downtown? What about a grocery store close to our inner city communities? And at that time, we had a large grocer that had left the communities not too far from us, just north of us. I'm happy to see that there's a grocery coming back to our community, so I'm happy to support. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. If you could take the chair, please.
Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. I rise to support the application. I think it's important that we take the long view on development. It is extremely difficult to develop, particularly downtown. The costs are significant. We're now seeing evaluation of the building is not safe. I think this is a very clear short term. It's a contract. You build it in 3 years or the property reverts back to a different zoning, so it can't maintain that. The company we're speaking of here, Namrid Development, is a major developer of our city, particularly for First Nations, for low-income housing. They're looking at an incredibly innovative property development, which I think deserves, and of course we've already approved that in concept. Tonight is simply the property reverting to a parking lot for 3 years. Again, I want to stress, take the long view that yes, it's probably not in line with what we want to do for our Fisher Community Plan for downtown, but the end result, in 2 years or so, we're going to see a fantastic development downtown. As others have said, a grocery store, affordable housing downtown. This is exactly what we want to see in our plan, for our downtown neighborhood plan. It fits part of our OCP. So I urge members of council to support this. This is simply a way in which the developer, Namrid, is assembling the property to move forward. It's simply one step in a much larger process which has great dividends in the future. Thank you. Other speakers to the report? Councilor Down, do you want to close debate? Okay, I'll call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. And we'll go on to our next delegation, Mr. Doug Rogers. Mr. Rogers, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for a presentation, and there may be questions from members of council afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship, for the opportunity to update you tonight on the Northwest School site. My name is Doug Rogers. I'm from Terre Developments, and we are now acting as the land development manager for the owners of the property, Rosewood Park Alliance. And the goal together is to have a site completed so that construction can start on the school shortly after October 31st. I know this evening you are actually considering the zoning bylaw amendment, but I thought I would just take a few minutes and give you up to date, bring you up to date on our progress so far, if I can. The project has moved forward at what I would call very rapid pace. Terre Developments only joined the team in late August, and it is amazing how far this project has actually moved since then. I've already provided you with a map that shows the actual school site and what services have been installed to date. I'd like to give you an update on our progress, further progress, and give you some timelines for completion. So looking at your map that was provided, number one, the remaining site grading will be completed in about 3 weeks. Today, the grading has been completed for all areas that have to be degraded, an engineer wrote this for me, I apologize. That would affect the installation of either the undergrounds or the service road. The completed earthworks include topsoil stripping of the entire site and building up what will become the temporary access service road. The temporary access road has been prepared, as I said, and construction will start on the granular, hauling in the granular later this week. This all-weather access road should be completed by mid-October. The balance of the water line along Rosewood Park should have been completed by end of day tomorrow. The storm line, the storm will continue to be installed from Rosewood Park Boulevard, turning east along the south side of the property, will it return south and connect back with Mapleford Gate. This should take in total about 10 working days. Installation of sanitary storm and water lines between Mapleford Gate and Rosewood Park Boulevard on Mapleford Avenue. This should take approximately 10 to 15 working days to complete. Temporary power will be brought via overhead pole, and this should be completed about October 15th, with the installation of more permanent buried shallow utilities. That can occur after October 31st, as it's not only power is required for the school site. So that very quickly brings you up to date on where we are. We are fairly confident at this point that we will have all the services required for a service school site to allow for construction start. Next spring, we'll continue with things like paved roads, sidewalks, that type of thing that will give a 100% finished school site, and of course the development of the park next to the school. So that's my report, Your Worship, and up to date, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers, for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Hinks.
Well, this is really exciting for Northwest Regina and my ward to get a project like this there. Can you talk a little bit more about what the complete development would look like, or what's going to be involved?
Your Worship, actually, right now, we don't have a complete concept plan completed yet, but there are a number of things. I'm talking a little off the cuff here. They're talking.
I think it's known, if I might just, it's known what the concept plan is. Councilor said he's only responsible for the school site application, so it may be hard for him to answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Burnett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome, Doug. And just a quick question. Your deliverable here on the school site prep is kind of plugging into a bigger project that's more or less managed by the province. Are you confident that you'll be able to meet all those demands and timelines? Because, as you said, it kind of got rushed into the system here.
Your Worship, everything we've talked about that will be delivered is what is required by the province. And we are, as I said, pretty confident. In my business, I get up every morning and I look at the skies to make sure it's not raining or, heaven forbid, snowing or frost on the ground yet. Those types of things that will cause us some delays, but, even with manageable delays, we're confident we'll be done.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Burnett. Other questions? Councilor O'Donnell?
Thanks very much. Perhaps on another day you can explain to us how you pulled all this together, because I've never heard a story this fast before. That aside, thanks for the smile. That aside, I'm curious about how you descripted stormwater, et cetera, as being temporary versus permanent. Could you just maybe explain that a little bit to me?
Either I misspoke, or Your Worship, or you misheard. None of the deep utilities, stormwater, water, senator, are temporary. The only thing temporary is the temporary access road.
Okay, and then power on a pole, which will be very...
Power on a pole, yes.
So everything is part of a grander scheme and will fit into that?
Yes, that's correct.
That's what I was looking for. Thanks.
Other questions? Mr. You're getting off easy tonight. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And the next report, of course, deals with the application for zoning bylaw amendment for Rosewood Park school site. Councilor O'Donnell.
That's exactly. If I could have a seconder, I'll speak to this.
Second, please. Councilor Hinks.
So really what you're being asked to do is a rezoning for this piece of property. You've already heard what work is being done. You already know it's about a school site. And this has nothing to do with a concept plan or a secondary plan that will evolve later on for a greater area. So we're just simply looking at, can they go ahead and actually put the school on this site? That's what you're being asked. Obviously, we look for concurrence.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Other speakers to the report? Pretty straightforward. Councilor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. So most of the concerns I've heard about this school site is that we're building a school in the middle of a field, in essence, when there's so many existing and complete communities that could use a new school. I'm just curious, how many neighborhoods are there on the go in Regina right now? How many new building areas are there in Regina that you can build a new home in?
Ms. Horlock?
Through Your Worship, I believe there's approximately 10 neighborhoods.
Okay. So given our current growth pattern in the last year or two, how quickly would we expect this field to fill up with neighborhood?
Ms. Horlock?
Through you, Your Worship, right now we're working on with the proponent and the landowner in the bigger area for the concept plan and neighborhood plan. So it would be a longer-term development for the whole area. Obviously, it does depend on the rate of growth. I think it depends what their concept comes back in for each phase of development, because it is of a larger area, which is Coopertown. So depending on the phasing and finance and the phasing plan, then we'd be able to project more accurately timelines.
Okay, so we don't know is what I hear.
Through Your Worship, at this point in time, because we're doing the phasing and financing plan, if we just looked at Rosewood's development specifically, their quarter section, it would depend on the rate of growth, but it could be upwards of 10 years.
The market decides, actually, determines that, of course.
Certainly. So upward of 10 years. I mean, I guess just what I like to say is what's cheapest isn't always best, and what's best isn't always cheapest. I think there's been some cost savings for the province through this for, number one, making the city pay for the land, actually, and number two, putting it roughly in the middle. It's not fair to say nowhere, but in the middle of a field, really. Kids will have to walk through prairie to get there if the sidewalks will get them to the edge of Courtney Street, which your report says there's some challenges with too. So again, it's cheaper, but I don't necessarily think that that's the best course when we're trying to, again, build a city here that will leave a legacy of complete communities. I think this misses the mark, and I don't plan to vote for it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Fraser. Other speakers for the report? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Bylaws. Councilor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship. I rise to move these bylaws. So I move, seconded by Councillor Hinks, that bylaws number 2015-59, 60, 64, and 65 be introduced and read the first time.
Mr. Clerk.
The last reading?
60. Is that for the school? Yep, we can do that.
Okay. That's on the final reading, Your Worship?
No, this is
On the first reading?
we do 59, 64, and 65.
Okay, so do you want me to go ahead and read that again, or is it clear?
I think, read it again.
Just to be on the clear side, I move, seconded by Councillor Hinks, that bylaws number 2015-59, 1564, and 2015-65 be introduced and read the first time.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council has completed its consideration of a number of reports and will now proceed to the bylaw hearing stage, and will consider the following. Bylaw 215-59, respecting the proposed rezoning to accommodate a temporary parking lot in the downtown zone. 215-64, respecting a tax exemption agreement for property located at 750 Winnipeg Street. And bylaw 215-65, to provide for a loan to the Regina Thunder Football Club Incorporated to finance the purchase of a football clubhouse located on city lands. If there is anyone in the gallery who wishes to address council on any of these proposed bylaws, I would ask that you indicate now. There is no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll call the vote on the first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councilor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that bylaws number 2015-59, 64, and 65 be read a second time.
Any discussion at the second reading? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Fundura, that Council hereby consents to bylaws number 2015-59, 64, and 65 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
Your Worship, I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that bylaws number 2015-59, 64, and 65 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councilor Murray, do you want to proceed with
back to 60?
Number 60, yes.
Thanks, Your Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Hinks, that bylaw number 2059-60 be introduced and read the first time.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council will now consider bylaw 215-60, respecting the proposed zoning to allow for a new joint-use elementary school with the adjacent park and utility parcels. Again, if there's anyone in the gallery who wishes to address council at this time, I would ask you to indicate as such. There is no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll call the vote on first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councilor Murray.
Your Worship, I moved, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that bylaw number 2015-60 be introduced and read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councilor Murray.
Your Worship, I move, seconded by Councillor Fundura, that Council hereby consents to the bylaw 2015-60 going to third reading at this meeting.
So let's understand. I know, Councilor Fraser, you're opposed to this, but if you delay this, if you say no to this, it goes to the next council meeting. This could delay the construction of the project at the site. So your opposition has been registered. So just act accordingly. I'll call for the vote on this reading. All those in favor? Opposed? That could well mean a delay for the construction of the school, and it won't go anywhere in the city. So this will go to the next meeting of City Council. We'll move on to delegations. And this is with the UPass from the University of Regina. Evangeline Godwin, would you please come forward and You have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Yes, on behalf of the university students, and one that asked me several, to come to request that the city consider, and I believe the same type of thing happened when I was a student. I'm alumni of the University of Regina, that there was a special school pass for the university, maybe for the other colleges, I'm not sure, but I attended the university in the 90s, and this was part of the tuition. It was less expensive, I suppose, because the university may have bought in mass. It was connected to at a 2-year tuition at a lower rate than if you bought at the transit your pass. What has been brought to my attention was that it seems that the idea is to have the pass not be as extensive as it was when I was going. And the student told me that there seems to be a problem that the pass may not include all the time which the student needs the pass. Because if it's bought per semester, she says that it seems to end before the actual last finals are ended. And then there's a period, let's say they buy it for the fall semester in September. She feels that it should be until January semester begins, because normally students take both semesters and they have tests and studying and going back and forth to the university and library, working on university level work and related activities. And what about the students that are doing the spring semester? Then after the spring semester, there's the intersession, and then there's 2 shorter periods of summer school or summer sessions. So we're hoping that the powers that be will consider such a pass that would be rather all-inclusive with each semester and the time that the students would need them, in addition to the actual days of the semester per se.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Yes.
Are there questions of the delegation? Apparently you may do. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks a lot for your presentation.
No,
just
you.
Sorry, just
Ms.
one
Godwin,
question.
you have a question of you, so you can come back. And Councillor Fraser has a question for you. He was late standing up. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Thanks a lot for coming to present tonight. Just was a little unclear from your report. Are you asking about the summer period or about?
Well, actually, I'm asking about all the periods.
Sure.
Of course, now we're in the fall period, but even with the big semesters are the fall and the, I guess it's called winter,
Sure.
January till the end of April, but then there's tests that come after that.
Sure.
Right. Mm-hmm. That these, some of the recommendations have not included all the time that student needs to spend at the university.
Sure.
Right. And the pass should include those.
Thanks. We'll make sure to clarify that with administration. Thanks.
Okay.
Ms. Godwin, there may be other questions. I have a question for you. Yes. So you know that you're aware that there's a draft agreement between the student union and the City of Regina that talks about the times of year that the service is available. It's already been agreed to in the sense of a draft agreement?
Well, I've heard something about it, yes. And this particular student, I haven't really read it. It says it doesn't include all the times. For instance, there's that period
Oh, I understand.
that ends before January, and yet they're still taking tests or needing the library services and so on and so forth before approximately the 9th of January or thereabouts. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Next delegation is Terry Sleva. Ms. Sleva, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, and when you're ready, you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
All right, good afternoon, evening, I guess. Your worship, members of City Council and administration. My name is Terry Sleva, and I'm chair of the Regina Citizens Public Transit Coalition. And I'm here to speak about the implementation of the bus pass at the U of R. The RCPTC believed it was a good idea in 2005, and we strongly recommend your approval now. Most students don't have an unlimited supply of funds to be spent on parking, which costs around $162 a semester. That's if they're lucky to find a parking spot nearby. Compare that to $90 a semester for unlimited parking, unlimited ridership to public transit, and no headaches. At the U of S, around 80% of the students use their bus pass at least once per semester. I've spoken to people from there, and they are so very grateful for the affordable transportation in Saskatoon. The cost for paratransit for students is currently $65 a month versus $90 a semester with the U-Pass. People with disabilities have many other expenses, so assistance to help us better our lives is obviously a good thing. The City of Regina is expected to receive $1.6 million per year from the U-Pass implementation. It would go a long way to funding the transit system in Regina, which I believe needs a major cash influx to make it sustainable and affordable. The only downfall I could see right now is that better service and more routes are required. Certain areas of Regina are extremely underserved presently. The RCPTC has always maintained that it needs improvement to make it more attractive for all ridership, including the middle class and those with deeper pockets. Proper service needs to be provided to the newer areas of Regina, including Harbor Landing, the Northwest, and the east end of Regina. If the goal is to receive 40% of the funding from the Regina Transit ridership for transit, then this is a no-brainer. Dr. Martin Luther King said, and I quote, "Cowardice asks the question, is it safe? Expediency asks the question, is it politic? Vanity asks the question, is it popular? But conscience asks the question, is it right? And there comes a time when one must take the position that is neither safe nor politic nor popular, but one must make it because it is right. The time has come for the University of Regina to have a universal bus pass, which would benefit all the citizens of Regina in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leva, for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. You made the statement that 80% of the students in Saskatoon use their bus pass at least once. Do you know how many regularly use it in Saskatoon rather than just once? Because that's not really cost effective for a $90 bus ride.
No, I'm not sure what the cost is.
You're not sure what
pardon me, of the ridership. I can't answer that.
Okay. You also said that the City of Regina will receive $1.6 million from the university students to do this. Do you understand the cost of this is also that much? So the City of Regina wouldn't actually be making money for it? Do you understand that part?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next delegation, D 15-69, David Vanderberg. Mr. Vanderberg, you have 5 minutes for your presentation. If you identify who you represent, and there may be questions from member council afterwards.
Good evening, Mayor Fougere and City Councilors. My name is David Vandenberg, and I'm a student at the University of Regina. I also represent the student advocacy group, Regina Green Ride Transit Network, which was responsible for creating the petition that eventually led to the universal bus pass referendum last March. I'd also like to welcome the community and student supporters who've come tonight dressed in various shades of green. We've asked students specifically to come and show their support for this initiative and to reinforce the positive stance that they took towards the UPass implementation last March. Almost 1 year ago today, I stood in front of the same council and told you that our group was very confident that students at the University of Regina would vote in favor of the UPass in a winter referendum. Our confidence was not ill-founded, as you know, and students voted in favor of negotiating a UPass with the City of Regina. Today, as you decide on UPass implementation, I would like to reiterate 3 main reasons for which our organization believes that students voted in favor of the UPass and why we were so confident in this program. Secondly, I would like to suggest that the city's offer of the UPass would not only solve these student concerns, but also benefit the City of Regina. For university students, 3 main commuting issues have become apparent. 1, inadequate or inefficient public transit options. 2, increased commuting costs, being parking and public transit. And 3, increasing pressure on an already limited parking system at the University of Regina. These problems can be simply summarized. Both driving and riding the bus have become increasingly expensive, and students are looking for more affordable, efficient options. Currently, a monthly post-secondary pass costs $260 per semester. At $90 a semester, the UPass represents a savings of $170 per semester per student. These are savings that will be appreciated by a large portion of the student body. Over 3,000 students currently possess a post-secondary R card issued by Regina Transit, representing approximately 23% of the student population that currently uses public transit. UPass stats from around the country suggest that car users begin to adopt public transit use after UPass implementation as well, increasing transit by an average of 40% in the first year. This would suggest that 32% of the U of R's population may be using public transit after successful implementation of the UPass. The financial benefits to the city are obvious and fall directly in line with the city's transportation master plan. In this strategic document, it is stated that the part of the city's plan is to elevate the role of public transit. The long-term goal for city transit is to double the total share of all users from 3% to 6%. For the university specifically, it is stated that the goal is to take the U of R from 20% to 25% ridership. A UPass facilitates the opportunity to achieve transportation goals for both the city and the university. Furthermore, a recent study demonstrated that 50% of post-secondary students who use public transit during university continue to choose public transit as their primary method of transport after leaving university. The UPass has the ability to create lifelong transit customers for the City of Regina, thus increasing cost recovery and systemic efficiency as more buses are full on every trip. Additionally, students at the University of Regina represent a demographic that has been shown as highly likely to adopt transit as a method of regular transportation. Regina Transit calls this demographic choice riders, meaning they have access to other transportation, but they choose transit. Attracting choice riders has been identified by Regina Transit as one of the major means by which to increase cost recovery. As the U of R population continues to grow, so does the number of choice riders. Recently, the U of R added approximately 600 more beds to its on-campus dormitories. These dorms attract a population that is highly likely to choose transit for their shopping and social excursions and forego owning a car, thus remaining opted into the program. The university possesses a high degree of choice riders who are likely to become and remain clientele of Regina Transit. The UPass increases public transit options. It offers students a solution to their current expensive and inefficient transit options. It offers the city an opportunity to invest in a generation of young riders whose patronage will allow the city to reach its goals set out in its master plan, as well as improving transit for all Regina in the process. I think this represents a great opportunity for the city of Regina, and if passed, I ask the city to take extremely seriously the first year of implementation. An impressive first year of service provided by the city and Regina Transit will assure a strong student adoption, and that the remaining 6 years of the contract will go smoothly by attracting all students, including those who may have originally been skeptical.
Your time is up. Thank you. I thought you were at the end of your text you were reading, so thank you very much for that. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you, David, for coming forward again. You say in your presentation this would suggest that 32% of the U of R's population may be using public transit after successful implementation of the UPass. That means that 68% may not be using public transit. Do you think it's fair to those 68% who don't want or don't need or can't afford to be forced to buy a UPass, that they be required to buy a UPass? Do you think that's fair?
I think it's unfair to expect that 68% of students don't have more efficient and less expensive ways to get to campus, because currently there are not many options that are within a student budget. When we think about the fact that transit fares were increased last year for students by, I believe, 38%, with zero new service provided, I think that is unfair.
60% of the students who attend the University of Regina now do so by car. Do you think it's fair that they be forced to buy a UPass?
That is not the question here. The question here is about...
I asked.
Well, that's not the question that I'm here to answer, because it is about transit options.
Order. There's not going to be a debate here. The question's been asked and you provide an answer, but there's no debating.
Okay, yes, I believe that it is fair. We are giving students options. We are giving students options who currently, there's 60, like you say, 60% of students use their car. We are giving them options to be able to ride transit in a system that is currently inflexible and not allowing those students who are, I would say, forced to take their car because there are not many better options within the city.
You mentioned that after graduation, students become choice riders in terms of what method of transportation they choose to employ. Do you not think that students before they graduate should also be choice riders rather than being compelled to buy a UPass?
I believe you do have my script in front of you there. I did not say that they become choice riders. I say that they continue to choose taking the bus. They are already considered choice riders as set out by the Regina Transit. So, yes, that is actually incorrect.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other questions of the delegation? You can return to the gallery. Thank you for your presentation. And our next delegation is Jim Elliott. Mr. Elliott, you could state your name, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be members of council who have questions of you afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Jim Elliott, and I'm here in favor of the Universal Bus Pass for the University of Regina that is before you tonight, and the subsequent agreement between the City of Regina and University of Regina Students' Union. As an alumni of the university, I'm proud of the changes being proposed. I've been part of the sustainability planning at the campus and have encouraged many of the steps taken so far. This proposal goes a long way to dealing with the transportation and land use concerns both today and into the future. And so I'm proud of the students of my university wanting to invest in their community. My recommendation this evening is to have this agreement approved, and these are my reasons. First of all, the proposal values the future citizens of this city by investing in their education and their lives in this city. This proposal also values our investment in road infrastructure by reducing the demands put on it by current trends in automobile use and therefore extending its life. This proposal puts little extra cost onto the taxpayers other than the initial investment in additional transit buses, which I believe the city will get back over time. Number 4, this proposal will enhance the entire transit system for all citizens, so not just the university student. Number 5, this proposal will reduce the city's carbon footprint, which I think in these times needs to be going down. This proposal also encourages the use of public transportation now and into the future. And one that I think hasn't been talked a little bit about tonight is this proposal will also make the University of Regina more competitive with other universities who have already invested in the U-passes. Number 8 is this proposal will also respond to the demands of Regina residents, which I would support. And lastly, this proposal will also fulfill the objectives of the official community plan. I'll conclude at that point and answer any questions anyone has.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward. You mentioned correctly, I believe, this proposal will enhance the entire transit system for all citizens, not just for the university student. Under this proposal, university students will be paying the whole freight, not all citizens, for the enhancement that will benefit all citizens. Do you think that's fair, that the university students should be singled out for that kind of tax? First of all, I don't consider it a tax or an added cost. I see them as wanting to invest in their community, and this is one effective way of putting forward a proposal to the city that both will enhance their abilities or give them better choices in transportation, but it will also support expansion of the city system into areas that citizens currently can't get access to the transit.
Do you see the 46% of students who voted against this proposal as wanting to invest in their community in this way through a compulsory U-Pass?
I believe once the pass is in place, and I think this has been the case in many other cities, once you have the option of using the bus, I'm confident that even though they may be using their car, I suspect in many days of 40 below in winter, rather than spending a number of minutes or perhaps hours warming their cars up, that they'll say, hey, I've got this bus pass, I'll use it. And I think that will be the trend in my mind from this point forward. And I think the concerns around the bus pass will slowly dissipate.
So just so as I understand your position, I want you to tell me if I've got this wrong. You think that the students who are currently driving to university will be especially excited to use the bus on days when it's minus 40?
I think it will give them the option. Now, the one thing that you may also know is that a number of those people that drive to the campus are outside of this bus pass and therefore won't be obligated to purchase a bus pass. So those that are, say, driving from out of town or from Moose Jaw, that type of thing. So
you say this proposal will reduce the city's carbon footprint. What are the assumptions you make when you make that statement?
First of all, it will encourage a lot more individuals to use the bus. As I said, I think that will augment their current transportation options by instead, for instance, maybe not buying a car or not buying that second car, they will go to using the bus as their second option or perhaps their first option. I also see, as has been explained in a number of cities, those riders that will use the bus in their university years will in fact not go back to an automobile use afterwards, and therefore in the long term the carbon footprint of residents in the city will go down.
So it's your position, just so as I understand, that the UPass will take sufficient number of cars off the road and will fill up buses to a sufficient capacity that they'll reduce carbon footprint. Is that it?
That's my belief, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery and move on to our next delegation of two people, Devin Peters and Tom Chase. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You together have 5 minutes for a presentation, and there may be questions of members of council afterwards.
Hey, everyone. Come on up. I'm here today. I'm Devin Peters, President of the University of Regina Students' Union, and I'm here today with Tom Chase, Provost and Vice President Academic of the University of Regina University of Regina. I don't say those two separated very often. I'm here today to speak to the UPass, to continue our discussion. We've spoken to each other more than a few times, and to continue to provide clarification on the vast, mass of information that's been presented here over the past year that we've been talking about this. First off, I'd like to discuss the terms. City councillors have previously brought up concerns about the sustainability of this agreement from our end. In particular, they've used the number 3,000, a number that I once postulated could be the very conservative high end for opt-outs at the University of Regina in an email conversation in conjunction with the low end of our membership estimates. I would like at this point to retract that number. After speaking to my colleagues at the U of S, it has become clear that my initial estimate of a worst-case scenario was very high. This number is wrong for a few reasons. First, it included the possibility that 100% of students from residents would opt out. Clearly, we know that it isn't going to be the case. Many students living on campus have indicated that to me personally during the referendum by voting in favor, and have indicated to me since then that the notion of owning a car is either unattainable due to the cost for them, or unlikely because they're international students and it's going to take them 9+ months to acquire a full license, thus rendering a car not very useful for them. We perceive it as being quite unlikely that those students will all opt out. Additionally, at the U of S, the student demographic, high rate of personal transit use, a rural catchment area, underdeveloped city transit program, it's all very similar to what it is at the U of R. Surprisingly for some, their membership numbers are also very similar. The U of S's Students' Union has a membership of around 13.5 to 14,000 students, and URSU is around 11.5 to 12.5. Even so, their opt-out numbers in the first year were 549 students in the fall and 562 students in the winter. Looking at all the numbers, the opt-out percentage for the USSU UPass program has never been more than 4.8% in a given semester. With information like that, URSU is even more comfortable than ever saying that our projections of the opt-out rates will allow us to support this program by establishing a levy in the $80 to $90 range, as we have indicated from the beginning of our negotiations. My second point addresses the questions that have been raised about the legitimacy of the UPass referendum. Some criticism has been raised about the number of voters. For comparison, I've provided on the list, it's in the package, and if it's possible, I can put it up on the screen. I don't know how to use that thing,
We have it on our handout here.
Okay. But suffice to say, U of M and U of W both passed UPass programs last year and are moving towards implementation. Both of them had participation rates below ours. The U of S in particular had higher participation rates than ours. I applaud them for that. But I'll note them in particular as an interesting example because the first referendum was to do a trial of 1 year, and it passed with a narrow margin, 58% to 42% opposed. In their second year, when they voted on the permanent program, students having experienced the benefits of the UPass voted 80% in favor, 20% opposed. I think that this shows that students, once exposed to the UPass, recognize that its benefit is very, very significant. Finally, I'd like to touch on the period of time that the UPass will be available. My understanding is currently that the agreement will continue through the exam period and include those that that will be taking exams. Finally, I'll pass it over to Tom Chase.
We've about a minute left and you have 5 minutes to go.
How much?
1 minute.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. Two quick things. Confidence. Ask City Council to think of this as an investment in the future. In my previous job in Victoria, a similar measure was implemented some 12 or 13 years ago. Victoria now has a situation where city buses actually have pass-bys. They are so full of university students making their way to Camosun, Royal Roads, and University of Victoria. Let us envisage a city of Regina where students and indeed members of the general community recognize the benefits of public transit in a rapidly transforming city. Finally, the university, like the city of Regina, is changing before our eyes. I believe that this UPass is a marker of that change, and I would encourage, on behalf of the University City Council, to think of motivating that change, encouraging it, and making the city a better and more sustainable place to live. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Dahl?
Thanks. Good evening, gentlemen. If I could begin with Mr. Chase, if you don't mind. So are you getting inundated with phone calls from students and parents about this at all?
I'm not being inundated by phone calls from students. It would be Mr. Peters, the president of the student union, who's inundated with phone calls from students.
Okay, so not, I'm going to say, and I mean this in all due respect, not getting satisfaction from them, they're not turning to the university, so it's clearly owned by the students' union. That's what I think I'm hearing from you.
The university administration has confidence in the way that the student union has handled this issue.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to say that again in a form of a question. You're comfortable with the way the referendum run, and it was similar to other referendums that the university has run?
We are entirely comfortable.
Thanks very much. If I could go to Mr. Peters now, please.
Go ahead.
Mr. Peters, I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me that before we began this whole discussion about a UPass, it was you, the Students' Union, that came to us for a discussion. Am I correct that you initiated that?
Yeah, we came here a year ago.
Right. So you initiated. We did not initiate.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I want to just go back to what a couple of the delegations said. I think you corrected the notion of the timeline. This was part of the negotiation, so the part of the school year that is covered was part of the negotiations. And are you comfortable with the period of time that is covered?
Yes. To expand on that just a little, my current understanding is that it will go from the beginning of September till the end of December, and then from the 1st of January to the end of April, which would be the end of exam periods. So under that, students would be covered.
So it's basically just the summer months not covered.
Yeah, and that's just because the economies of scale don't work in the summer.
I appreciate that. Thanks very much. One of the other delegations talked about where the buses don't go currently in the city. Was it not part of the negotiations and part of your understanding and part of my understanding? In fact, some of the routes will be extended. I use Harbor Landing as an example, out into the east as well to help serve the university. Is that correct?
Yes. In addition, we're hoping to add some extra service to the northwest portion of the city. So I think it's a benefit for all corners.
That's right. I forgot about that one. Thanks very much. Would you suggest that part of the service enhancement that the University Students' Union acknowledges is that other people in the community will be able to ride those same buses, get some benefit out of it, contribute to the cost of the service, and have better transit?
Absolutely.
Are you okay with that, by the way?
I'm very happy about it.
Okay, thanks. I'm done.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Peters and Mr. Chase. My question is, I had one phone call about this, and this is in my area where parking is difficult because of the number of cars that university students drive. And there was some misunderstanding from the caller about the fact that students would be charged for this. And she was not aware that URSU charges for several things, and that not all students use all the things that URSU receives from them as part of the cost. So could you list some of those things that they also pay for and may not use?
Absolutely. So students, as part of their membership at the University of Regina, pay tuition as well as a number of related fees. And so that includes everything from the health and dental plan, the intramural fee, even if they don't participate in intramurals, the fitness center fee, which is actually paid to the University of Regina, which pays for the gym upstairs. We have fees that go towards sponsoring refugees, as was recently highlighted in the newspapers. The University of Regina is matching that. It's very exciting. We see sponsorship or funds from students go towards supporting individual faculties and their student societies so that they can put on events. But even though the University of Regina Students' Union funds events for engineers, that doesn't necessarily mean that the ed students are going to the engineering parties, right? So we have a large variety of cross-subsidization, and students pay for a lot of services, and this would be another one in that portfolio.
And what would happen if you didn't collect for those services?
It would be very damaging to campus life. Students would have less opportunities to lead, less opportunities to experience, and less opportunities to meet new people and form the community that we love.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chase, I know that you take the bus every day. And so my question is probably a futuristic question. I'm wondering if any thought has been given to others being able to have some kind of a pass who work at the university, staff who maybe do not teach, as well as staff who do teach, and part of the administration too. Has there been any talk or thought about that?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Young. When I take the 615 number 3 out to campus, I'm on that bus with a variety of people, including some of the people who've been working putting together the new residence towers, Keswick Towers, as well as people who have employment later in the route as they head down toward the south end of town. We have a program at the university by which employees can use payroll deduction for a transit pass. We intend to continue to push this because our overall goal is to reduce the campus's dependence, whether it is students, students in residence, faculty and staff, on parking facilities and on individual cars. The number of individual cars coming down Wascana Parkway each day with one person in each is not acceptable, and as part of our campus sustainability plan over the next 5 years, we want to reduce that. This is a big part of that effort.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, and welcome again. You brought up a point of the residents will start to use the pass. Typically, the residents are 3-year, 3-semester. A lot of them stay and go to school all summer as well. Have they been asked about the summer pass extending into from instead of just the 8 months to 12 months?
I would say, and maybe you can back me up on this, I don't think categorizing the majority of resident students as being 3-year graduates would be accurate. I think our 5-year graduation rate's in the 60s. But anyways, regardless, I don't think that, I have heard from a few students that they'd be interested in having the summer, but I've explained to them that our summer enrollment, though it's increased a lot over the last few years, and Tom can speak to that, I don't think that it would support a UPass program currently.
Okay, I was just wanted to clarify that because there is that group of people that go for 3 or 4 years and go hard, and then they don't have to stay 5.
Yeah.
So I just wondered about that.
With your permission, Your Worship, our summer enrollment, spring and summer, are approximately 5,000 to 6,000. Our peak period is now well over 14,000.
Okay.
So there's quite a dramatic difference.
Good. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Thanks.
Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next delegation. This is Report D15-84, John Klein. Mr. Klein, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You as well have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, and good evening to Your Worship and City Council. As a staff person at the University of Regina, the UPass will indirectly make my commute to work much better, so I hope Council implements it as soon as they can. Thank you. I can now take questions.
Okay, thank you for that. That's very short. Questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Mr. Klein, I never thought I'd say it, but you're a man of few words. I'm just wondering, can you elaborate how will it make you're not a student, so how will it make your commute better? Thanks.
I take the bus regularly in the winter, and the number 3 is one of the routes I take most often. So if there's more connecting buses from downtown, I can make my transfer more reliably, more quickly.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other questions of the delegation? Apparently there are none. Thank you very much for your presentation. And Mr. Klein actually had a communication in here as well. So I have a motion to accept the communication. Councilor O'Donnell, a seconder. Councilor Bryce. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We're now on to the main report. This is the Universal Bus Pass for the U of R. Councilor Murray.
Yes, Your Worship. I rise to bring forward CR 1598, and it is the Universal Bus Pass for the University of Regina. So there are three parts to the recommendations coming from Executive Committee on September 9th. First being that City Council delegate the authority of the Chief Operating Officer or his designate to negotiate and approve the contract with the University of Regina Students' Union, as further detailed within this report. Part 2, that City Council approved the advanced capital purchase of 5 40-foot buses with the estimated cost of about $2.75 million from the General Fund Reserve. 3, that once the agreement has been approved by URSU and the Board of Governors of and the City of Regina Council, the City Clerk would be authorized to sign the applicable agreement on behalf of the City once the agreement has been reviewed and approved by the City Solicitor. Your Worship, that would be the recommendations coming from Executive. I need a seconder.
Thank you very much. We have a second for that, I believe. So, do I call a seconder for it? Councilor Young. Councilor Young. Okay. Other speakers to the report? Anybody want to speak to the report? Councilor Hawkins and Councilor O'Donnell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council's well aware of my opposition to this, so I'm not going to belabor the point, but I do want to again say why I'm opposed to the UPass. First of all, I wouldn't be opposed to it if I thought that this UPass had been approved in a proper referendum. What the referendum was a vote of 54% of the students in favor of negotiating a deal. And the deal suggested, the only detail given was that the pass be between $70 and $90. I believe, and I think the figures show, that the cost of the UPass, one way or another, to students will be over $90 a student a term. I also know that the students were never told there'd be an administration fee charged by URSU for the UPass program. I also know that the point was not made by the student union or the administration of the university or anybody else, because it wasn't known at the time of the referendum, that the entire cost of implementing the UPass and the additional bus routes will be borne by the students. The entire risk is on the students for this program. I think that those are substantive differences. I think that students deserve the right to vote on the contract as it's now drafted and proposed. I think they haven't been given that opportunity, and unless they're given that opportunity, I think that the program lacks legitimate approval. Secondly, I think that this program without that approval amounts to a tax on those students, on the whole student body, but in particular on the student body that will be paying for this enhanced service the city has a responsibility to provide for all of its residents. Those students will be singled out to pay for the entire part of this service. I simply don't think that's fair. If this is a service that we should implement as a city to enhance our transportation system to the new areas of the city, I think the cost of that service should be borne in the very same way that the cost of the entire transit system is borne. I do not think students, who are among the most indebted and amongst the poorest of our citizens, should be required a loan to finance the service. This is indeed an excellent deal for the city. Unfortunately, I don't believe it's a fair deal for the students who don't wish to make use of this service. Thirdly, I am conscious of the rising rate of tuition. Every year, tuition goes up by 3 or 4 or 5%. This year or next year, beginning in 2016, it will in all likelihood go up by 3 or 4 or 5%, and in addition, it will go up by, for students at the University of Regina, another 2 or 3% to pay for their UPass. I think that there may be a few more phone calls from students at that time. I worry about access to university education. I believe this program is a step in the wrong direction in that vein. And finally, and this is a little more esoteric, both some of the delegations tonight and some councillors have made the point that this is the first step in changing our culture. In other words, we're doing a bit of social engineering here. We're saying we've got to get students and members of the population out of their cars and into public transit. Well, I'm worried about the environment too. And quite frankly, I don't think this is going to help the environment one bit. I think the way we're going to help the environment in the next 20 and 30 and 40 years is to build better cars that pollute less, that run on energy efficient clean fuels, and that are built of materials that are recyclable. In other words, I think that we're going to solve the problems of urban transit through technological innovation. Now, I'm well aware that some people disagree with this, but that's what I think is going to happen. I don't think it's a realistic vision of the future to think that in a winter city like Regina that we are going to abandon cars en masse. Therefore, I think the correct solution is not to try and change the culture, but to allow people choice and to make sure that we have available to people technologically clean choices. That's the direction urban transit will go in the future. I thank Council for their patience on this. You've heard me on this before. I appreciate the opportunity to state my objections.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, very much for that. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. I'll begin with a couple of questions. One of the recommendations is to purchase 5 40-foot buses out of the General Reserve Fund. Can I ask why we're doing that, just so that everybody understands?
Mr. Onright.
Through you, Your Worship, those 5 buses will be used to support existing routes that are at capacity that currently service the university, and also to add servicing to 3 other areas, Wascana, the Creeks, and Greens and Gardner.
Thanks very much. Seems to me I remember reading and understanding that, I'm just using Harbour Landing as an example, there's been increased demand, and that by having additional buses, we can in fact offer a larger service, more hours, and therefore, I would say service the university, but also other people. Is that accurate, where we can expand hours as well?
Mr. Onright.
Through Your Worship, that is correct.
Can you correct me that when on the question I asked Mr. Peters, was it in fact the University Students' Union that came to us with this proposal?
Mr. Onright.
Through Your Worship, that is correct.
Oh, that's good. Thanks very much. So I just have a couple of thoughts. I meant to ask Mr. Chase this question. I attended university back a couple of centuries ago, and this is what I remember because there was only a very few buildings there.
Was there buses back then? Just wondering.
Cart, horse, I know. But this is what I remember from that original plan and so on. There was no parking lots at the university. That's what I remember. So, of course, there was open space, and so there was some areas that people parked. I didn't do that, couldn't do that. So that's one side. The second side, and you should never just look at your own family, but I'm going to look at my own family because 4 of my children attended university away from Regina, and at U of R, by the way. To a person, each one of them has started to use public transit because of where they were, and they were on U-Passes in many cases. But even better for me, my grandchildren are excited of riding the bus and the C train in Calgary and the Sky train and so on in Vancouver and so on. They actually get excited about that. It's like a big deal. It's better than riding in a vehicle. I think that the way I look at this is that there's a group of students in a democratic society, and I emphasize the democratic society because we have many votes coming up in the next year, who chose to vote and go with something. I like that. And so for 7 years, we have an agreement. We have an agreement where our city and the Students' Union sat down and said, let's work this out for the best part of each of us. And I'm really comfortable with where we're going. I'm really comfortable with the fact that we're investing in our society, in our city, and with our students. I think this is a really good deal. I'll be standing in favor.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Fraser.
Okay, thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think this is an exciting and important, issue for our city. And I think that our administration and student union administration has worked hard to come together to make a deal that's both fair for students and the city. So a few thoughts on why I think a U-Pass would be good for students. Number one, for people that'll never use it, it means better parking, actually. It is a frustration for a lot of people on campus not being able to find a parking spot. More people on the bus means better parking for everyone. It gives more options for people that might not use it all the time, might still have a vehicle, but might not have access to their vehicle every day, that sort of thing. And to me, the big winners in all this would be students. Councillor Hawkins, you mentioned access to education. Students that it means they don't have to buy a car. But buying a car just to get to university is the reality for some people because of what's out there for options right now. And really, for those students particularly, this is really going to save them thousands of dollars per student. I think that's something for us to celebrate. I think this is a good deal for the city for a few reasons too. Number one, it improves the service to our citizens, both students and beyond. Number two, it gets not only students to campus, but it'll immediately get students off of campus. As someone who is a graduate of the U of R, lived on campus for a couple years, my time on campus, I didn't really know what was out there in the city because I didn't take the bus much. I think people that have access now to an improved bus system for the right price, they will come out and explore our great city, cultural things, music events, things like this, and we should celebrate that as well. And also, it came up about cultural change. I think the big cultural change piece here is that immediately, but especially as time goes on, we're going to start graduating transit riders. When people graduate university and they have a few years of riding the bus under their belt, it means they're going to keep riding the bus. I think we do have an existing culture right now in this city that the assumption is people ride the bus because they have to. And that doesn't have to be like that. People can ride the bus because they work hard for their money and they want to decide how they spend it, and having a better transit system is one more option for them to spend their money in a good way. And I think this is a very, very important step for us working towards that. So I fully and completely support this, and I'm really excited to see it hopefully go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I'm not going to repeat anything that's already been said. I know we have a long evening this evening. I'm just going to bring up two other points because I've debated this back and forth a little bit, and I truly think this is a good deal for the people of Regina, the people that we represent. So that's why I'm in favor of it. But I also see and have heard from a couple of students who say, I'm unable to take the bus to university because I work right after school and I have to drive to and from. They have to still take their car. So it's still a financial hardship for those students. They still need to pay that $90 no matter what. So they're parking their car and the $90 on top of that. I am cognizant of that, and I do feel for those people as well. And we do realize that it is an extra cost for the students. So I just wanted to add those 2 points.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That I have to be honest that I've actually changed my point of view from when the package first came into the system, that I was very uncomfortable and nervous about the numbers around the vote. But as we started getting into the discussions, that I think, certainly as others have mentioned, the key benefits of the city to get a chance to get $1.6 million in revenue in terms of the enhanced bus services, other parts of the city that my ward, Ward 4, certainly will benefit directly from those services. But I think in my change in my mind was just the kind of, I guess, the professionalism of the delegation and the students coming forward, that at my age I've got to start to recognize it's time to pass the gauntlet and start putting trust in our next generation. And I have to believe in trust, that you folks are on the ground at the campus. You're hearing from students daily. And Mr. Peters, like I say, it'd be your phone that would have been rung off the hook if it had been a backlash. Because I was initially, like I say, a little nervous. It was there going to be another vote to overturn this vote. Then I started to think about, well, is that really our responsibility to question how you raise the money? That's kind of your challenge. And as Councillor Young mentioned, there's other fees like health and dental, and I'm sure the insurance carrier wasn't questioning whether the students would actually pay or would this be overturned, et cetera. So I really have to come to respect. So I will be supporting this motion. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Burnett. Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Worship. Quick comment. We're talking about the transit conventional, and I know that the paratransit is part of this plan. So I'd just like to ask the administration, and that is so, and does it work the same way as individuals riding a conventional transit when someone asking for using paratransit? Your Worship.
Mr. Onright.
Through you, Your Worship, I'll ask Mr. Bells to comment.
Mr. Bells, please.
Your Worship, this pass would also look after our customers in our paratransit fleet as well.
Okay. Thank you. And I'll make a comment, Your Worship. Most cities survive very well when you have a university close to downtown. Ours is further away, so I feel that the UPass will give the students a chance to move around. Give them a chance to, instead of being stuck, stuck at university, which there's things around there, but we'll give them a chance to get on a bus and maybe hit downtown. And that's what we've always talked about. Our downtown needs to be more vibrant. how we get people there. And this, I feel, this would be one way of giving the students or anyone else particular, if they want to just go and jump on a bus and then downtown, they can come back. So, and I think for what the price is to what the price was, I think this is a good deal. Really, when you think about now, I mean, I'm not even going to think the price is probably about $60 something a month to $90 in 3-4 months. I would take it. So, comment is, I'm excited about this. Plus, it gives us a chance to increase buses in the roads that we've been, if you look back a year or two, we've been dropping some buses that are on certain routes. So if we have more buses now, we'll be able to pick up residents that normally don't have a chance to get on it, or that are being dropped out of a road. So, Your Worship, I support this. This is a good thing.
Thank you, Councillor Fendura. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. I think the calculation is $22 a month for 8 months, so that's pretty inexpensive. I'd like to ask Mr. Onright, the last time we had a nonprofit group come forward and say, we'll give you $1.6 million a year if you help us out.
It's a trick question, Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, the time I've been here, that has not happened. And to the best of my knowledge, prior to that, it did not happen.
They're offering to give us $1.6 million to help them out, and we're debating this. Originally, I was not for it because I was looking more on the side of us versus them, but it's become a community affair, and it's not just about the university students anymore. Yes, they're funding it because it is directly related to what they want, but it also helps the city out with 5 buses, as Councillor Fendura just mentioned. But the fact of the matter is that the university students, I may be wrong, I think you're a nonprofit, is coming forward with $1.6 million to this city and saying, help us. And they're going to pay for it. And there's a contract in place. It's pretty stable ground in my book, so I'm all in favor of this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am so for this. And I was fortunate enough to be sitting at the tables where members of our transit system and the student leadership were just thinking about this as a possibility. I was there to listen. I was the counselor from Ward 1, where we have parking issues, and also the U of R is in Ward 1. So I was really interested in this whole idea. And so my comment is to compliment the leadership on the part of the city, the people in transit, Mr. Onright, and the students for being able to come up with an agreement in such a short space of time, and so well done. So congratulations.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Hinks.
Thank you. I, too, will be supporting this. I think it's a great thing for Regina. And I did have a call by somebody a couple weeks ago about West Hill, going deep into West Hill. Do you know if this will cover that?
Mr. Bells, are you asking? Mr.
Through your
Onright?
worship, I'll ask Mr. Looning to comment.
Mr. Looning.
The service that was discussed with the students' union was high level, so it's not defined at this moment. There was no discussion initially about that location, but this will have to go through a public consultation process to see what exactly those services are and how they fit in with the university.
I think it's really important that we do look at that part of the city. There's the areas where they have to walk without sidewalks to get to the bus stop to get on a bus, so I'm hoping you have a look at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hinks. Councillor Moore, can you take the chair, please?
Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I rise in support of the report before us for UPass, and I just wanted to reflect on my journey in this discussion, because initially I wasn't skeptical as much as I wanted to understand the costing, the provision of service, the impact on students, the impact on taxpayers as well. Those are all to me, very important elements to look at, and fairness and reasonableness. It is clear that this is a good deal for both sides, but in particular, it's a good deal for the City of Regina. Councillor Hawkins makes a good point, where the risk is not with the city at all. Absolutely not. It's with students. But the students have thought about it, and they're prepared to accept that. And they've done their modeling to see the number of students that will be here. That's all well and good. And I support that. I think it's a good plan for everyone. I'm not so sure that it'll revolutionize how we take transit in the city. I think that will be an evolutionary prospect over a number of years. But anytime we can enhance bus service across the city, that's very good as well. The only part that I think about on this one is the manner in which those were included or excluded from voting. And to me, if you want to make it a universal program, everyone votes. Whether you live within a mile of the university or you live outside the city, you should have the right to vote and the right to participate. And if you decide there's going to be exclusions, they should be very narrow in exclusion. That being said, the City of Regina is not a party to the mechanics of a referendum and how it's worded and how people are included or excluded. We take the information from the University Student Union. I would only say that in the future, on a program that's classified as universal when it really isn't, there should be some recognition of that fact. That being said, this, in a high level, is good for the city. It's good for the students. And when I got to the executive committee meeting and had read the reports, and I was thinking, where is the downside here? Where is it? A guaranteed revenue source for 7 years, guaranteed ridership, or will there be payment in any case? If that's how the Students' Union feels that way, and apparently they do, I'm all for it. Are we adding new routes for the city? Yes, we are. So the general public will also benefit from enhanced service across the city. There really is, aside from the point I made about the referendum in a very narrow way, there is no downside. So I will support the UPass. Thank you. So Councillor Murray will not close debates, so all people have spoken, so I'm going to call the question on the report. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. We'll move on to our next series of delegations, and this is with the Civic Museum of Regina. The first delegation is Rob Deglow. So Deglow, if you identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm joined today with our Vice President and Treasurer, Scott Cheston. We pretty much like to thank the Community Services and Protective Services Committee for the recommendation with the amendment, and just encourage Council to concur in the recommendations. And we're just here to answer if there's any extra questions.
Thank you for that. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Murray?
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Thanks, Mr. Deglow, for coming forward. Tell me a little bit more about the Board of Directors and some of the work that they've been doing in recent to try to keep this museum alive. What are some of the efforts that have been forward? What are some of the ideas? Has there been some brainstorming?
Well, what's interesting is, unfortunately, that we had to close, but what happened was the net result is the amount of groundswell support that we've got. And what's come forward to us is a lot of potential partners. And that's the reason why we needed to open up the doors again, because we needed to show off what we were doing. We're already talking, and I know there's been conversation, and it was an item at the library that a discussion go forward with the library. But because really what we're looking for is what's this new museum going to be like? What are the things that can happen? So next week I meet with Sask Archives. We've met with Sask Culture because they're not sure what's happening with the soundstage. Is there an opportunity there? What we're doing is going as far as we can around and having those discussions. And this is something where I think Council could maybe help us with a role.
Excellent. Okay. So is there some of the best practices that are being used by other museums, other similar entities? Are there some ideas there that are being tossed into the mix, something that becomes more, I guess, more contemporary in the way that we see or use a facility or a museum?
we have an opportunity to really reinvent ourselves. And when we take a stop and take a look around Canada and North America and around the world, what are museums now evolving? Is it a virtual museum? Is there a small plant? Or is it all over the place? I mean, some of the things we talked about is really drilling down to some of the facilities we have in this city. Can there be larger displays coming into the airport? As you walk through the Regina exhibition, is there places that we can have some of our displays? If there's a window closed in a store, can one of our displays go there? So we become more of a mobile museum. We use a lot more in technology, the web, social media. So, like I said, there's nothing designed in stone right now. We have an opportunity to really drill down to a whole bunch of community partners and a whole bunch of different players to say, hey, what is our new museum going to look like?
Well, I appreciate that. Thanks very much for coming forward, taking questions, Your Worship. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward. My question may cover a bit of the ground that Councillor Murray has raised, and it's this. When you were before Community and Protective Services, we talked about the need for a good business plan to support the museum, and that's why, indeed, the extra funding came along. What steps have you taken to date towards developing that business plan, and what kind of options are you considering to raise revenue which would support the museum under a new business plan?
That's interesting. Right now, we're only developing the RFP. We've identified probably 6 major players across Canada that can help us with the community consultation or the development of the plan. We met with the university, with the Centre for Management Development, and said what kind of a role could they play in helping with this development plan. The piece being, we believe that we have a chance now to have community engagement. We really want to go back to the community and ask for their input on what kind of things that we should put and be thinking about. So when we talked to the universities, those are some of the things that we drilled down with them, and they said, yes, we're prepared to play with you.
What in this process, it may be early days, but can you tell us what additional sources of revenue, other than the city, because I think the city is anxious that you develop additional sources of revenue, what additional sources of revenue are you considering? What other revenue streams might be viable that you might tap into in terms of developing your business plan?
Our treasurer would probably answer that.
With your permission, Your Worship. Some of with the critical mass that we're starting to build, I took numerous phone calls, emails over the last month and a half or so with regard to people being very interested in wanting to get involved with the museum. One of the things that we currently do is we have a membership. So we do sell memberships as a part of the museum. One of the challenges with a membership model is that you need to have a value proposition that comes with that membership. What we'd like to do is, with the critical mass, we'd like to hold some town hall meetings, get groups of people who are interested and have a good feeling and really are passionate about a museum locally and want to drive this, that we get the membership. What that does is that allows us to get the contact information and the ability to then go for a soft ask and start going down a donation model. And the hopes would be that we can continue this build like a snowball as it rolls down the hill, that it gets larger and larger, that now we can start getting business owners and firms throughout the city and even potentially in the area to give us some donations and start some of that philanthropic giving. I think that if we can start doing some of the philanthropic work, that's where the long-term cash flows will come from.
Do you believe that it would be worthwhile to charge revenue for admission, charge an admission fee?
Through your worship, those are one of the things that we'll be looking at in the development of the business plan. Because as we look at other models, we'll say, okay, has it been successful in this city and so forth. So one of the things we'll do is actually look for different revenue streams. We'll look at, one example is, can we find a benefactor where our physical plant can be located? And I think this is a question we want to ask you again. Can you help us actually broker some meetings with Regina Exhibition Limited, Mosaic Stadium, because these are people that have facilities. Is there a role for us, a room for us to situate in those facilities?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. A year ago, did you see the museum closed? Could you foresee that?
We knew almost 5 years ago that the continued funding at that level would eventually bring us to this stage.
So, so it's been urgent to do something about this for a number of years.
That's correct.
But the closure kind of was the impetus that actually made things happen. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Where do you foresee yourself in a year from now?
A year from now, we see us having a solid business plan, which will be validated by this council, which will then give us the blueprint of going forward. It'll be either an increased funding model, it'll be maybe different partners, maybe we become part of the library. I don't know that piece. Maybe our new home is part of the Regina Exhibition Limited, and we have a facility in there. There's so many different ways to look at what could be, and that's why this community engagement piece, I think, is the most important part in developing this business plan.
Thank you for that. You've mentioned Regina Exhibition Association a number of times. So have you reached out and called them yet?
No, we're hoping that we could use council and administration to broker those meetings for us, kind of get a sense of urgency. We don't know who exactly to be calling at these organizations, and hoping through administration and yourself that you can broker this. We have a list of other things that we'd like to. We'd actually like to have high-level conversation with your facilities management team to see if, in the development of the city, where do we sit? Is there a role for us?
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Hinks.
With successful sports organizations and things like that, you know, or the Globe and places like, they have like dinners every year to raise money and draws, and like I question why you guys haven't done something like that up till now. To you know, it also causes excitement about the place and everything else if you do you know, social things to make some money.
That's correct, Councillor. We had been doing that, but our steak dinners were raising about $2,500. Based on our funding that we had, we knew that we were going smaller and smaller. We were to a point that we didn't have the resources to even manage or plan that. So that's why the development of a business plan will outline exactly what you're talking about. How do we do fund development?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hinks. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Evening, gentlemen. Thanks for coming back. I want you to know I'm going to ask you a question I asked you at Community Protective Services because I'm just not clear. So I'm just going to look back at revenues and expenses from 2012, 2013, 2014, and 2015 isn't posted. So there was a loss that I'm just going to round to about $205,000 or so in those years. So my first question is, you obviously had money before. How come you had money before and you don't have money now?
Those were the bequests that we've had over the last decade to help us find a new location. We had been working with administration on a couple of projects over the years. A building that had been foreclosed next to the Silk Building, next to the Royal Sask. We were hoping to make a bid at that one for $1, but the city instead sold it for $30,000. Then we worked with administration and means to save the Legion and use our money towards resurrecting or putting a museum there. All those ended, and then once our rents tripled, we knew that we had to find a location. So that's where those expenditures came in. That was part of our reserve to develop and set up a permanent gallery space and our collection. Scott, may you add on to that?
With your permission, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
The funds that we had in the previous years, we had appropriated surplus that was set aside for the move. One of our collection pieces is the train engine in front of the Casino Regina. We've got a number of there was a number of different items that we had the money set aside for. So we'd actually, boards long before I ever came along, had asked us to move as a museum, and so we had this money set aside. So the first year in 2012, 2013, a lot of those losses were due to the move. We took a substantial loss because of that. It was a one-time hit. That being said, what we had to do was we dipped in, we had some of that appropriated surplus still set aside for the move. It was a substantial amount of money that we were able to subside over the last couple of years. Our intent is to go out and get further cash from philanthropic organizations. We'd set some fairly lofty goals, and it was a tough market. So one of the challenges we're having is we're competing against the Globe Theatres. We're competing against the Mackenzie Art Galleries. I happened to look at some financial records for some of the not-for-profit larger organizations that are funded by the city, and some of their philanthropic giving over the last 3 years has gone up 20%. And so what that does is that puts us at a competitive disadvantage already in a marketplace where we're disadvantaged. So that's one of the big challenges that we have. But my long-term goal, so we talked about what do we look like in 1 year. I would like the museum to eventually have organic cash flows that we can fund ourselves. How that looks, I have no idea, but I would like us to be able to fund ourselves to a point where we don't have to rely on the city.
Thank you.
That is a pie-in-the-sky goal, but I don't know if we'll get there or not.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks. There are two numbers within the recommendation. So I'm very clear on the 25,000. You're working toward a business case that is a long-term sustainable. Would that be an accurate statement, by the way?
That's correct.
Long-term and sustainable. Then there is this other amount that Community Protective Services kind of threw on the table, a one-time investment of 60. Could you tell me how you'd spend that?
That's simply to open up the museum once the recommendation goes forward and to staff it appropriately. That way we can start working with those potential partners that have made themselves available. So
Okay.
Rent and wages till the end of the year.
Only rent and only wages? Okay, so, okay, I'll think about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening. Thank you. I am wondering about some of the ideas that you put forward earlier when you were speaking about a mobile displays, which kind of sounds kind of interesting because people would know that you exist and it might be of interest to them and they might then visit the museum itself. In order to have a museum that's exciting and changes often, and in order to have mobile displays, you really need a curator. You need expertise for that. Is that part of the plan you have for
Yes,
raising money and moving forward?
Yes, part of our plan, the smallest end of it is that we have a curator, executive director, but we also have an outreach educator. Because really, part of our goal was to tap back into the schools. There's a lot of outreach work the museum used to do years ago, and that was to the seniors' homes, respite places. We had reminiscent kits that would go out along with volunteers. And really, it was a treasure trove, a trunk where everybody went through and started remembering, oh, I remember my great-grandmother with one of these.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Flegel.
Thanks, and welcome back, gentlemen. Are you currently paying rent on Broad Street today?
Yes, we are.
So you're vacated the property, but
No, we've not been vacant. We had to close. We didn't have the operating cash to keep going.
So what does closed mean as opposed to vacating?
Vacating would be an empty building.
So what are you doing with the stuff in there right now?
It's sitting there waiting to pay rent.
Okay, are you close to being up to date, or?
No. The $60,000 will bring us back up to date and pay us till the end of the year.
Pay it till the end of the
Yeah.
year. And by then, you will be coming back with a business plan?
That's correct.
And have everything intact. And so the actual grant that you get, $105,000 or $110,000, if it comes forward
In January.
April, but
Yeah.
it won't be approved till probably, is your landlord going to hold you, are they going to be okay? Because you're not going to have the money for January, February, March.
We've met with our landlord, and they're quite excited to keep us in that location. Matter of fact, they've come to us with alternative business ideas. One of the things they talked about is additional revenue generating. If the museum can be a source of knowledge, people doing research in historic buildings, could we broker or charged for that service. It was one of the things they talked about.
So if I could, they haven't come forward with a half-price sale on rent or for the next 12
That's
months?
negotiations, and I can't
Okay.
talk anymore about that.
Okay, no, that's great. I mean, if there is that negotiation going on, that's always a positive, because why move if you can pay a little less and stay? The other thing, you obviously don't have $1.6 million in your account for us to have, so we can help you out? Okay, I was just checking, so just wanted to say, thanks.
We're going to make friends with the student union, though.
Other questions of the delegation? I have a couple, and I just, Councilor Flagel touched on it a bit. It's the timing. 60,000 gets you to the end of December.
That's correct.
And what happens if your report of we are providing resources for the 25,000 is not finished by December?
We've already had that discussion through your administration, and we've asked for a little bit of lenience for our final report going forward to our new grant cycle. We know that our timeline is tight, and I think through administration we saw the report coming in, final draft finishing at about the end of December, coming to your committee in January, or to administration with some kind of report. I think, if I can paraphrase administration, about February, you would get the final report, February, March.
I'm only wondering about bridging between the end of the financing and when your report is finished. Have you, and not that you need an answer, have you,
we would go right into our new funding cycle.
With respect.
Okay, sorry.
If you thought about what you do with that gap between the end of December and February in terms of funding or paying rent, as an example. Have you thought about that?
Yes, we have, and we've already talked to partners and landlords to make them aware that we might have a tight time frame.
Your RFP, is that going out soon?
Once the vote goes out, it'll be out tomorrow.
So once, just so I'm clear, the scope of work through the RFP, would that entail? Because you're talking about us wanting to open doors for you to look at ideas. Are you including the city in doing some of the work that maybe should be done by the winner of the RFP?
No, we're just asking for some of your guidance. Really, you hold a lot of facility, land and space in the city. We just want to make sure that we are having a conversation to see if there's something that could be made available to us. We've asked administration that if we have a town hall meeting, is there an opportunity for us to use the forum to bring people together? It was those type of things that we said that we could probably use a little bit of extra help on. With our discussions with the university, we believe we have the resources and manpower to do all the heavy legwork. But again, too, we look for you, to this council administration, for that additional guidance or some door opening.
Good. Thank you very much. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next delegation. Chad Novak. Mr. Novak, if you could state your name, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and council may have questions for you afterwards.
Good evening, City Council, City Administration, and members of the gallery. My name is Chad Novak, and I am here on behalf of the Saskatchewan Taxpayers Advocacy Group, which is a grassroots organization proudly standing up for individual taxpayers. I'm here today to comment on the agenda item before you, which is addressing the funding for the Regina Plains Museum, which is also known as the Civic Museum of Regina. I would like to first offer my sincerest gratitude to the Community and Protective Services Committee for their efforts on September 9th, because without their input, the 5th recommendation before you this evening would not exist. Like so many others in our great community, I was excited to be witness to what I consider to be history in the making, as that committee demonstrated a very sincere concern and understanding for the importance of our city's heritage. When they recommended and voted unanimously in favor of additional funding of $60,000 to help reopen the museum, I was overjoyed, because it meant that the hard work of the museum board and all of the museum volunteers over the decades wasn't going to waste. One item that seemed to be recurring in the discussion amongst committee members on September 9th was the concern for the high rent that the museum is currently paying. Now, it is my understanding that a great deal of work was put in by the museum board in order to evaluate all of their alternatives and arrive at the decision to move to the location they currently call home on Broad Street. Now, with that said, I've done some investigative work of my own, and I've found that a few things that I would like to bring to light this evening, so hopefully it will alleviate any further concerns or comments that may arise regarding their rent costs. First off, their current rent. Did you know that their current lease is for $17.35 per square foot? Now compare this to the market average, which according to an Avis & Young report of January 2015 ranges between $18 and $25 per square foot, which you'll see in your appendix. When you hear those numbers, what they're paying now doesn't sound so bad, now does it? Now, compare that to what they were paying at their old location, which was only $9.60 a square foot. But wait, that was prior to the new landlord taking over in 2012 and also didn't factor in their cost of storage of the artifacts that were housed in a leaky City of Regina building. What was their new rate at the old location, you ask? Well, would you believe that the new landlord proposed a whopping $28 per square foot? Thankfully, the museum board, of course, found that this was completely unacceptable, and with their knowledge and expertise, were able to negotiate with that landlord to get it down to a more reasonable $20 per square foot. Given that the new location has far more display and storage space, better visibility, wheelchair accessibility, on-site parking, and overall curb appeal, I see the location to Broad Street being a very wise decision and one that we should not question any further unless we are willing to put ourselves in their shoes from 3 or 4 years ago when the decisions were made. Going forward, the museum has a monumental task ahead of them, but one that I feel is attainable and achievable. Is 3 months enough time to develop a detailed long-term business plan? Well, that is something that they will have to ultimately decide. Personally, I would like to see them given a little bit longer to develop the plan, perhaps allow them the 3 months to develop a short-term 1 to 2 year outlook, and then another 3 months to develop a 5 to 10 year outlook. I feel it is vital that we get this right the first time, and the more time they are given, the more detailed and accurate a business plan they will be able to have put together. Now, as I mentioned on September 9th, it is so important that we all take a moment here to pause and take a look at today as a brand new day, a brand new day for Regina's heritage future. I know myself, I am so very proud to stand here today and say that I can see a great future ahead for the Civic Museum of Regina. And I, as a chartered professional accountant, would be honored to offer any assistance that they may need to guarantee that future. I've already been reviewing several documents and reports from across our great nation, and I'll just skip ahead a little bit here.
You have 1 minute to go.
Yep. Funding should be anywhere between $500,000 and $2 million. Of course, I'm not asking for that, but we do need an immediate action plan along with a realistic financial plan for their long-term prosperity. So I ask for you to please vote in favor of their one-time additional funding grant of $60,000. I would also ask that you please look at, we know that they're going to be coming back in 2016 for more funding. It's already been discussed at the previous council or committee meeting, so I would ask that it be their current grant be increased to $200,000 per year, pending the final business plan. There are significant financial resources, it's attached in your package, that are available to make this zero cost to the taxpayers. So in closing, I would like to reiterate that there is indeed a high demand for this museum, and given its long existence, it would be devastating to our community if we were to lose such a valuable resource. Please respect our city's heritage and provide an immediate funding boost so that they can reopen their doors and long-term funding commitment that enables them to thrive for many years to come.
Mr. Novak, your time is up.
Thank you, and I will open the floor to any questions.
Questions of the delegation?
Thank you. Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your presentation, Mr. Novak. You mentioned, I mean, it's for the, supposing this report gets funded, it's for the report to decide. You mentioned about the cost per square footage. Do you have any thoughts on the current location, like if that's a good location?
Well, personally, in terms of where it is, I think it's pretty unique, the fact that they're in the warehouse district, which is in itself a historic district of Regina. I like that idea. The cost, obviously, if we compare it to what the industry average is, it seems to be comparative. Ideally, what I would like to see them go into in the future would be some kind of a heritage building of sorts, you know, because it plays on the whole historic theme of what it exists for.
Sure. Okay. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fraser. No other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery,
Thank you.
and we'll move on to our final delegation on this report. Susan Burley. She's not here.
Your Worship, if she's not here, I can move receipt of her.
I'll move motion to receive and file report. Councillor Bryce, a seconder, please. Okay. Councillor Hawkins does it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we'll move on to Councillor Flago for the Community Protective Service report on the Plains Museum.
Thank you. CR 15-99, and it's the recommendations of Community Protective Service in concurrence, and that the City Council approve a one-time grant of $25,000 from the 2015 Community Investment Grant Reserve for Community Protective Services for the Regina Plains Museum to develop opinions or options on how to sustain, execute their mandate or business plan, and that the Executive Director of City Services be authorized to negotiate and approve funding agreement with the Plains Museum. And then finally, and well, there's two actually, that this is be proposed business plan be completed by December 31st, at which time administration will report back to Community and Protective Service with recommendations. And then finally, this one was added sort of after the, as the meeting went on, that there be an additional one-time investment of $60,000 for 2015, and we voted in concurrence and approved it.
Good. Seconder for the report, please. Councillor Fernandez moves that. Speakers to the report. Other speakers to the report. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. I'm really clear on the $25,000. I'm really clear on the fact that there's a business plan. I'm very clear that it will come back to Community Protective Services and ultimately to you. I am admittedly disappointed that 2 years ago or 3 years ago there wasn't the same, I'll call it business plan proposal before us. $200 and some thousand is an awful lot of money to go through in a short period of time, and it may be higher without accounting for 2015. I'm not prepared to write a blank check for something, so I propose an amendment to number 5. It currently reads that there'll be a one-time investment of an additional $60,000 for 2015. The amendment that I would like to add is that the funds be limited to rent and wages. That's what I heard it was intended for. And that the administration be provided with the full cost accounting of how that money was spent.
Seconder for the motion, Councillor Hinks, seconds that.
Okay. So I really don't have anything to add. I'm just looking. I can support it if we get something back and we understand how the money went.
Okay. Speakers to the amendment. Very clear on the amendment? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor O'Donnell, you have time left on your speaking. You're okay? Other speakers to it? Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. We heard from one of the delegations about perhaps facilitating some meetings. So through you, Your Worship, I'd just like to ask administration, are we helping with this? And if not, could we be?
Mr. Onright?
Through Your Worship, yes, we are helping, and yes, we are prepared to move forward and assist with setting up those meetings. This would be similar to what we've done with the curling clubs in facilitating those talks.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other speakers? Oh, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I moved at Community and Protective Services the motion for the extra $60,000. I mention that only because in the context of that discussion, it was clearly understood that there was an urgent situation here and that a business plan had to be developed. And I want to underline again that this is urgent. This cannot go on and on and on and on and on. This is a, I don't like to use this term, but this is a deathbed reprieve, and it has to be taken advantage of. 3 weeks have passed since that meeting, and I don't see that much has changed. I want to say to the Civic Museum, pick up the phone. Don't wait for the city. Don't wait for an invitation. Get on the phone to Community agencies that may become your partners and start to explore some ideas. I also want to say, start now to look for best practices. Don't rely too much on an RFP in a few more weeks and a few more weeks after that while the winner of the RFP gets themselves up to speed. There's only 3 months here when you realize that Christmas, that's what we're away from Christmas. So this is an urgent situation. I also want to say, don't count on getting $100,000 next year, as you have in past years, from the grants funding program. We need to do something here because this is important. A city that loses its past loses its future. But it's up to the people who are championing the Civic Museum. It's not up to the administration. It's not up to anybody else. It's up to you folks to defend this, to get some ideas, and to show that this is a viable proposition. So I urge you to get on with the job, to treat this as urgent. I'm glad there's a little bit of money there. I think the city is right to provide you a small window to get on with the job, but you have to get on with the job. I don't think there's a second chance here. So, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to be very clear about that because while I think we had to give this money, I also think there were certain strings attached, and the strings are, please get on with developing a viable business plan to save an important asset in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other speakers? Councillor Flanagan to close debate.
Thanks. Just a couple of comments, and in my other world of real estate, I know that there's other buildings out there, and these are just dollars and cents things that I was in a building on North Broad, and it's $8 a square foot. So 17 is expensive, and it's not a bad building. Maybe needs a little bit of retrofitting, but it's not a bad spot. So there are those opportunities out there, and when I saw $8,800 a month for rent for a nonprofit, that's a little, in my books, that's a little pricey when there's other things in other places that could be. Maybe we as a city, the administration, we can find some buildings around and pay utilities and that if we're not utilizing the buildings. But we need to find something a little bit more long-term than ad hoc fixing this, and it's too expensive. And, yeah, we were downtown on Scar Street, and the landlord decided to charge more rent. That was then. Today is today, so we have to deal with that. To pay $20 a square foot is in my books a little bit rich, but the part I want to hear from the group is the fact of this is what we can do, and to put a business plan together that takes 3 months, I think that's my estimation. That's a little bit long because we go back to administration and we say to administration in 3 weeks, get us some answers, get us some figures, get us some stuff, and they can come up with it. And they're dealing with 100 different things on their plate at the same time. I think a group like yourselves, Mr. Deglau, and sorry, I forget your name, I think there's something that you can do on a little bit faster expediting in making it work so that we can get some information back, maybe even in December, so that we can have some decisions so that when we go forward into the new year, it's not just dragged out. And I mean, I know you all have jobs and everybody works, but at some point you have one focus, and that's to sustain the Regina Museum, and I think it's a priority. And as Councillor Hawkins says, it's kind of like the Easter resurrection. It's time, and we need to bring it back. So, and it's a great facility. Don't get me wrong. I'm not opposed to it at all. I think it's great. It's done lots of good things. It talks about history, but we need to move forward and quickly. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flanagan. He's closed debate. There's no other debaters on the issue. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Your Worship, can I move about a 10-minute recess?
10-minute recess, seconded. Councillor Flanagan. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Back in 10 minutes. I'd like to call the meeting back to order, please. We don't have, it's a short one with this one. This will be very short. It's one with, it's a short one. Okay. Yeah, it's a short one. I'd like to call the meeting back to order, if I could, please, and we'll move on with our next delegation related to recycling user fees in 2016-17. Chad Novak is the speaker for this one. Mr. Novak, for the record, you can state your name, you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, City Council, City Administration, and members of the gallery. Once again, my name is Chad Novak, and I'm here on behalf of the Saskatchewan Taxpayers Advocacy Group, which is a grassroots organization proudly standing up for individual taxpayers. I'm here tonight to comment on the agenda item before you, which is addressing the recycling fee charged to residents for curbside recycling service. Now, I note that the recycling service appears to be designed to provide full cost recovery, which is why there is the user fee of $91.25 per year. While I appreciate the intent of this effort, I feel it is a very dangerous precedent that has been set, as it has opened the door for further cost recovery efforts for other city-provided services. This is currently the norm in Regina Utility Service and appears to be catching on in other programs, such as the Parking Enforcement Program. Now, before there are any suggestions that this is simply fear-mongering, I direct your attention to the closing paragraph in the background section of this agenda item. It clearly states, prior to the next fee review, the administration will consider the feasibility of implementing a single solid waste user fee. The intent will be to provide full cost recovery. So indeed, the next step is to consider implementing an additional fee to collect garbage in order to realize full cost recovery of the program. Now, one of the many concerns that come to mind when I hear this is, well, where does this cost recovery effort stop? Paying to use Service Regina, paying to apply for nonprofit funding programs, setting up a 900 number to talk to your counselor. Where does this end? Or more importantly, in the future, what are our property taxes supposed to be paying or supposed to pay for going forward? If we want to run the municipal government truly like a business, charging a fee for every single service provided, then I sincerely hope that you're considering wiping out property taxes altogether. Because as far as I'm concerned, that's what property taxes are supposed to be for, paying for services that the city provides to taxpayers. Now, another concern that I have is what happens to when there's excess revenues from these given cost recovery services. Now, I realize that the protocol is to go into a reserve. However, what happens when it gets to a point that is no longer considered reasonable? Currently, there are over $210 million sitting in various reserve accounts. I'll jump forward here to save some time. Within the solid waste reserve, for example, you have an annual surplus of $15 million with a current reserve of around $30 million. When is this going to be considered too much, and either refunds issued to residents or a reduction in landfill fees? Now note that this is according to bylaw, that it is already significantly too much. An acceptable range is identified as between $0.3 million and $13 million. Parking Services is a relatively new program to City Hall, but is already producing an average $3 million annual surplus without even considering the $1.5 million in lost annual revenues identified in the 2014 Parking Study Report. I'll skip the next two things, just save some time. Within the report before you this evening, there's a statement about the goal to divert 40% of the residential waste away from the landfill by the end of 2015. Since we are pretty close to the end of 2015, I would ask, how are we doing with this goal? How is this measured? What do you plan to do differently if the statistics show that we are falling significantly behind of these, or short of these goals? Now, the one thing I suggest you consider this evening when determining the amount of, or better yet, the need of, a recycling user fee is the intent of the recycling program overall. Is the intent of this program solely to provide another service to residents with cost recovery as the sole determining factor? And if the answer is yes, then I would suggest that there are far better options to fund this program, other than going back to the taxpayer with yet another form of taxation. Might I suggest the $5.5 million annual cost be recovered by the $15 million annual surplus that the landfill is currently providing, or the $50 million annual surplus from the utilities? Have we had any success with the interim provincial recycling funding program, which is the Municipal Recycling Transition Fund, and have we considered the potential to impact future funding from the multi-material recycling program? Now, if, however, the intent is to encourage more recycling and thus divert waste from the landfill, which I believe it is, might I suggest a completely different approach? One of the common concerns raised when this program was introduced, and continues to be a concern today, was that of, well, what is the encouragement to recycle?
Mr. Nova, you have 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. I get charged regardless, but garbage is free. But we all know the last statement isn't exactly true, considering it might be considered in the future. 28% of homes currently do not recycle that do have a cart. We need to address this now. So in closing, I would ask that you please vote to completely remove the recycling user fee altogether and find alternate ways to fund this program. I've identified a few options for you this evening, but I am confident your administration can develop even more and evaluate all options available and recommend a solution going forward. Thank you so very much for your time today, and I will open the floor to any questions you may have.
Questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can return to the gallery, and we'll turn to Councillor Bryce for a report on the user fees for 2016-17.
Thank you. I will move CR 15-100. The recommendation is that the residential recycling fee remain at 25 cents a day, which equals $91.25 per year for the period for January 1st, 2016 to December 31st, 2017. That's the recommendation.
Could I have a second for that, please? Councillor Hinks.
Thank you. Sorry. Sorry about that. So I just want to have a few questions for administration and a few comments. So the user fee for the recycling, is this, it costs X and this is what we charge? Is that what it works out to be?
Ms. Casemo?
Through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Legault, our Director of Solid Waste, to explain how the fee works.
Ms. Legault?
Through you, your worship, yes, we tabulate the total cost of the program, and then we assess the user fee based on full cost recovery.
Thank you. So how are we doing so far with the diversion?
Through you, your worship, at the last count, which was earlier this year, we were holding at approximately 18.5% diverted from the landfill based on the volumes that were there prior to the Waste Plan Regina being developed.
Thank you. I also want to ask a question about the solid waste reserve. What do we have that reserve for?
Ms. Legault?
The solid waste, through you, your worship, the solid waste reserve is made up of surpluses of both the landfill operations as well as the waste diversion or the recycling programs. The solid waste reserve is there to fund any deficits from those programs from an operating perspective, but is also there to fund any capital expenditures, long-term maintenance and closure costs. Once a landfill is completely at capacity, there is a legislative requirement to maintain that landfill and monitor it for 50 years into past its useful life, and also any capital expenditures, equipment, and any infrastructure that we need for the landfill.
Thank you very much. So I don't have a problem with this. When we first brought the recycle program forward, it was to the residents of Regina wanted it. So we wanted to show this is the cost for the recycling, so this is what we pay as residents here in Regina, which equals 25 cents a day. So the surpluses, I also don't have a problem with that. We need to look into the future and be able to have funds available when we need to do something like open a new landfill or close a landfill or buy equipment. So I think that surplus is there for a reason, and if we have a deficit one year, we have money to actually cover that deficit. So I encourage everybody to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. I'm not sure I heard the right answer, but when this program first started, I think I saw something in a report after 6 months, there was a 35% user household. Has that number gone up substantially since then? Because it's now 2.5 years, and I remember seeing a report. It was about 6 months after we opened this up, and we thought the number was going to grow to 60-70% of the people actually using, because not everybody uses it on a weekly or bi-weekly basis, and the volume of recycling going to Emterra should have grown as well. Have we seen a growth in that as well?
Ms. Legault?
Through you, Your Worship, currently we are seeing 28% of residents not participating on a regular basis. So conversely, 72% are participating on a regular basis. Our goal for participation is in the 85 to 90%. Some people go on, when people go on vacation or when they're away for whatever reason, their cards aren't put out. With regards to volumes of materials increasing to the material recovery facility, we are not seeing the increase that we expected to see. So the first year it was a 6-month period, we were looking at about 6,000 tons of material going to our material facility. In 2014, 11,000. This year we're on track for matching last year at 11,000 tons.
Okay. Just as far as the household users and stuff, if I take my situation or anybody that's sort of in my own situation, if I have some things that I want to recycle and my neighbor's got their bucket out, I might just take it and throw it in their bucket to make a full bucket. Can we track that at all? Do we have any idea? Because that could change and get us up to the 82%.
Isn't that illegal?
No, it's not. It's not. I'm not divulging anything. It probably happens a lot. And I guess what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to encourage residents to do that so we have a full bucket instead of picking up 50 quarter-full buckets when we could use our neighbors. And don't anybody get on me about that, because that's crazy. I'm just trying to be more efficient for the city.
You can't unsay that.
And I'm a very good environmentalist as well. But is there any way we can track, because there's a lot of households that maybe don't have enough to fill a bucket in a 2-week period, but they do it once a month. But do we go by volume, or do we go by pickup, or how do we work that?
Both, I think. Ms. Legault?
Through you, Your Worship, I'm going to have to think about this response. We encourage our residents to recycle as much material as they can. So if their current bin is full, for them to talk to their neighbors and ask them to use their bin, we would strongly encourage that. Our measures are by weight. It is the most objective measure that we have, and therefore when we look at volume increases, we're always looking at the weights. And what we're seeing right now is that the weights are the same. But in saying that, the one thing that we have observed since the beginning of the recycling program is that recyclable materials actually weigh less than they did back in, say, 2008 and 2009. So something as simple as a water bottle or a beverage container weighed substantially more than it does now because of the change in technology. The other thing we've noticed are people are using less paper. And so the expectation to have less paper is not that they're recycling it, but it's actually not being used.
Okay. When the program was first brought out, of course, our arch nemesis or our friend in Saskatoon, we always compared to them as to how they do it and how we're going to do it and the cost and the back and forth. And then they had a budget that helped to reduce their monthly fee. Are we still in line with Saskatoon, or where does that compare across Saskatchewan in terms of our collection fee annually, which works out to about $750 a month?
Ms. Legault?
Through you, Your Worship, Appendix A in the report does have some comparables. What we found with comparing recycling fees from one municipality to the other is they're all based on a number of variables, whether it be collection frequency, whether the service is delivered in-house or through a service provider. So it was difficult to look at comparables. What we're finding is that we have looked at the total cost of the program and recommended a user fee that's based on the principle of cost recovery.
Okay. One more question is, again, something we talked about, possibility of looking at, is that in slower times, would we reduce pickup time, i.e. maybe the winter time, less recycling, go once a month, garbage, which is not part of this, but garbage every 2 weeks, et cetera, et cetera. So is that something we still look at or are going to?
Ms. Legault?
Through you, Your Worship, last year, Council asked us to take a look at collection frequency, and we responded to that motion in February of this year at Public Works and Infrastructure. We looked at the frequency collection, and we felt at this time, given that we are trying to promote recycling, it would be best that we maintain the biweekly presence in the community by collecting it biweekly rather than reducing it.
Perfect. Thanks. And I won't tell you what I do with my garbage. So,
thank you, Councilor Flagel. That's good to know. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks. So I know I should know this, but I can never follow the story of the multi-material recycling program with the province. So I start with this. Am I correct that we have curbside recycling in Saskatchewan because the province mandated it? Is that correct?
Ms. Legault?
Through you, Your Worship, the provincial government introduced a multi-material stewardship program, and at this moment in time, it is yet to be passed by the province.
Okay, so in other words, there is no funding at this point in time, correct?
Ms. Legault?
Through you, Your Worship, currently there is a transition fund available for 2015. The hopes are that the province will approve the permanent program beginning in 2016.
Thank you. So if before us is a 2-year agreement, if there is then funding that would come from the MMRP from the province, what would we do with that funding?
Ms. Legault?
Through you, Your Worship, our intention would be to take a look at the funding and determine how it impacts a user fee.
Okay. So in other words, we'll discuss that later, okay? So on the street that I live on, I think I live with the recycling police because everybody's got their bin out every time. So I'm asking, when you talk about 28% not complying, are those identified homes, areas, or beyond? Is there, in other words, do we know who's not complying?
Ms. Legault?
Through you, Your Worship, the 28% represents the number of collections that are not made based on the 63,000 homes that we collect on a biweekly basis.
So it's random is what you're saying?
Correct.
Thanks. The numbers that you have provided for us in terms of compliance and non-compliance is based on single-family homes. What's the effect on multifamily at this point in time? Do we have any stats on that?
Ms. Legault?
Through you, Your Worship, as of August of this year, 92% of multifamily residences in the city were compliant with providing recycling services to their residents.
Okay, thanks. One more question. So when you look at non-compliance and you talk about an education program, are you going to try and not just overall ask people to recycle? Are you going to do any targeting in terms of if it's obvious some areas or houses or streets or whatever are not complying? Are you going to target them with help or information or encouragement?
Ms. Legault?
Through you, Your Worship, currently we are doing a number of things. One of them is to increase participation in recycling overall and reducing the amount of unacceptable materials into the recycling stream. The other is that we are doing a number of public outreach where we are reaching out to certain communities and certain areas within the city that do have more difficulty in participating in the program.
Okay, thanks. So I'm good with the answers, and I'm very good with the program. I'll support.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Hinks?
In other cities, do they have penalties for not recycling, or is there any way of forcing it?
Ms. Legault?
Through you, Your Worship, I'm not aware of any municipalities that have any type of fine or penalty for not participating in a recycling program.
Yeah. I live in a condo complex where there's 14 bungalows in a circle, and there's one person that he or they have put their recycle bin beside their house, and they've never moved it from the time they've got it. Is there any effort going out to, like, if people rat on people, will somebody go out and talk to them or anything?
Mr. Gull?
That's me. I put it next door.
Yeah.
Through you, Your Worship, we've never received any service requests from single-family homes. We have, however, in an effort to encourage multifamily properties, we've had a number of service requests where tenants have indicated that their property owner has not provided them with recycling service. And once we contacted the property owner, recycling service was on site.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Hinks. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Comment and a question. The report mentions that the administration will consider the feasibility of implementing a single solid waste user fee that will reflect the cost of all residential curbside waste services, including both garbage and recycling. I'd like to say, I think one of our presenters, Mr. Novak, made the point that that this is sort of a way to do a base tax, actually, if we cost out everything and charge equally across the board. In essence, that's sort of the same as moving towards a base tax. And in my mind, I don't support that in general principle. I think that if we were to move towards a single fee or separated fees for both garbage and recycling, I think I would support it if in that fee structure there was some incentive for people to increase our recycling piece. But just to note that there's a difference between just charging a user fee that is universal across the board and having a fee structure that sort of incentivizes people to create less waste ultimately, or the waste they do create, make sure that it's well recycled. So as we enter that conversation, I'd like us to keep that in mind. And one question, who's the best at this in Canada? If we could point to an example of another city that's really doing this right. I mean, it looks like we have a lot of this conversation is still before us, so Regina has the opportunity to get this right, I think. Who would we try to emulate?
Mr. Gull?
Through you, Your Worship, I don't have a particular municipality. What we look at is maturity of a program. And so when we look into Ontario, Southern Ontario, there are programs that have been in place for a number of decades, and we look at them and see what they're doing right and what they're doing that could be improved. The other areas are along the West Coast, which also have very strong recycling programs. And we are in a position with a new program, having only been in the recycling or providing the recycling service for a couple of years, of having that ability to take a look at a number of municipalities, ones that are the same size as ours, and look at the good things that they're doing and bringing them forward as recommendations for the Regina program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't take too long. Just listening to the conversation about how to get more people to participate, because I think 78% to me was very positive. I think it's very high. And just listening to sort of the closing remarks of the last delegation, that has any other city sort of reversed the fee and started charging for garbage pickup, like by weight? I'm sure the technology in terms of being able to weigh the garbage can, put it on a computer. That way, if the recycling was free and done every week, that might encourage a lot more recycling. And if you're penalized by having to pay more for your garbage, might be that kind of incentive. I don't know enough about what other jurisdictions do, but just one way in my mind, listening to some of the conversation, that might be an interesting option to look at. Thank you.
Hey, Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, contamination. Do we know how, if there's things that are not supposed to be in the recycling end up in there? Do we have a percentage? What happens there, through your Worship?
Currently, the contamination rate or the unacceptable material that are in the recycling stream is about 16% of the material that is being collected.
Okay. So when we started this whole program, we did a lot of education, and there was some nice, colorful pamphlets that went out and all that. Are we? I mean, it's been a while since everybody kind of found out what's supposed to go into a blue box. Have we going to be doing, or are we continue doing that to making sure that? Because I'm thinking if we're not, then less of the actual stuff that's supposed to go in blue ends up in the blue. So education, are we on it? Are we doing it? Or is that ongoing, to your Worship?
Mr. Gall.
Through you, Your Worship, we're at the final stages of rolling out a media campaign and a public education campaign, which I believe is a week away at most. So it's a re-education of what should or shouldn't go into the recycling cart.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Other speakers to close debate? No one others? No one. Councillor Murray, do you want to? Councillor Bryce, to close debate.
Thank you. I just want to clarify. So the non-compliant, we count for the bins that aren't out in front of houses. Is that correct?
Mr. Gall?
Through you, Your Worship, I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
So when we add up who's non-compliant, we get that by counting how many bins aren't out?
Correct.
So the people who forgot to put their bin out or thought, oh, there's only a quarter in there or half in there, we count them as non-compliant as well?
Mr. Gall?
Through you, Your Worship, we count them as not participating fully in the program. That is why our goal is not 100%. That is an unrealistic goal. Typically, in a recycling program, 85 to 90% is an acceptable level of participation.
Okay, great. I just wanted to clarify that. So it's not that they're not compliant, it's just that somebody forgot to put the bin out sometimes, or it may not be full, or somebody lives next to somebody who uses the neighbor's bin apparently, which I didn't know. So I just look for your support. I think this is a great program, and I'd like to see it continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce, on that. You closed debate on the issue, so I'll call a question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll now move on to our lineup of delegations related to Eastgate Drive and Coleman Crescent. The first delegation is Terry Lee. Mr. Lee, if you could identify yourself and tell us who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Your Worship, council members, my name is Terry Lee. I'm representing some of the businesses in the Eastgate area. It seems that we have had some serious issues with communication and information sharing. The businesses of the area have trusted the city to plan commercial developments, residential neighborhoods, green spaces, and roadways and infrastructures to make it all work. The business people then make decisions based on the city's plan. They invest money, buildings are built, businesses start up, employees are hired, and the cycle begins. The businesses have made their decisions based on a lot of factors, but a very important one is their location and the proximity to roadways that will allow their customers to get into them. But now the city wants to close a viable, important roadway that enables customers to get to their businesses. The city will tell you that a functional study was done, that they had meetings with the businesses, and that this is the best option and the only option, and the bridge must be removed or it will jeopardize the whole project. More about the jeopardy later. And they may even tell you that there have been many studies done and that your customers will find you. But did they ask the current business owners what they thought? There was a functional plan report that was created in 2008 and completed in April 2009. Sure, businesses may have been consulted if they even knew about the meeting back then, but hold on now, that was over 6 to 7 years ago. How many of today's businesses were even there then, and how many were at the meetings? The first report to City Council was submitted on the April 27th meeting. The tender for the project was issued May 5th, closing date was May 26th, and construction started June 22nd, 2015. The first time the businesses heard anything was in a mail-out that went out Saturday, May 23rd, 2015, inviting them to an open house at the Victoria Square Mall on June 4th. Then it was found out that Eastgate Drive is being closed at Coleman Crescent and the bridge is coming out. And again, they only found out if they were there and saw the poster board that showed the project details. The mail-out piece never indicated that the road was being closed, and the wording in the mail-out was very misleading. There's attachments later on. There were 2-liter post ads in the city page that was never indicated that the section of the Eastgate Drive was being closed. They didn't contain the map showing the road being closed or bridge coming out either, so nobody could tell that the road was being closed. What we have got here is a failure to communicate. In the last regular Planning Commission meeting on September 2nd, 2015, it was moved and it was resolved that the matter be referred to the administration for report that includes other options that may be available to complete the construction improvements needed on Victoria Avenue East. In the city's report submitted at the September 23rd, 2015, to the Special Planning Commission meeting, it states there is no viable option remaining that would allow this portion of Eastgate Drive in the current configuration to remain open at the end of the construction on the current project. This report was also presented at a special meeting with businesses on Saturday, September 19th. It was told that they had discussions with the consultant, WSP, but no report was given to us. When I asked if they spoke to the contractor, the answer was that they don't deal with the contractor directly. At the Special Planning Commission meeting held last Thursday, September 23rd, the city was instructed to meet the consultant and the contractor and report back to the City Council for this meeting. The Planning Commission members clearly weren't happy with the fact that no new options were brought back to the special meeting held last Thursday. There was much discussion at this meeting with respect to other options, and it seemed like the city administration had made up their minds a long time ago and that they were not going to look at any other options. There are members of the Planning Commission that are knowledgeable in construction that feel that there are definitely other options to save the bridge and keep the roadway intact until a better, more permanent solution is found that will be the benefit of all parties. Safety. I'm sure that there has been much discussion already this evening, but I guess I didn't expect to go first, of Eastgate Drive and safety, and the need to remove the bridge and close the road. A quick check on the city map, and I found 5 similar intersections with close proximity, so this is not the only one.
Mr. Lee, you have 1 minute.
I better speed it up. When I checked the accident statistics in the intersection, it isn't substantially worse than any other comparable intersections in the area. Another major factor is only one leg of this 4-way intersection is being removed. The intersection is still there. There's still stacking and sightline issues. Closing the roadway takes 4,970 vehicles per day out of the 27,490 using that roadway. Putting the vehicles on Victoria Avenue subjects traffic to a higher rate of speed and the potential to be involved in a more serious vehicle accident. I'm going to skip a little bit of this. We also have 2 uncontrolled pedestrian crossings with this plan and a large median to cross on this busy roadway where cars are coming off of Victoria Avenue at higher rates of speed and entering onto Victoria Avenue at higher rates of speed. There are no lights to stop traffic on these pedestrian crossings. Also with this design, the pedestrian traffic is walking beside Victoria Avenue.
Mr. Lee, I'll ask you to stop. I know there'll be questions, so you can amplify your answers. So
Okay.
I have to start at 5 minutes. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem.
There are questioners. I'll start with Councillor from Durham.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for coming and speaking to us. First question, when was the first time you found out about this project?
I was notified by City Hall back in the spring of 2014, I believe.
So in that information, was there anything there about the road closure?
No, none at all. I made a phone call. I was informed that the construction was going to start and they're going to replace the bridges, et cetera, et cetera. I've been lobbying the province and talking to the city about, replacing the bridges on Victoria Avenue, especially the eastbound one. So in my conversation with the city, they informed me that the bridges are coming out and they'll be replaced in 2014. Phone call later in 2014 informed me that it was going to happen in 2015 because there wasn't enough time to put it all together. I never knew anything until I read the Leader Post and found out, wow, they're taking the bridge out. What the heck's going on here?
Okay, you mentioned about the functional study. Have you seen what was in that functional study?
I read the functional study. One of the interesting things is the first option in the functional study was do nothing, leave the bridge there. There were 3 other options, and so a total of 4. And with consultation with stakeholders, and I don't know who those people were, the stakeholders came up with the 5th option. The 5th option appears as the city administration's 4th option, and the first option, do nothing, doesn't appear in the city's administration's options at all.
So then brings us the question, have you discussed this or talked to anyone else about any other options for this area?
I had made attempts to discuss things with city administration with limited success. I had talked to other contractors. Some of the contractors around the tender didn't want to talk to me, including the contractor doing the project. I did talk to another contractor that has experience. He came out to the site to visit with me. He came up with ideas. He said, yeah, there's solutions to it. I talked to members of the Planning Commission. They said, yeah, there's probably solutions to this.
Okay, just one more question, Your Worship, to you. If the project goes the way it is and everything stays the way it is, there is a pathway that's going to go along the north side of Victoria Avenue with a barricade. In your opinion, to you, if you're walking, is that safe?
I don't really think so. There's a 810 millimeter high barricade, so that's a little more than desk height. Desks are 29 inches. That's about 32 inches. A little more than desk height. So that's protecting you from the traffic on Victoria Avenue as you walk along Victoria Avenue for 110 meters. 110 meters is a little longer than the playing area in a football field, except I think last Sunday our playing area shrunk a little bit and our riders won, so that was good. But I don't feel that's safe at all. I don't think having people walk across there all that way, then going across an uncontrolled roadway, there's no stop signs, no lights, nothing. They have to just make their way across that traffic, then walk along a meridian, and then across another roadway. That's just totally unsafe. And that's on the back of my presentation. It shows maps with respect to your points and where you could get run into.
Okay. Thank you for the answers. I'm good for that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Van Der. Councillor Hinks.
You didn't get through your presentation, so I'm wondering if there's anything else you'd like to add.
Well, I had a couple of things in there. One of them is kinetic energy, and I don't know if you understand high school science and kinetic energy. But the increase in speed, with an increase in speed, you have more damage, more injury. So if you're traveling at 50 kilometers an hour compared to 70 kilometers an hour, that 20 kilometer an hour increase in speed increases the kinetic energy by 95%. So you're just about doubling your injury damage, your car damage, your body damage, whatever gets injured, by that kinetic energy. That's a very serious thing to consider. So when you're moving that traffic from Victoria Avenue, or from Coleman Crescent and Eastgate Drive out onto Victoria Avenue, you have a higher incidence of accident. In fact, I think there's 50 times more accident from the intersection of Coleman and Eastgate Drive compared to the intersection of Prince of Wales and Victoria Avenue. So there's a 50 times more higher accident rate out there. But your chance of getting injured are much higher. Their injury rates are much higher because there's a higher rate of speed.
Councillor Hinks.
in all your research and everything else, what do you think that would keep both the city happy and the businesses happy? Like, is there a solid solution that would do both?
Well, in the functional study, there was a number of solutions or a number of suggestions. And in the plans that went out for tender, there was an alternate option. There was a separate option, and there was 3 prices given on the tender. One was for the base. That was to remove the bridges on Victoria Avenue and Eastgate Drive, replace them. And that included widening of Victoria Avenue. The second separate price was for the right-in, right-out option and removing the Eastgate Bridge. And the third alternate option was to leave the Eastgate Bridge in place and just make a right-hand turn lane off of Victoria Avenue there instead of making the right-in, right-out. So that was part of the tender package. It went out on May the 1st. I don't know at what time it was decided not to accept one or the other, but the contractor had to bid on it. The engineers had to design it so that it was safe. So that means that Eastgate Drive Bridge had to be engineered so the Victoria Avenue bridges had to be engineered so that the Eastgate Drive Bridge could stay there, because that was in their plan, and the contractor gave a price on that. So he couldn't have given a price without the determination that he had to do the work.
Again, I'm going to say, what do you think is the best option?
Well, somehow we got to come to a conclusion as to what is the best option for everybody concerned. But number one is we can't shut the roadway down. That affects the business, the traffic, et cetera. If you have an accident out in there, and a major accident, and you got the roadway closed, how are people going to get around? I don't know if the administration talked to the fire department and the police about how they get around, but if you close that roadway, there's nothing north of Victoria Avenue to go east and west. South, you've got Quan Street, so that's good. But you don't want to shut off all the roadways. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Hinks. Other questioners? Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks very much. Good evening. Thanks for your presentation. I want you to know I have your paper copy here.
Okay.
And just on procedure, if I could, I'm going to ask a couple questions to the delegation so that he understands. You understand that this is, when we talk to you now, it's between you and I, but when it comes to questions about other things, that's what we ask the administration. You saw that earlier tonight. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay, good. And some assurance, that's one of the things I'll be talking about. Councillor Hinks asked you a couple questions. I'm going to be real specific. One is that, and I walked away from Planning Commission, one of the understandings I got from most of the delegations, but they wanted to see the work on Victoria Avenue complete, widening, bigger, stronger, faster. Do you concur with that thought?
Oh, definitely, and I think the contractor's doing a wonderful job and is ahead of time, and that's one of the best projects I've seen go on in a long time. But yes, it has to get completed. But I also say the bridge has to stay in, the road has to stay there until we come up with a good, viable alternative, other than just taking it out and taking a chunk of the North Service Road out, period, gone. It doesn't exist. That's not a good plan.
Understood. I'm going to ask you one other question along the same line. So it also was part of the discussion that if we went back to the administration over the next while, ask them to not only deal with affected people in the area, but also come up with a different plan for a roadway or whatever that's out there. Do you see that as an acceptable option as well?
I think that's a great option. Conversation is really good on this. But however, we got to keep the roadway open that's there today, and I think there's a way to make it safe.
You've been clear. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers? Councillor Burnett?
Thank you for the presentation. I guess one of the part that, when I was reading all our packages, and that concerns me the most is kind of off of your communication, the breakdown of communication. But to me, I look at these projects and say, okay, what's the impact on employment? What's the impact on investment, not only today but in the future? And I don't know how I gather really solid information, but can you maybe in a subjective way kind of describe what the investors and the business owners are saying about the future of that land if the road is closed?
Well, one of the things I've heard is that businesses dropped off. Employees will eventually have to be laid off. But another thing that I haven't had a chance to talk about is property taxes. My information is that property taxes are paid for based on revenue. And every year we get a form to fill out about what's our revenues, what our expenses, how much does the business really make renting out that building. So if the business goes away and a drop of 25% in businesses for about half a dozen businesses in that key core area over 5 years, if it went down 25% and the business taxes went down 25%, That's a net effect of about $447,000. So that's over 5 years. Extrapolate that over 15, 20, 30, 40 years, whatever. Even if it doesn't go down 25%, if it only goes down 10, extrapolate that out. That's a cost to the city. The businesses will give you other information of what their specific numbers are a little bit later on in other presentations. But yeah, it affects businesses, it affects employees, it affects livelihoods, it affects the profit and the viability of those businesses. If the businesses go away, that's not a good thing.
No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate your previous comments about thinking that the community is open for further discussion to try to come to the right solution we have on this problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much for answering questions. We'll move on to our next delegation, Mr. Robert Lee.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lee, if you could identify yourself and who you represent. You as well have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Okay. First of all, thank you for giving a chance to speak here. I'm Robert. I'm the owner of Ramen Donuts on Eastgate. I did a similar presentation in the last planning commission meeting on September 2nd, and I was glad to see the road closure application has been rejected, and then I felt relieved when the commission and committee give kind of a direction, say, that roads have to, you got to come back to review it. Road has to be open, and the bridge have to stay, and this section open, whatever. So really feel kind of very happy about that day. But when I attend another information section on September 19th, and I pretty much held by a roadway and the transportation department, very informed. There's no new solution, and the road is going to be closed, bridge going to be removed, and that's the best interest for the city. So you can tell how I frustrated that day. I just kind of walk out the door and do something and to relieve my pressure, because we are the I can't say we're the people of business impact the worst one of them, but the feeling is bad. The attitude is same attitude, no solution, and the solution is same solution. Yeah, that pretty much you have to eat it. And we have Terry mentioned the business, sell job kind of things. We are dropped 25% from the last few months' sales. That means we are the coffee shop. We don't make a lot of profit. I can't say make 50%, something like that. If we drop 25%, we're dead. We can close. Right now we're hiring there. We're hoping something happens, something good thing happened. And we hiring there with the help from our landlord and our head office. So we were just waiting to see what happened. Still, with the proposed setup, whatever, remove the bridge kind of things, I can't see how we can survive after that. And still, we don't want to be the kind of road blocker for the city project. As the president of Regina, we support city to invest on the infrastructures, change the traffic, whatever. That's good, but not in the way to kill the business. You know, if city decide to close the bridge, we'll bankrupt for sure. So we just release our, we borrow the money to buy the business, and we're in a very high debt of quite a few years. And the employee even hired, lost their job, lost their incomes. One of our baker quit right after the project started because he saw what happened. He didn't think, oh, we're going to survive. He found another job. We run big trouble right now. And still we have another 4 employees, and they'll be gone someday. And our landlord probably even hard to run the vacant building because it's a problem, solution, or traffic in the area. The government is going to lose their tax, income, whatever. So Terry mentioned already. I can't see any party can benefit from this project, or at least this closure there. Still, another side is we're taxpayer. And I'm engineer. I'm senior engineer, and I pay lots every year. Still, we
Mr. Lee,
run
you have
this
1
shop.
minute to go.
Okay, yeah. Still, at this shop, we pay lots of tax for the city as well. So we don't want the tax we paid then come back against us and say, we use this your tax to kill your business. I can't see how that's going to happen. From the report, we saw, from the report, I can see lots of things. And there's some good, some bad. I can see how when the things go wrong kind of things. As a stakeholder of the whole project, I think we should be part of the stakeholder. I have a few expectations. So first one is explore the temporary solution to complete the existing road. This road widening project without removing the bridge. The second one is start a process to relocate it. I know this road probably too close right now. The probably road the bridge need to be relocated, and the road needs to be relined.
Mr. Lee, your time is up, but I know there'll be questions that will allow you to expand on what you really want to say afterwards, so but I do have to stop you at 5 minutes.
Okay.
Questions of the delegation? Councillor Hinks.
You got kind of cut short there, too, so I'm going to ask you if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, there are another two requests here. We still request leave the road open until the new bridge or this road realignment work done, because we can't survive with that without bridge. So we're not saying we're going to hang there for years. A couple months we died. So that's the third one. The fourth one is if city insists to close that intersection or remove the bridge and close the road permanently or temporarily, we're looking for some compensation from the city to help us to survive. Otherwise, we die. That's just myself from our business point.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Hinks. Councillor Donald.
Thanks very much. Good evening. Thanks for coming forward. I want to ask you a question based on the right in, right out that's there, because your business would be the first one where vehicles coming from the east and turning in would be affected. So, my first question is, Eastgate Drive is currently open right now, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah. So is your decline in business as a result of construction on Victoria Avenue, not on what's going on Eastgate Avenue, or Road, whatever it is, now?
I like the impact from the intersection itself. Right now, we block the Victoria and the common intersection there.
Yep.
It cut off all the customer from east, from north. We still get some people from west. If we remove the bridge, add the right in, right out, yes, just back to we just get the westbound customer back, but we're still going to lose our customer from the north, from the west.
Okay.
So we're still going to see the drop for sure, no doubt about that.
Okay. So I want everybody to understand, because not everybody's been out on the street and so on. So because the intersection is closed, you have reduced traffic that can get there from the west and from the east. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
From the north as well.
And north. Gotcha. Right in, right out only, nothing else. Will that help your business or still affect your business?
From my point of view, it's going to affect my business.
Okay.
In the report, it said that's going to help the business in the area.
Right.
But from my point of view, it's not. Because with the old setup, the intersection there,
yep.
The people from eastbound still have access. They pass the intersection and turn on Eastgate Drive, they can get to our business. So this right in, right out just solved one problem there.
Okay.
But I still need people from north, from the west.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Dowell. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Lee. I would like you to paint the picture for us of what would happen if Eastgate was closed, and I'm coming from the west, and I want to go to Robin's Donuts. What's the fastest way for me to get there?
First way, you have to go to the intersection of Victoria and Princeville. Then you turn turn to north side.
Yeah.
And the closest way you're going to drive through the parking lot. And that can save you some time. Otherwise, you go all the way up to north, the intersection there. You turn a big, another maybe 800,000 meters to get our business. Then you have to find a way out. The new setup, probably you can get out from the ready right out there, but how do you get into it? That's a big problem.
So the first and quickest way to get there is to have to drive through a hotel parking lot in
Yes.
order to get into the access.
And there another factor is the Tim Hortons, right on the corner of
Yes.
Victoria and Princeville. So you can imagine what happened there. People just stop. Oh, the coffee shop there.
They
Well,
just stop there first and.
Yeah. So they're going to cut our business for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Young. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll continue on with, I understand that Raj Verma, report 78, is not here. So if I can have a motion to receive and file the presentation. Councilor Young?
I'll second it.
Councilor Murray seconds it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move on to delegation number 79. This is Erwin Crosby and Garth Fredrickson. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Mayor Fougere, members of City Council, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Robert Goldman. I was to present with my colleague Garth Fredrickson. Unfortunately, he became ill, so my father and business partner, Leonard Goldman, will present with me in his absence. We are here today to represent a few of our companies that have extensive land holdings along the North Service Road, both on the east and west side of Coleman Crescent. These companies include Bison Properties Limited, Victoria Acres, Goldstone and Eastmount Developments, as well as our storage facility, Secure Guard Public Storage, which is located on the corner of Coleman Crescent and the North Service Road. Victoria Avenue East, the busiest road in Regina, has been facing traffic issues for the last few years. Victoria Avenue East is the main access to the rapidly growing bedroom communities east of Regina and is home to the largest commercial corridor in Regina. The City of Regina has taken steps to alleviate the traffic congestion and improve safety concerns that plague this stretch of road by way of a couple infrastructure projects. The first is currently near completion, set to widen Victoria Avenue East. In addition, the City of Regina, with the provincial and federal governments, are tackling a new bypass system, most recently estimated to cost $1.88 billion. These projects show that the City of Regina Regina's commitment to providing more efficient access to the communities and businesses in Regina, as well as the future growth areas. We are here today to talk about a proposed street closure, which would lessen the impact of the current road widening project by diverting traffic that would normally use the service road to Victoria Avenue East, compounding our current problem. The North Service Road stretches from Park Street and connects with Eastgate Drive, which extends outside of city limits. The North Service Road efficiently connects mature built-out areas such as Glencairn with current and future growth areas such as Tower Crossing. Breaking a link in the chain that is the North Service Road would create a barrier between the current commercial and residential zones and the future commercial residential growth areas such as Tower Crossing. Quan Street on the south side of Victoria Avenue is equivalent in importance to the south side businesses as the North Service Road is to the north side businesses. Hit hardest by the proposed street closure are local business owners and local landlords that are responsible for creating a large tax base in the prosperous commercial corridor the residents of Regina enjoy shopping at today. As this area continues to grow, it will only become more dependent on the access that the North Service Road provides. As a major in regional urban planning, I'm concerned that the lack of access to the remaining vacant development sites will encourage urban sprawl instead of infill development. But more importantly, you can undermine the existing commercial development by removing road access that already exists. We're in the process of designing a plan for the development of a vacant 4.25 acre site at the corner of Prince of Wales and Eastgate Drive, a $40 million project. The proposed street closure would effectively eliminate access to this property from the west and cause us to reevaluate the development of those lands until adequate access has been restored. We cumulatively amongst our properties on the North Service Road pay $500,000 yearly in property taxes, and as such expect you to maintain at a minimum the existing levels of access to those properties that provided the basis for our tenants to locate there, us to build the buildings and our banks to finance the projects. That the administration knew they were going to receive backlash on this proposed road closure, and they did a masterful job of creating a situation where they could take the pressure off themselves and in turn redirect it to the businesses and property owners who would have been in opposition of the proposed road closure had it followed the proper process, timeline, and disclosure. Instead of informing residents, businesses, and landlords of their plan to close this very important small strip of road before the project commenced, they instead began construction on the widening of Victoria Avenue East, knowing that in order to complete their plan for Victoria Avenue, they would need this road closure passed through Planning Commission and City Council. What they managed to accomplish by creating this timeline is that we're having this discussion today, 2 to 3 weeks before the bridge is scheduled to come out, instead of last fall before the project got underway. Their defense today is that if they fail to get this work done, which requires the North Service Road Bridge to come out, they potentially endanger their investment in the 2 new bridges on Victoria Avenue East, in addition to potential penalties from the contractor.
You have 1 minute left.
Thank you. They hope to back us, the stakeholders, Planning Commission, and you, City Council, into a corner. We, the stakeholders, the Planning Commission, and you, the City Council, don't want to waste taxpayer money, nor do we want to delay the construction on Victoria Avenue East. Karen Gasmo, Executive Director of Transportation and Utilities, admitted at the open house on Saturday, September 19th, that the process has been flawed. It's not good enough to just admit that you've made a mistake if you have no intention of fixing the problem you have created. In summary, we need to have City Council send this proposal back to the administration, directing them to work with the representatives of the North Service Road stakeholder group to determine a long-term solution for the relocation of this road and bridge to the north on the city-owned property currently known as Parcel H. Further, that the existing Eastgate Bridge and road over the short term remain open. In closing, we draw your attention to the attached city's plan dated May 1st, 2015, showing a detailed plan alternate, which is an example of what could certainly be a short-term solution with the mutual goal of relocating the North Service Road in the future. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation. I'm wondering if you can give me a few statistics. First of all, how many businesses exactly would be affected by this?
Well, I think the entire block on the northwest corner of Prince of Wales and Victoria Avenue would be negatively affected by this. It would effectively cut off their access from the west. So it would force people to go down Prince of Wales, turn left at Prince of Wales and Victoria Avenue, go down to the end of the block, and then enter the service road, Eastgate Drive at the back there.
Are you able to give me an estimate of how many businesses will be threatened with closure by this change?
I can't speak to that, as we're the landlords, not the tenants. So it's not really our businesses that are.
I might add that in the case of our national tenants, they choose to locate, and they use 2 criteria. One is sightline, and one is traffic patterns in the reverse order of importance. And in our case, we have tenants who have signed 15 and 20-year leases, and we're very concerned what their reaction will be if those traffic patterns are modified.
Again, one more question, Mr. Mayor, and you may not be able to answer, but it'd be helpful if you know. Do you have any idea how many employees there would be in the businesses that you represent?
I would, Your Worship, I would say in excess of 100 employees.
And I take it from that your opinion is that employment would be affected by the closure of the road.
Your Worship, I would say so.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other questions? Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. You were hurried at the end there of your presentation. Is there anything, if you had another 30 seconds, that you wanted to add that you were unable to finish off?
Yes, actually, I'd just like to refer to the functional study that was done in on May 28th, 2008, which was an open house, which is when this topic was brought to the community and stakeholders involved. And I believe Terry brought up the big ticket question. So there was 11 surveys that were completed. The big ticket question was, which option do you prefer for the intersection of Eastgate Drive and Coleman Crescent? One was do nothing. 2 was remove the east portion of the intersection and add a right-in, right-out only access on Victoria Avenue. 3 was remove and realign the east portion of the intersection northward. And 4 was none of the above. There was 11 people that completed these surveys, 9 of which selected remove and realign the east portion of the intersection northward. 1 was remove the east portion of the intersection, add a right-in and right-out. And the other survey didn't check any box off. So I believe that this, when they did consult with the public and the stakeholders, it was clear what we were asking them to do, which they've ignored.
Great. Thank you very much for both being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor O'Donnell.
Evening, gentlemen. Thanks for taking questions. So first off, I'm going to ask a question I asked to one of the previous delegations. So when I walked away from Planning Commission, one of the senses that I got was that no one wants to see Victoria Avenue work stopped or not completed. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, we would like to see that project be completed as scheduled. We have no problem with that. It's just the closure of the road, Eastgate Bridge and Eastgate Drive, that is our concern.
Understood. So also one of the things that came out of planning was the notion of what about future consultation and future work that may end up providing a east-west connection. I'm going to leave out bridge and street. I don't know what can be imagined, but was that also your understanding? And as if so, is that something that you would seek?
I think that definitely would be important going forward. That's what we asked for in the open house, where we kind of didn't really get to a give and take type thing. It was more or less, this is how it's going to be. So I think consulting with the stakeholders and the people that live in the community is very important.
All right, I appreciate that. So if you're okay, I'm going to just provide some information to you and ask you if you're aware of this. That would be my question. I'm going to make reference to April the 9th and April the 27th. I'm referring to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. And then further to that, I'm referring to the City Council meeting that occurred on April the 27th. It was a report based on this project, meaning the overall project of widening. I'm going to read a statement that appears in the conclusion section. I'm going to read 2 sentences out of that. I'm asking if you're aware of this, which, by the way, we're in public meetings, okay?
Okay.
Intersection safety concerns will also be addressed by closing access to Eastgate Drive to the east of Coleman Crescent. Closing access to Eastgate Drive eliminates the need for the Eastgate Drive Bridge, changing the scope of the work from repairing, replacing, to removing the bridge. Are you aware of that?
I was not aware of that in the April 27th meeting. Otherwise, I would have been in attendance.
Okay, so I will speak to this after. I'm going to ask if you're aware at those meetings, if in fact you're aware, and I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask the question anyway, that there were 4 options placed before committee and council at that time for what to do with the area. Are you aware of that, please?
Are you speaking to the separate and alternative options?
Yep, they were realign Eastgate Drive to connect to the westbound lanes of Victoria, which is what was recommended. And then there was different road structures closing, adding roads, Fines Drive, et cetera, those types of things.
Yes, I was aware of that.
You were aware of those? Okay, good. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dowell. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Thanks a lot for your presentation. A couple points of clarification here. You mentioned a new parcel of land you're hoping to develop. Where is that exactly? Sorry, I wasn't quite
That is on the corner of Prince of Wales and Eastgate Drive.
Okay. Okay, thanks. This south of Eastgate Drive.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Okay, and you mentioned that the feedback, the bulk of people wanted to realign Eastgate Drive and not have a right-in, right-out?
Correct. Correct. On the functional study that was done May 28, 2008, most people selected realigning the road further north on the city property and not doing a right-in, right-out.
And I'm just a little confused why why people would choose only to realign the bridge and not have a right-in, right-out. To me, right-in, right-out, there must be some benefit to traffic flow.
I think it increases the access from the east, but with that said, if the Coleman intersection and the Eastgate Bridge and Eastgate Road are open, people could drive at another half a block and turn right and then come back through anyways. And I don't think it's a fair trade-off for eliminating access from the west.
Okay.
I might add, Your Worship, we're not opposed to the addition of the right in and right out.
Sure, yeah, I appreciate that. I find it odd that so many, if that was an option for people in the response to have both, it's not clear to me why people wouldn't want both.
I'm not sure if people were told that they could check off more than one box.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks. Another question, is there any thought that smoother access from Eastgate Drive onto Victoria Avenue might lead to more, can we call it southbound traffic, like more people using Eastgate Drive from the north? Would that happen, do you think?
I don't know if I understand.
So people coming down Prince of Wales, headed south on Prince of Wales, and using Eastgate Drive to get on to Victoria Avenue, would that make sense that more people might do that, given that it's a much easier sort of flow of traffic than it is right now, having to cross the bridge, stop, and turn into an intersection?
I believe that maybe some people may choose to use that route.
Sure. Okay, thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple quick questions. In terms of one of the things I've read in the report is concern about the safety of the existing bridge, whether it can handle traffic. If we did look at a solution where we looked at more consultation with the business people, investors, can that bridge handle both trucks and cars? Or if, let's say, they had to remove trucks off that bridge on a temporary basis and just have vehicle traffic, would that have a serious impact on the nature of the businesses in there? Or is that, I'm probably going a little too far into detail here, but just curious if we could find a temporary solution here.
Going back to the report that was done, I believe in May, it was an engineering report on that bridge. It was determined that there was a 5-year lifespan left. So I can't speak to the condition of that bridge, but that is what we were told. And going into the Planning Commission meeting on September 2nd, it was also a 5-year lifespan. At the Planning Commission meeting last week, the administration has said that it's no longer the case and that they were suggesting that there'd be road bans. I don't know if you could speak more to the
Your Worship, if the bridge was used on a temporary basis with the truck restriction until a new bridge and road was built, would be acceptable to us.
So I gather, too, that you're in support with the first presenter, that you'd like to see more consultation with businesses in that area before we make a final decision.
Yeah. Your Worship, that would be satisfactory, providing that we had a firm undertaking.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. Gentlemen, good evening. Mr. Goldman, you've been part of the business area, landowner on Eastgate Drive from Fleet Street all the way going east for quite a while. As this plan has been coming down the line here since 2008, you must have seen something going on here, some information that must have gone to you about what's going on here. So I'm going to ask a question I asked before. When was the first time that solid information came to you about actually shutting down the road?
We got some information mailed out to us about the open house on June 4th. Although in the information there was nothing about a proposed road closure, and we had other meetings, so we did not attend. I guess at that meeting it was brought up, but we were not aware until it was in the media. A few of the business owners had been on TV discussing the impacts on their businesses, and that's when we became aware that they in fact intended to close the road.
Okay, one more to your Worship. Because the business owners, you are a landowner, some I've heard from saying they did not hear about anything that's going on in the area because the information went to the business, the landowner. How would you answer that?
Well, the information that was provided to us before the open house did not say anything about a road closure. It talked about replacing bridges and widening Victoria Avenue East, which was obviously something that we would like to see. So there was nothing there that we saw that we didn't like or that we didn't agree with.
So in your opinion, as a business owners in that area, what would be the ultimate, the best solution in your mind?
Well, I believe definitely for the short term, we have to keep that road open. I mean, some of these smaller businesses, their survival depends on it. And then going forward, I believe that I think realigning the road further north on Parcel H, which happens to be owned by the city, I think that's the best option. It was provided as an option in the functional study in 2008, and that's what most of the people that filled out the functional study selected, 9 out of 11. So I believe that's the best option.
Okay, one more question to Your Worship. Fire protection, for say, what would you say in your opinion for business protection in an area if something does happen by not having a bridge, by having another 800 some meters to go around, wherever the fire department is, what would that look to you for protection?
Well, I believe it's definitely an issue, being that there's a couple hotels. We plan on building another hotel as well, and there's an apartment building which is the most tucked in around the back. So eliminating that road would require emergency vehicles to go up to Prince of Wales, turn left on Prince of Wales, drive down to Eastgate Bay and turn left and come all the way around. And depending on what the traffic was like at the time, that could be a timely drive.
So as a business owner, I'm bringing in quite a bit of money to Your Worship. Would you say that you are the expert on what you need for survival in that area?
Yes, I would say that the business owners, the people that have been there for the last 5, 10, 15, I don't know if some of the businesses have been there longer, but I think that they know the businesses more than the city would. They know what works for them and what doesn't, and they're in the best position to speak to that.
So the question was asked right of you, to Your Worship. In your mind, having a good conversation, I think we could come with a good solution, you would say?
Sorry?
What would come with the right solution, right option for your area?
Well, sorry.
No, I'm asking is because you, the business owner, and as you mentioned, is that city is telling you, or administration or engineers telling you, this is good for you, and you're saying, no, this is not good for me. What would you say to that?
Well, I don't agree. They believe that a right-in, right-out is a better equivalent to a bridge and a road that provides access from the west, where the right-in, right-out only improves access from the east, but it doesn't do anything for traffic coming from the west. So I don't believe they know what's in the best interest of some of these businesses.
Okay. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councilor Bandera. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You've been very patient answering questions.
Thank you.
We'll move on to our next delegation, 15-80, Dave Dunn. So, Dunn, if you could identify yourself and who you represent. 5 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Dave Dunn. My family and I have operated businesses in the hospitality industry in Regina for 35 years. Presently, my family is a significant holder in Creekside Pub and Brewery. Over the years, many people have considered us to be experts in the industry, probably just from the years of experience. As such, if I was asked my professional opinion, I would advise the council that the city administration is misleading when they say removing the bridge in Eastgate Drive access will only be a temporary and minimal negative impact on the neighboring businesses. I tried to get 5 real important points from just our little business to try and get through my 5 minutes. And the first one was there really are 3 criteria when you pick a location for a business like ours, and they are location, location, location. Then once you've said, I like that location there, you take a look and see if the access is good, which is what we did, and the access was very good. We had east, we had west. It was good. And if the access isn't good, then all the other criteria you look at, population and rent and competition, become irrelevant because no one can get to your business anyway. Even if all those other things are good, if they can't get to your place, it's irrelevant. Based on the above, I would suggest that Creekside's present location is no longer a preferred location if you take the access away. We have recently signed an extension to our lease, however, and we had a 10-year lease. That was great. We signed another 10-year lease, and we have 6 years left. Unfortunately, we had no idea in 2011, when we signed the lease, that the city had on their agenda to close Eastgate, and they had it on their agenda since 2008, but they didn't let us know. And that's put us at a very big disadvantage. To have signed a new lease, can't get out of that lease, knowing that this isn't the right thing to close off the access. I suggest that by closing Eastgate Drive, the city knows or ought to know that they have created a nuisance for a significant customer base of ours, and that comes out of Coleman. They simply come down Coleman, down Eastgate, come straight into our door, and go home basically the same way. If you close that, we are a neighborhood business. By removing that access, that neighborhood would be gone for us. We would be called a nuisance business. Now, in our industry, what is a nuisance business? It's one that you've all gone to because you like going there, and you've enjoyed it in the past. There's no other reason to not go now except it's a nuisance to get there. And instead, they go to another competitive place where it's easier to get at. It may not be as nice, it may not have as good a service or pricing, but it won't matter because it's not a nuisance to get to theirs. So that's what's happening for us. We're going to become a nuisance business. That'll cost us business. By condoning the removal of the bridge, as requested, the City Council must also know that there are direct expenses to the surrounding landowners and businesses, that they're the only ones being asked to pay the price of this closure. No one else is being asked to pay that price, except for us, in negative impacts on our business. The City Council should also know by condoning they are supporting a city administration that has been very confusing and arguably less than straightforward in their approach to this Eastgate Drive closing.
Mr. Dunn, you have 1 minute.
Thank you very much. It is on record that they have said that this is a flawed process and that our communication has been poor. And the fifth and final point is, as a private investor, contractor, builder, business operator, resident of Regina, we've opened 20-plus hospitality facilities in the city, and we have never been able to do that without all of our approvals in place. And if we didn't, we paid the price. If they said, you have a stop order, Mr. Dunn, and knock that down and start over, we couldn't go to anybody else to pass this on. And unfortunately, what we got here now, someone left the barn door open, the horse is gone, and we're trying to fix it at the 19th hour, and that's a bit unfair to us.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn, for your presentation. And you maybe have an opportunity to expand on what you wanted to say, but we have to stop at 5 minutes. Councillor Hinks has questions.
First off, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Actually, if you apply the principles that you've talked about tonight, we're going to be very happy. In your first delegation, there was a request for a parking lot so a house could be built or a development could be built, positive to the city, positive to everybody. The question that came out of that is, what commitment are you going to make to us that you will build that house and you will finish that business? And once you were comfortable that the delegation were honorable and that they are going to fulfill that commitment, you said yes. Second thing that happened, there was a delegation that wanted a universal bus pass. And the answer came back, why would we object to something where a delegation says, we'll give you $1.6 million and we need your help? And thirdly, I believe it was in the museum case, the comment coming back was, look, we don't need any long, exhaustive studies anymore. Like, we just can't have more studies here and going on forever. We need to move forward quickly. Those three principles, if you apply those in our case, we're not going to have a problem, because we're going to find a solution. If you take the first one, we've been in business in that little pub for 15 years. We never come to the council for any help. We were out there prematurely. We were probably pioneers out there. We were there before anybody else was even thinking of going out there. We took 3 years or 4 years to get established. We've got it established. We spent more money. We renovated. We signed a new lease. We are a perfect model business in the city of Regina from that little pub. The second one, we gave the city $400,000 in that 14 years in property taxes. So we are asking for your help. We gave you $400,000. We thought that was to maintain roads and bridges and accesses as part of what the money goes there for. So we're just like the university. We gave you something, and we're here asking you to help us now. We got a real problem. If they close that road, there's going to be a negative impact. We aren't going to go broke. I am not about to tell you we will go broke. But one thing that can possibly happen, because you have rerouted the traffic, there could be a competitor say, people can't get to that pub down there, let's go build one up on the corner. The market doesn't warrant it, but the traffic route might. And that's unfair that you've picked winners and losers by making the decision to close an access. There are reasons to close access. I don't recall, certainly in 15 years, but I've been here 35 years, I don't recall you closing a road in the city of Regina. There probably is, but I tell you, I don't recall one in 15 years, and I certainly don't recall one that the city administration decided should be closed against the wishes of the public and of the businesses. It may have happened. I'm not saying it hasn't, but this is so unique to have had the administration tell you that this has to close. Now, they're going to tell you safety and all that, and they've got a difficult job to put all that together and then come to you with proposals. But Coleman wasn't the most serious safety issue in the city. It might be now because they've expanded the road and there's no access. But like I said, when we went ahead and did something wrong and an inspector came into our place and said, those are not built according to your plan, Mr. Dunn, you need to remove them and start over and build it according to the plan. We had to do that. We didn't have any problem with that. It was our fault. We didn't do it right. We'll do it again and get it done. So from our point of view, there is a compromise that has to be made. We understand that. But any compromise, unless the City Council tonight will say it's funded, it's dated, and it's planned, then it's a delay tactic. That's all it is. It's a delay to get the bridge out of there in the next week or 2 or 3, and then go and sit down and talk with these guys. Fellas and ladies, in 8 years, 7 years, 8 years, they talked to us twice. One time they talked to us and we said, don't do it, so they didn't listen to us. The next time they talked to us by putting stuff up on the walls, hoping that we wouldn't see that closure. Now, we didn't show up at any of that in the meetings because it didn't say in the paper in the meeting, hey, we're taking the road out. It says, we are repairing bridges. Well, that's what we thought they were doing, removing and repairing the old bridge. So I don't know the motivation for that, and I do know there's a motivation on this council and on the administration now to let's fix the problem. The problem is this: if we're kicking footballs down the road so the next council can deal with it and the next administration can deal with it, because any consultation is not going to work unless you say tonight, you can be funded, Mr. Dunn, and you'll have that bridge in there in 8 or 9 months, whatever it's going to take. Can't build through the winter, but we're on it in the first of the spring. And if you'll just let us get out of the way, get the other bridge out of the way, I could almost live with that. But other than that, That bridge has to stay open. What'll happen? Coleman, all the customers that we have in Coleman, the day you put the sign up, they're going to fall over dead. They don't know you're taking that bridge out. They read the same paper. They actually think last Friday's paper or Thursday's paper, it said the planning committee denied the right to take the bridge out. They think the bridge is staying. They believe that bridge is staying. Now, 4 days later, they're going to find out the bridge is out. And they're going to wonder, how did we miss that? How did we miss that? And you're going to get blamed for it. Not the administration. You are going to get blamed for that. And we had some come in, and that's why you got a couple letters from residents now who said, they're not taking the bridge out. That's great because I come over here all the time. This is the route I take. And I go, we're not at that stage yet. The Planning Commission believes us that we shouldn't take it out. So there is absolutely no way that bridge can go out and stay out permanently, and it can't go out temporarily unless you're willing to make a commitment to us as investors to put it back in without as Mr. Flagel said, we need to move forward and quickly. And I think if we knew that was going to happen, we would be pretty happy.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions of the delegation? Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. Evening, Mr. Dunn. I want you to know you're the second person tonight to pay a compliment to how we made some decisions tonight. So you have me soft right now. I want you to know that. So thanks. So the first thing is I heard you say previously, not tonight, but I heard you say previously that you are a neighborhood pub. So I'm going to tell you what that means to me. That means to me that Glencairn, because that's the closest residential people, are your main traffic area. Is that true or not?
I don't track on a day-to-day basis where they come from.
Yep.
I just know I've been involved in my pub career. I took business at university, and somehow when I was a hockey player, and when I was a hockey player, I bought a pub back in 1978. And I've been in the pub business since 1978, and we kind of look for areas that we say, oh, they need us. So when we say neighborhood, it's kind of our definition of neighborhood. It's not any structural thing that says, and we know that the Coleman people love coming down Coleman, turning on to Eastgate and driving almost to our front door and going home the same way. So right now, we're getting those guys. They still can do that. We're going to lose that neighborhood. And down the road, I agree with you that down the road in 5, maybe 10 years, there'll be some more development up street that will maybe replace some of the people that may, because I know where they're going. They're going, the Colgate people are going to go to right across Victoria onto the new service road called Quants and find competitors over there. And once they break their habits, their purchasing habits, they're very difficult to get back. We're creatures, of habit, and they like coming to ours now, but they're going to find someplace else, and then we got to rebuild that clientele, and that's why I refer to us as a neighborhood. Gotcha. Coleman's our neighborhood. We get lots of people off work coming in, and
Gotcha. So I'm going to tell you what I think you said to me. Okay, you said there's a quiet street or a simple access or not a major thoroughfare that I can get to someone. So let me take that to the next step. If that street was a little bit to the north or whatever, it would meet the same goal. It would bring the same people.
Well, the Dudney is to the north. And we did that route because we said, well, if they got to take the bridge out, how are these people going to get here? That they are not coming to our place. They're going to go back maybe down to Brewster's, or they're going to go across the street because you had to go through kind of different streets and then got to go through some schools and whatnot. So that option is totally out. If it was moved onto the city property, but it had to go 150 yards, 200 yards, 300 yards north, no issue at all. It's the access. It's the ability to get to us without having to go on Victoria. That's really the key. No one wants to go onto a busy street if they don't have to, especially if they're relaxing to start with. They're coming to our place to relax, not to be stressed out.
Gotcha. So now I'm going to take one more thing that I heard you say and give you a chance to comment on that. If that happened, as you just described it, it would take a little bit of time. I think I heard you say, no problem. as long as I know it's going to happen.
From my point of view, I think I know that there's a problem getting this project done with that, leaving the bridge in. I think I understand that, but I didn't create that problem.
Understood.
So I shouldn't have to fix it. Now, I'm saying if you said to me, we'll have that bridge and the planning and the funding and everything in place for next June, we can live with that in my heart. My people could. Not saying everybody else can, but that's a solution. It's done. It's not going to meet with the planning committee and go through this and go through that and go through this, because that's going to drag into another situation. We haven't got funding. There's going to be an election coming up. There's going to be this. There's going to be that. And now we're into 2 years or 3 years. So the minute the bridge closes without a firm commitment, we consider it to be a road closure. And that's a whole different ballgame than an access issue.
You've been clear. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Donald. Councilor Flagel.
Thanks and welcome. I didn't get to talk to you last time. So there's a word called proclivity, and it means tendency to do something regularly. Is your place not a destination, not a drive-by?
We have two elements. We have a destination, if you want to call it, and we have a spur of the moment, which is our off-sale beer store. Like you need a case of beer, you're going, you pick it up, and you go back home. It's a convenient. Go to the nearest one. Less hassle, that's where they're going. So that's the pub itself. It's a destination as long as it's not a nuisance to get there.
Sure.
And once it becomes a nuisance, then they'll go find their new destination. It's not like Sleep Country, where you're wanting to buy a bed, and they got the best price. You go there once, maybe twice, because you want to buy a second bed a month later. Not 6 times a week, 5 times a week. It's not your regular hangout. And so we are a destination, but we're not. Like, we are convenient. Like, we're not a max milk, but, that's how that whole industry started, right? I don't want to go down to my superstore, so I go get a dozen milk over here.
So if I could, what does the right out, right in, or right out, right out, right in, right out do for you?
Nothing.
Nothing at all?
The problem why it doesn't do anything for us, we have to get them to our place first before we worry about how to get them out.
Okay.
We can get them to our place from the east driving west exactly the way they are today. Sure. They have found our place by way of going to Prince of Wales, coming up. Generally, they're coming through those parking lots. Or, we used to be out there by ourselves, so there was no real issue. But those people up there are getting to our place now. What we won't get is the western people going east. The happy hour guys who we rely on, they aren't going to take the hassle of driving, turning left, going all the way around the loop, and then they can't even get out the new way because they're going that way. They got to go back out and all the way around, so for our business, it won't do very much. And I've got a question on that. When they say, it's a good idea, don't get me wrong, but not for our purpose of our business. It's a good idea for future development in that area. Getting people onto the freeway, if you want to call Victoria Freeway. We understand that that's a positive. But at our expense right now, it looks like if you don't give us the access back and give us those people over there that like to come, and people that want to come in from the west can still take the service road, that's what it's there for, to get to the businesses you want. I'm questioning when one of the big issues has been safety. When you put that road in, that right in, right out, and my people want to get back over to Coleman, and so going home is going to be pretty easy, but that Eastgate Drive, if your traffic people are right, it's going to become heavily trafficked at a fairly good speed, and these guys have to turn left into that traffic. You got to come up, stop, and there's a car coming this way off the, I call it freeway, but Victoria, and one coming this way to get on, and you're going to try to get yourself into that traffic to get out and go. If your theory that Coleman is required because of the increased traffic in that area, it's going to get busier. And right now, it's a nonstop run from the light all the way down to Victoria. So that's going to be whatever speed you put on that, and probably a few more. And you're saying to the right in, right out guys, oh, we got you in there and it's really easy to get out. I think you're going to have more accidents right there than you got down at Coleman over time.
Okay.
And my fear is it's going to be a no left turn going in there eventually because of those accidents. They're not going to let you come up between, right now, the Robbins has got a little entrance, and that's where you get back out, and then in front of the buffet restaurant, there's another one. That's how you would get back onto those.
Right.
Those two. And I'm just saying, with all the traffic going east down Eastgate at some speed, and another guy turning the corner coming this way, it's going to be, how do I get out of there?
Okay. If I could, and there's one intersection that would be similar to this, and that's Starlight.
Mm-hmm.
There's two competitors there
Mhm.
of yours. I think they're both doing quite well with
Mhm.
the right out, right in only.
There is no comparison between the two.
But there's no residential there.
No, but look at the businesses.
Well, no, and I get that. I'm just
But
asking
they're
the
not-
question what you think about.
They're not a
that
comparable.
situation.
You're comparing
Okay.
apples to oranges.
Okay.
And here's why. The businesses that are located on Starlight,
Yeah.
they were already there. They already knew the access information. They were there and located there based on all the other, like I said, they were happy with the access they had to get to Starlight before the new turn and the new Quonset. You did not close a road to do it. They're not comparable. And it's not fair to say, well, those guys are the same as you. You're giving us less access. And by adding some more roads in for them, you gave them more access. And that they're successful, I totally agree with that. We don't have that business core to draw from, so we need residential. That's where our customers are going to go from Coleman, from that area. They're going to go right across Victoria, and they're going to go into Starlight and say, why didn't I come here before? You know, which we fight competition all the time. That's fair ball. We don't ask to come here and say, hey, we need some help because we can't make enough money. What we end up doing is taking it out of our bottom lines. We have to figure out, and that's kind of what's going to happen here. We're going to pay some of this decision-making process here out of our bottom lines. And that is not a fair thing. And if the delay is any more than, if you were to say we'll start construction in May on the new road, we would then say it's a construction period. And we accept construction delays. Everybody does. There isn't a person in business in the city that doesn't complain when you do construction. They all, oh, you guys are killing my business. If you don't do construction, be forward-thinking, and, you know, what kind of city would we have?
Yeah, good. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fraser. Okay, any other speakers? Questions as to the delegation? You okay? You do have a question, Councilor Fraser.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks a lot for your presentation and your work for the city here. I've been to your pub a couple times, and it's a very nice place. You talk about nuisance, though. Like, when I've gone, and that's coming from the west, just creature of habit, I've gone down to Prince of Wales, just not really thinking about Eastgate Drive as an option. Do you not think now it's a bit of a nuisance? Like, to get off of Prince of Wales, you have to drive, probably that's 200 meters north, through the Holiday Inn parking lot, through like a maze of parking lots. Like, it's not necessarily that it's unsafe, but it seems sort of clumsy a bit to get to your place. There is sort of a maze of parking lots. Like the right in, out access, would people coming from the east, westbound, presumably they would use the right in. It's just a nice little J-hook around to your place. Like, is there...
We don't have any doubt that some of the people from the east will come in that route as opposed to the old route, which you said is a pain in the neck. We understand that. When we went out there 15 years ago, there wasn't nearly as many buildings to dodge around and whatnot, but it's built up to be a fairly nice little business center. The problem with what you're saying is it's easy access on that right in, right out, but most of our business is from 5 o'clock on when we make all of our money. They're going the other direction.
Okay, thanks for that.
Thank you, Councilor Fraser. Other councilor for questions? Thank you very much.
Could I just finish with one quick thought?
You're not, I'm sorry, we have to move on. We do have to move on. It may come out later on, but we do have to move on.
Okay.
And,
No, I just wanted to congratulate you on your scholarships. And that's a progressive thinking that we're hoping can be applied.
Thank you very much. That's great. Appreciate that. Our next delegation is Kevin Kasha. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you as well have 5 minutes for questions. We may have questions afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council, city administration, and the gallery. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you here this evening. My name is Kevin Kasha, and I represent Creekside Pub as well. I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about process and business. So the process that we understand it to be is that, generally speaking, the roads get closed when people don't want them anymore. Businesses don't need them. People don't want them, but this process is done backwards from that. We've been told that there's only one option. It must close the road, and in order to finish our construction project, we must close a bridge, which then closes a road. And we don't think that the vote tonight is about continuing a project or finishing a project. We believe that the vote tonight is whether or not to close a road, and we think it's the city's job to maintain roads and to maintain access. It doesn't seem to us when we talk to our customers and people in the neighborhood that anyone is supporting the administration's position. And the administration is telling us it's impossible to do anything but close the road. And my almost 25 years in business, I've seen that nothing is impossible. It might require some thinking or out-of-the-box thinking, but nothing is impossible. From the layperson's perspective, the process seems quite strange to me. In 2008, we didn't get invited to the public open house that was occurring then, and it's already talked about that the votes kind of went different than what the administration wanted, but kind of went more towards the realignment of Eastgate Drive. When the 2009 study happened, none of those stakeholders were advised, oh, by the way, we've decided to not do what you've asked. We've decided to do something else. We were never told that. But that study is now 6 to 7 years old, which is a lifetime, more than a lifetime for many businesses. In 2011, we did renew and renegotiate our lease, and we did not know the city was intending to close the road. We now learn the process for Eastgate closing it started back up in 2013, 2014, 2015, and never really advised. I've got some appendices that kind of went through our process. On May the 30th, there was a Leader Post article, and it talks about Victoria East widening and replacing bridges, and this all sounds great. We had no reason to think there was anything that would be negative towards us or our business or the residents at all in that. That was the only information we received before the public meeting on June 4th. There was a mail out that we received after the public meeting, but that mail out says we're going to call it Victoria Avenue Bridge Replacements and Road Widening Improvements. It says the bridge on Eastgate Drive is almost at the end of its life and needs to be replaced within 5 years. So if you just read the executive summary, we're saying this is excellent. This is great. We really support this. This is fantastic. Now, if you read a little bit further in page 2, it does say that they're removing a deteriorated timber bridge on Eastgate Drive. So we're thinking if the thing is called replacements, bridge replacements, well, they're replacing it. That sounds great. This is fantastic. Nowhere in this 2-page document does it mention, oh, by the way, we're closing a road or we're eliminating your access. So then we went and we talked to some of our customers. Does this make sense? And to a person, they're saying, no, this does not make sense. We have no idea that the city is intending on closing the road or closing a bridge or anything. So it's not very scientific, but we had them, do you support this? Are you against this? If you're against closing the road, please sign a little petition. You've got it there, Appendix C, of well over 100 names. Thank you very much. Just paging through all of these signatures. Okay. So we didn't attend the public meeting. We didn't think that there was any need to attend the public meeting to discuss all of these things, which are absolutely positive. And then construction starts, we don't know that what's going to happen to our business. And now that construction is well underway, the city is saying that we need to close the road in order to finish the project because the bridge is unsafe. Now, in the documents we just looked at, it said the bridge had 5 years left. So it doesn't have 5 years left now because the construction, I believe, has damaged the bridge somehow. So we have serious questions about the process. And
I'll just stop you there, but I'm sure someone will ask you to expand on that. But I do have to stop you at 5 minutes. Councilor Bryce?
Thank you. Thank you for spending the last 5 hours here. Do you have anything else you'd like to add if you had another 30 seconds or so?
Well, if I could add something for 30 seconds, there's a number of additional appendices that you can go through, and I just tried to track how different people would get to our business. And the people that have to circumvent around or go in circles, they will not come. The people are telling us that they're not going to, and I think there's a significant problem there. I've also identified in my brief, apparently not brief enough, a number of bullet points where we're kind of some questions that we didn't understand in the process. And ultimately, we do want to provide solutions that work for all parties. And so I kind of looked at, I guess the city has 3 options here that I can see of the City Council. They could vote to close the road tomorrow. I guess that's one of your options. That would be the worst possible option for us with absolutely no upside and no recognition of the investment that we've made throughout, not in this area, but the entire city. I guess the other option would be to say, well, let's do a compromise thing and let's try to get a short-term solution, but let's have consultations going forward and hopefully we can find a mutually beneficial agreement at some point down the road. But we've seen this project now languish for 8 years, and we have no assurance that it won't be another 8 years until it gets funded or these types of things. So the third option I see is for somehow to tie the removal of the Eastgate Bridge and Eastgate Drive with the opening of another access, so that Mr. O'Donnell talked about, having some other kind of access slightly to the north, maybe on the city property. And now we have all the stakeholders, including the city administration, agreeing to the exact same goal. Now we have the exact same goals, and the goals are we need to get this closed right away. And how do we get it closed right away? We open a new road. We open a new road, and now we can close the old one. And so we hope that that happens very quickly. The city administration doesn't want to maintain a road that it knows it's closing right away, so it's going to do its level best. And now the goals of all the stakeholders are aligned. So that's our ultimate option that we see as a very viable option for the city council to say, we will allow you to close that road when you open the other one. And now the businesses are happy, the residents are happy, and the administration has received closure of that road.
Do you not think a combination of the last two would be the best idea so that you do have the collaboration of the community and the business owners as part of the input for the road ultimately?
I agree that consultation would be extremely beneficial, but as was pointed out in a previous submission, the consultation that happened in 2008 wanted what we're suggesting to happen right away, and the city administration came back and said, no, it's impossible, we can't do that. So I would suggest that, of course, consultation would be a very good thing. But if you tie the closing of one with the opening of another, that consultation will happen fast, it'll happen right away, it will get funded, it will get approved, it will get studied. Now you've aligned the goals of everyone together, and they will seek out that consultation to get the agreement from us so that they can now take the bridge out because they've got a new solution that works for everybody. So I think it's the perfect answer in my opinion, including consultation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Councilor Hinks?
Well, thank you for the presentation, and I know I met with you guys and talked with us earlier today, and in talking to the other councillors around here, and what just came out of Councillor Bryce, if we did a consultation thing with the administration, with you guys, to come up with a better solution, would that be a possibility?
Well, the only risk is once the bridge goes out, we've lost all leverage.
Yeah.
We have no ability to plead our case to either the council or the administration and to say, we really need this funded. Well, we've got a cost benefit over here, and we think the money can be spent better over here, so it doesn't make it in this year's budget.
Well, say keeping the bridge in and do some sort of consultation in the meantime.
Yes.
If we put that sort of caveat on it, where in the next really short period, that consultation, because I know the consultation last time was totally not good. I know you told me about getting that report on a Friday afternoon for a Saturday meeting, and it was,
right,
180 pages or something?
No, it was about 87.
Order for site, just to a question.
Okay. So I guess my question is that could be a solution too, eh? Like if we put a time period on it quickly with the bridge staying open.
Okay, but if you keep the bridge open, and then you put a time period on the consultation, so the consultation happens, and they consult with us, and we vote like we did apparently in 2008, and then the people decide that they want it moved slightly north, and the administration comes back and says, that's impossible, we can't do that. We've consulted, we've kept your bridge open, now we've consulted, and we think the only option we've got now is to close it. We've got nothing. So my way is, my suggestion, and maybe this is not a good suggestion, but my suggestion is if you can somehow tie the closing with the opening of the other, now we're all in the same boat.
But that's kind of what I'm saying here. If you got that consultation group together,
Okay,
and
we're repeating yourselves.
What's that?
We're repeating yourself in a debate.
Okay.
You've made your point, Councillor Hinks, about what you want.
I'll leave it at that for now.
And delegations understood what that is, so we just need to move on. The time is moving on tonight too as well.
Thank you.
Next speaker, questioner is Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Briefly, the right in, right out, does that work for you?
We don't make investments based on what traffic might do. We'll make investments based on what traffic is doing. And so I can see some benefit to the right in, right out for the majority of the traffic that's coming in. The vast majority of the traffic will be coming into the city from the east coming west. And they'll be coming past our door when we're not open for business. We rely upon the traffic that comes from the west eastward, and closing that, the right in, right out does absolutely nothing for that. Does nothing for those customers. And I agree with Dave Dunn's assessment that it may be difficult. It might be easy to get in if you're coming from the north and you're coming down Eastgate Drive and you turn in and you get in there really easily. Now you're trying to get out. And if that creates a problem, then people will stop coming there. So I guess my point is, I don't know if it's going to be good, marginally good, worse, better. The point is, we don't make investments based on what the traffic might look like by changing configurations. Like on Starlight Drive, those folks invested based on a right in, right out, but also being able to turn left on Coleman onto Quants and get directly to them, not make a big circle that's being asked here. And there's safety issues, and I'm worried that the city might be taking some liability to change the traffic pattern, and then they have a difficult safety situation that comes about there. Thanks.
Okay. The option to keep the bridge open would then probably negate the right in, right out at this point, which would then halt construction. So where do we go from there, in your opinion? Like, what do we do?
I don't know if there's a solution that takes both the right in and right out and the bridge to the north. I suppose that's true. That would probably be fine and acceptable.
Okay. Did I hear last at the planning meeting you said your business has dropped 24%, and you think it's due to construction? And basically, the construction would be shutting the left turn eastbound onto Coleman out. You're saying 25% of your business comes from that left turn off of Victoria Avenue going west or going east?
Well, it probably changes each month, but yeah, there has been a decline because of a reduced access.
Okay. Okay. Nope, that's good. I just wanted to check that out and get an answer.
So, I guess my major point is that when cities have a safety issue, so let's say a tree falls on McNiven Avenue. The city doesn't close McNiven Avenue. They get the tree out of the way, and they maybe go down to one lane or something like that, but they fix it. If a water main breaks below the surface and impacts Massey Road, then they fix the water main break and they get the road back up and going. They don't say, well, we've got a safety issue now, we need to close the road. So that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Good. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Any other speakers? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery and move on to our last delegation, Bob Reichen. If you could identify yourself and who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
My name is Bob Reichen. I represent the people who are listed in my memo, save and except for Bison Properties. Bison made its own presentation this evening, so you'll be guided by what they have to say. My submissions relate to the business entities in the brief, save and except for Bison. I would have appreciated, and quite frankly, I think my clients would have appreciated, if I'd been given the opportunity to address you before they addressed you. As you're aware from reading my submissions are focused on notice. My position and my client's position is that you haven't provided proper notice to them and to other members of the public to do what is proposed to do this evening, which is to vote on a bylaw to close a road. So you're afoul of a very serious notice requirement. And if I'd been able to persuade you of that, then my clients wouldn't have had to go through their submissions to explain to you the effect of closing the road. However, here I am speaking last and explaining to you about notice. First of all, my client's position. My clients welcome the changes which are occurring on Victoria Avenue, but they're simply asking for the opportunity to make informed submissions so that it can be implemented in a way that keeps their businesses viable. That's all they want. Okay? The project itself suffers from 2 timing problems. And I think this must be self-evident to the Council. The first timing problem is the overall manner in which the project has been implemented. Essentially, we have a project being put out to tender. The tenders contain various options, one of which is to keep a left turn access open. Suddenly, we don't know how. The project is unfolding in a way which requires the left turn access to be eliminated and a bridge to be removed. Removing a bridge is closing a street. Make no mistake about that. So suddenly we have a project which is being put in place, and as it's unfolding, it's having the ultimate result of a street closure, and then you, the Council, are now advertising that there's a proposed bylaw to close the street, and there's a problem with that. The problem is one of timing. You don't implement a project first, find out that it requires you to close a street, and then realize that you have to pass a bylaw to close the street. You consider passing the bylaw first before you move on to the project. The second timing problem is a very specific one. You haven't advertised this bylaw adequately, in our respectful view. You had a notice going out to the paper on September the 19th advising that there was a proposed bylaw. There's no mention in the advertisement about the supplementary report, which is before you this evening. The supplementary report gets posted September the 23rd. Our position, and we've expressed it in the brief, is that if you're publicizing or you're relying on notice, you publish all the materials that you're relying upon so that stakeholders can come forward and make informed submissions, and that hasn't been done. So essentially, my clients are not equipped to argue. They've done the best they could in the circumstances. They've made their submissions to you this evening. They've explained the consequences to them about how this is unfolding. And make no mistake, we're talking about a street closure, and you don't rush a street closure. And in our respectful view, that's exactly what's happened here. So Eastgate Drive is still very much in use. The rule that you're bound by, I submit, is that streets do not get closed unless they're no longer in use. And Eastgate Drive is in use. My clients depend on it. They depend on the left turn access, and now they're at risk of losing that. You have inadequate notice of a street
You have 1
closure.
minute left in your presentation.
Thank you. You have no notice that a bridge is going to be removed. It's always published as being replaced or removed and repaired, I believe. And that's a significant legal problem for you, and I trust your legal department has so advised it. So we're asking for two things. We're asking that the proposed bylaw and supplementary report be considered in accordance with the law, and we're asking council to determine if Eastgate Drive Bridge can be removed by closing Eastgate Drive Bridge, because we don't think, quite frankly, that it can be. And those are my submissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll see if there's questions from members of council. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation. Leave aside the legal issue, which we could debate, but I don't want to. Would your clients be satisfied with a solution that says, we're not going to decide the substance of this issue, we're going to refer it back to the administration and ask them to go into some kind of consultation process, albeit quickly, albeit one that preserves the status quo while that consultation process goes on? Would your clients be satisfied with that kind of step as the next step in this process?
It would have to be consultation in good faith, and would have to be meaningful consultation.
So, just so I'm crystal clear in my mind, if the consultation process was undertaken in good faith, which means a meaningful consultation, with a predetermined mindset as you go in,
right,
would that be a helpful step at this point for your clients in this process?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Anyone else? Thank you very much for your presentation. We have various letters attached as CP 15-15. A motion to receive and file, please. Councillor Bryce. Councillor Fraser seconds that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next is Information Report 15-15, supplemental report on the application for street closure on Eastgate Drive and Coleman Crescent.
I would move that, please.
Councillor O'Donnell.
I'll seek a seconder.
Seconder for it, please. Councillor Young.
Thanks very much. I want to just make a couple comments here. One is that this was as a result of Planning Commission receiving a presentation where we had time to hear, and our delegations, people that are present today, also had a chance to hear a little bit about background and so on. We wanted to make sure you had that same opportunity, hence why the report was passed on to council. That's all I have to say about this. I'll do the other one next.
The substantive report, of course, is 15-101. Other comments on this information report? I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now, before we get to the recommendations and report itself, I think the administration may have some information related to options and those kinds of issues. This relates to the report itself that will be coming up that talks about options. Ms. Gasmo?
Through your worship, in the recommendations of the report that you have in front of you, there were 3 recommendations. I will talk about them in reverse order. The third one was denial of the proposed road closure. The second is for the administration to work on alternatives for a new alternative for Eastgate between Coleman and Eastgate. potentially somewhere north of the existing location, that work be brought back to council in the spring of 2016, and that could be accomplished. The first recommendation, however, was that we report back today to City Council with any short-term solutions for maintaining the integrity of the bridge on Eastgate Drive right-of-way. I have provided to Council a submission of 3 short-term options for Eastgate Drive between Coleman and Eastgate Drive. This could be provided to anyone following Council that would require it. The options, 2 of the options look at alternatives for maintaining access to Eastgate Drive between Coleman and crossing over Pilot Butte Creek. The third option considers the original recommendation in the administration's report. All 3 of the options, of the proposed short-term options, achieve the following. They achieve the completion of the Victoria Avenue East widening project and bridge replacement. This requires the removal of the existing bridge and a temporary closure of Eastgate for a period up to 3 months. It does not compromise any potential long-term alternatives that might be considered perhaps north of the existing location. The alternatives and associated implications will be in place until a long-term solution is met. So the short-term could be put into place and be in place until a long-term alternatives are considered. And the short-term solutions could be in place by the end of 2015, so within a 3-month period. All short-term options have considered the implications of cost, safety, infrastructure condition, infrastructure investment, access to businesses, and capacity. I'll further say that no changes to Eastgate Drive will be made until the short-term alternative is selected. This will mean a delay of the construction on Victoria Avenue East until that alternative is selected. Additional costs are anticipated to come from this delay, but however, they will be absorbed within the current construction budget. I'll start to walk through the 3 options. The first option provides a temporary east-only access across Pilot Butte Creek connecting Coleman Crescent to Eastgate Drive. This maintains an east direction access across Pilot Butte Creek between Coleman and Eastgate Drive in the current location. It permits the opening of the right-in, right-out access between Eastgate Drive and Victoria Avenue. It permits the opening of the new additional lanes on Victoria Avenue in both the east and west directions, such that we can benefit from the capacity improvements. And the construction of the temporary structure across Pilot Butte Creek could be implemented by the end of 2015. The disadvantages to this option, however, require that a full or partial closure to some of the turning movements on Coleman Crescent north of Victoria Avenue would be required, perhaps similar to what has been seen during construction. This would limit access to businesses north of Victoria Avenue using Coleman Crescent, and this would be to address the safety concerns created by the widening of Victoria Avenue and the shortening of the intersection at Coleman Crescent. The costs for this option are approximately $1.5 million, and these would not be able to be recovered from a long-term solution, as this is a temporary structure. Option 2 provides a temporary east-west access across Pilot Butte Creek connecting Coleman Crescent and Eastgate Drive. This maintains the east-west access. Coleman Crescent north of Victoria Avenue can remain open to open access from all directions and would look very much like it did prior to construction. Access to the businesses north of Victoria using Coleman Crescent will be, again, able to access as prior to construction. And again, this option could be implemented by 2015. However, it is recommended by our traffic engineers that with this option, that the right-in, right-out access between Eastgate Drive and Victoria Avenue could be constructed but would not be recommended to be opened. Additionally, the new lanes on Victoria Avenue in both the east and west directions have been constructed. However, it would be recommended that the westbound additional lanes not be opened and that the Coleman intersection be maintained in the pre-construction configuration and so that it handles the same capacity and minimizes the safety concerns that would be augmented by widening the road. And that the capacity improvements on Victoria Avenue would not be fully realized in the westbound direction until a long-term solution is determined. Again, this option is about $1.5 million, and these costs could not be recovered or could not be recovered in a long-term solution. Finally, the third option is consistent with the recommendations we have had in front of you. It has the removal of the East Gate Drive access across Pilot Butte Creek until a long-term alternative is decided. This would allow Coleman Crescent north of Victoria Avenue to remain open to access from Victoria. It would eliminate the access to East Gate Drive at Coleman. It permits the opening of the right-in, right-out access between Eastgate and Victoria. It permits opening of the new additional lanes on Victoria Avenue in both the east and west directions. Obviously, access to Eastgate Drive from Coleman would be closed with the removal. And access to the businesses between Coleman and Prince of Wales coming from the west would have to use Prince of Wales intersection and go up to Eastgate Drive off of Prince of Wales, or would be able to access the property through the rights-in, rights-out access if they were traveling westbound on Victoria Avenue. This option would have no additional costs and would not, as I said, preclude any consideration of a future option that could proceed immediately following a decision.
Thank you for that. And the purpose, of course, is to meet the requirement of options that were discussed at Planning Commission to come forward to Council, and we wanted to make sure we had those options clearly put before members of Council as you look at the report. So, Councilor O'Donnell, for Report 15-101. You want to move that?
I'm going to move that, but I'm going to move that in that with number one, the administration report to City Council today, 28th, with any short-term solutions for maintaining the integrity of the bridge on Eastgate Drive right-of-way, that these suggestions be also included in the recommendations, so that is there, if I could.
Okay, that's good.
So I'll amend the motion, I guess is what I'm saying, and introduce the motion, if I could.
Okay. We clear on the amendment? No. Okay, we're adding the three options that were just spoken about as would be included in option one, recommendation number one. We're going to include these three options. Short-term solutions, including these three options. That's the amendment. Are we clear on the amendment?
So I guess I'll need a seconder on the.
Councilor Young.
I just on process, so I don't know whether I should have brought the whole motion forward first and then
maybe do the whole report and then talk about amendment after that. So
I will do that. So let's bring 15-101, application for street closure portion of Eastgate Drive right away between Eastgate Drive and Coleman. I will not read all the recommendations, just that I'll deal with them separately. So I'll put that in motion. This motion on the floor.
Okay, seconder, Councilor Young, you had your hand up. Seconder, Councilor Young, go ahead.
Thanks. So now I'll speak to it, and I'll begin with, maybe I'll begin with a brief explanation. So part of the frustration from Planning Commission was that there were no alternatives shown to what could be. In other words, can we keep the Eastgate Drive open, maintain the bridge, and finish the work on Victoria Avenue? So the first motion that sits before you was, in fact, can we get a report back from our administration to you so that if there are any other options, that they would be before you? That's the first one. The other one I want to just point out at this time is the denial. So planning, and I think I want to say this to some of the delegations. We have closed many roads over the course of my time on here. I can't speak to other years, but there have been road closed. I would say not with this much debate, just to be clear. They have been probably such that they weren't even they were on a map somewhere, but they didn't affect anybody. So I just want to make that point. So why did Planning Commission deny it? They denied because they didn't feel, after listening to all of the delegations, that they had any other choices to suggest or consider. Felt that they were backed into a corner. So to the notion of process, the process, and I'll speak to this later, the process put everybody into a situation where there's the road, there's the bridge, what are we going to do, and so on. So it was not the way it would normally be done. So that's why that is there. So now if I could, I'll add the amendment, if I could, and it will be part of number 1. And it is, as I introduced to you incorrectly before, there is the 3 choices as descripted by the administration, as posted on the big wall, and as we have on paper. No change in any of those.
Okay, second for it, please. Second for it. Councillor Bryce seconds that. Okay.
So what I'm going to do at this point on the amendment is I'm going to turn it back to council. These were what we were looking for. I'm not going to pass any judgment on that. I'll leave it to council to consider first.
Okay. That's good. So I'll ask for a vote on the amendment to add that so we can go to the main motion again. So is there any other comments on adding those 3 motions, those 3 options to recommendation number 1? Councillor Burnett?
Just a point of clarification. If we add these in, does that restrict our ability to, let's say, ask the administration to go and consult for maybe 1 week? Because there is a council meeting being rescheduled for next week.
I think that we can add that. We will add that.
Okay.
This is
I didn't want to leave it.
Yeah. This is fulfilling the requirements that was asked by Planning Commission for options. Councillor Hawkins.
Your Worship, I have only the vaguest idea about what's going on here.
Okay.
So I'd like to say what I would like to see go on and then ask whether that's what in fact is going on.
Okay.
And what I'd like to see go on is exactly what I telegraphed in my last question. That is, I would like to see this whole ball of wax go back to the administration with an instruction to consult with all of the stakeholders and with an open mind, in good faith, with due speed, before anything else changes, and then bring it back. Now, is that what's happening here by this procedural set of moves?
I think if we vote on the recommendation that's here, we're not precluded from adding other aspects of it, but we're asking that that we addressing with the short-term solutions, that we're saying what those are. There was no indication what those are coming from Planning Commission. The amendment says what those are. The administration's responded by saying, what are the solutions, short-term solutions? Here they are. It doesn't preclude a motion coming forward later to say, I want more done, or that we have consultation. Nowhere in here does it talk about further consultation and report back.
Does it preclude, as part of that subsequent amendment, a request that any other options be considered? Or does it limit us to these, I guess it's 3 that are suggested at this point?
At the moment, we've articulated 3, but in my view, we can add more.
Thank you very much. That's helpful.
On the amendment. Okay.
Just on the amendment, thanks. One thing this is regarding Planning Commission. The other part was, is there a, I hate to use the term, MacGyver fix to get something done now so we can finish the project and leave status quo by putting up more pilings, by doing anything to, not to structurally get rid of the bridge, just to finish the project at hand. And I know the administration was going to try and talk to the contractor and to see if there was anything of a quick fix. And this would be part of what the Planning Commission was asking for. So I don't know if that was part of...
that'd be part of it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so, on the amendment, not on the main report and other things we can consider, only on the amendments of attaching these 3 options. Councilor Fundera.
I mean, to me, I'm confused with this because what that tells me is that we're going to decide on something, and the delegation that talked about consultation, I have no option on this. So am I understanding this wrong?
Your understanding is wrong. Let me tell you why. If you look at recommendation number 1, that the administration report to council with short-term solutions, it doesn't say what those solutions are. Councilor O'Donnell's amendment articulates what those are, but it doesn't stop there. It can be added to later on. Well, that's got to be an amendment. We need that amendment. That'll come late. That could come later. So all we're doing is adding what those options are the administration was asked to report to. That's all this is. It's not saying that's the end of the discussion.
Okay. Yeah, because that kind of confuses me right there, because are we going someplace that the consultation is going to kill everything? No? Okay.
Other? Byron? Mr. Weary?
Your Worship, it's just a question for clarification. The third recommendation talks about a denial of the closure, so if there's going to be a referral back, the recommendation number 3 likely needs to be amended. We don't want to make a final decision on that tonight.
You're ahead of the game right now. We're only looking at recommendation number 1 and an amendment to report number 1, or recommendation number 1. Doesn't preclude any other changes, any other alterations, requests for consultation, other options we could look at. It simply is reporting back what the administration's recommendations are for short-term solutions.
Your Worship, just to be clear, I'm prepared to move the amendments suggested so that Councillor Findera's concern would be addressed. And I just want to make sure that we don't get caught in the trap here. I don't think we are, but I just want to be sure.
I wouldn't interpret that way. On the amendment only, not the main body of the report, on the amendment only. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? You're speaking to the main amendment?
I'll go back to the main now if I could. So now that we have publicly responded to the first concern of what Planning Commission had asked you to, or been asked to do, administration has done that. They have put on, in my estimation, some options that should be considered. I think the next thing I would like to throw on the floor is a second amendment in terms of how this can be carried out. So what I'm going to ask for, and I need clarification first from the Mayor, we have another council meeting scheduled or tentatively scheduled for, is it October the 8th, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So my next idea was...
If I just give a point of order. Sure. It's a process issue only. We typically go to 11 o'clock. We're obviously past 11 o'clock. It's not a rule of council in a bylaw. It's a practice. We're all prepared to accept that we're going to go until we finish, because you have a lot of work to do after this report. We're all okay with that? Okay. Councilor O'Donnell, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much. So the next amendment I'd like to put on the floor will deal with this next part of the process. And that is that we would like to instruct the administration to hold a public consultation on these recommendations to the affected residents and businesses of the area around Eastgate Drive, and report back to council. Sorry, I'll slow down. And report back to council on Thursday, October the 8th, with a recommendation.
Councilor O'Donnell, I'm wondering if you would hold the recommendation or the amendment until we have members speak to this. It's a notice of a motion coming up, so we can all speak to. I think it's fair to open up to what people want to say. I agree with your amendment. By the way, I'll support it, but I just think we have other people discuss on the main motion, and you'll have a chance to make a change. Are we okay with that? Okay, so we'll get a speaking order. Councilor Hinks has his name up. Then, okay.
This is a very serious issue to me. I mean, we've made it so business can move in, set up business, And we're going to shut some of them down if we go with the first recommendation, or the way it came out. So, you know, I think back to things like, a lot of you guys are too young to remember, but Al Empringham, they took his access away and it took him out of business. And it cost the city, I think, $200,000 in a suit. And we have to be aware of that. I mean, these people haven't even talked about that, but that's a real possibility that something like that could happen. So I think we have to work at satisfying them and helping them with their business, not shutting them down. They're very, you know, these people are very respected people in the community, and they do a good business. And Mr. Dunn there, he even coached the Pat Canadians way back, and you know, like they're contributors in the community, and we have to listen to them, you know, because we're hurting them if we do this. So, anyways, we got to do the best we can, and that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Councillor Hinks. Councillor Hawkins.
I'm wondering if I can see the amendment on the board here. I agree with the comments that have just been made. My concern with the amendment is it doesn't include two small words that I think, two small phrases that I think are important. One is, I think that it has to say this consultation has to be in good faith. And the other thing I think it has to say is it can't be limited. It has to include the three options that are available, but it can't be limited to those three. There is a possibility that other options might come out of good faith consultations, and I don't want them to be ruled out because we're limiting it to three options. So I would like wording to the effect the administration is directed to hold good faith public consultation on the recommendations contained in the report and any other appropriate options with the affected businesses and residents, and report back to council, et cetera. It'd be an amendment to the amendment unless it was accepted as part of the. Not on the floor yet.
It's not on the floor yet, so we'll hold that, okay?
Okay, hold it.
Hold it because the amendment's not made yet?
Yeah, I'm happy
But if
with
you
that.
speak to the issue in general?
Yep.
Okay, that's good. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody who stayed so long. We as a council, I'm hopefully speaking for all of us, we do appreciate you all being here. So I understand why people did. This is important. This is their livelihood. I think that we as a council see that, and I think that we're working to get a fix for this. I personally think that if we're spending $1.5 million for a temporary fix, I'd like us to see that step forward to find a permanent solution, so we're not having $1.5 million that we'll never get back and is only used for a temporary purpose. I'd rather see that go to a permanent solution. So if it's something that can be fixed in, it was mentioned by June of next year, at least they know when the fix will be finished and how we get there, we'll be able to put out in front of them. So I'd like to see us making sure that we do it right the first time instead of having 1.5 million go out and then another 2.5 here. And then, so whatever it's going to cost, we need to know that. And I think we need to go forward on a permanent fix rather than just something temporary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Flagel?
Really? Okay, well, I will. I wasn't expecting. But
You
anyway,
want to speak? You want to speak?
I wasn't on the speaking order, but that's fine. I wanted to speak anyway. So whatever we do going forward is needs to be cost effective, traffic safety, public safety, business safety, et cetera, because whatever we do here reflects the whole city today, tomorrow. The past is the past. Whatever happened 10, 20, 30, 50 years ago happened. But I am going to say that going forward, I see the administration, and one of the delegates said it's one thing to say you've made a mistake or you've not quite done things the right way, but it's another thing to fix it. And if we can come up with a solution to fix this problem, and I just think that there is a solution, whether it's a quick fix without having to cost us $1.5 million. I agree with you, Councillor Bryce. That, to me, is the best way to do it, because it sounds like a new road, new bridge is going to cost anywhere from $1.5 to $2.5 million. we don't have to throw out $1 million, increasing the cost to $3.5 million, then I'm all for that. And I just think that this is something that it's been brought to light. I don't believe that this is 3 months ago, June, when did it start? June 22nd, and there was notices given out a year ago that the bridge could close. There was. Councillor O'Donnell read something that said it was there. It was in paper form. It was available. So everybody knew. But the minute part of it got closed, then everybody got their hair up. And that's okay, because it happened. But the bridge, the Victoria Avenue, everybody's complimenting about how Victoria Avenue looks so great, and it's still under construction. That needs to get done. And I know administration's working hard to get that done. The problem is there was talk at Planning Commission about this is going to be wider than the Glencairn piece of road access. Well, it's not. There's 4 lanes going in here, and so that's gone. But I guess the whole thing is that we've got to put this all together, and I hope we can do it by the next council meeting. And my only other thought on this is that I wish council and admin would have worked as hard to get Rochdale opened as we are working on this smaller piece right now.
Okay.
Rochdale to Albert.
On that point,
Thank you.
Out of order. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say I'm kind of in Councillor Hink's court when it comes to, I think the role of government is to facilitate growth and make it go forward, not to hinder and restrict it. So I'm not really favoring any option that includes closing Coleman Crescent. A couple of questions, if I can ask, just of administration. There's that one issue about the longevity left in the existing bridge. It seemed like it went from 5 years to basically being condemned. Can someone just clarify that point for me?
Ms. Gizmo?
Through your worship, the 5 years remaining life came from an assessment that was done in 2012. At that time, it was noted that the structure was starting to rot, that the piers were starting to fail, and at that time, they estimated a remaining useful life of 5 years. When the construction began on Victoria Avenue, and the project was identified to include the removal of the bridge, attention to the work adjacent to the bridge was not the same as it would have been if that bridge was planned to be in place. That has added to some of the condition of the bridge, where excavations near the bridge has further degraded the condition. And an engineering report to us last week cited that in their professional opinion, Eastgate Drive Bridge over Pilot Butte Creek should be removed completely to ensure safety of traveling public on both Eastgate Drive and Victoria Avenue, and that was from our consulting engineer. When that consulting report was done and the 5 years of remaining life was cited, that's when the decision had to be made whether to replace it or remove it. When the project went forward with the proposal to remove it, a decision was not to invest further in that structure.
Thank you. My other question, I think we all want to see Victoria Avenue kind of completed, but it seems that this issue can have an impact in terms of, do they continue on with the right in, right out? Do they continue on with turning lanes onto Coleman? What kind of impact will this have now that if we do refer it back? Like, if we refer it back with kind of more direction next week, does that impact the project too much? Or does it?
Through your worship, the contractor has advised us that they're very close to being at the stage where they would have started to remove the bridge to complete the culvert construction on Victoria Avenue. We would defer and ask the contractor to delay construction until a decision was made at the council meeting next week.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, it's late, but what I'm hearing is I'm hearing from the business owners and the landowners in that area, And what they're telling me is that we didn't listen to them. And right now at the 11th and a half hour, we're coming recommendations. And I asked the question, did the business owners seen this, or the landowners seen these options here? So my worry about is we are going a little bit ahead of this. We're going to telling them that we're going to do this, and they better be happy with it. So my solution and question to this is, I'm not satisfied until they are satisfied. So they're telling us something that we're not listening. And for me, not just because I represent that area, it's for the whole city. But I do represent that area. And if there was information that was out there in the media, out in the paper, in all the consultations, then my question is, 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12, and all that, 13, 14, something should have been done. I am not happy that we're going to have a recommendation or option that has no assurances that the administration will or might listen to the business owners, or how they might come back and say, okay, the option 3, and you close and you're done. That's not what I want. I do understand and I do believe what the businesses are saying. I think they know the best what's good for them. I think they live it. It's their bottom line. It's their livelihood. It's how they make the money. It's an employment area. These business owners and landowners, well, business owners invested a lot. And some of them are stuck in a deal of 10 years or 15 years. What happens if everything goes downhill? Who pays for that? I think Councillor Hanks mentioned something about lawsuits, or who's going to help them recover their losses. So only option I'm looking at as a representative of that area is, I've talked to residents, I've talked to businesses, some saying don't put lights on Coleman and Victoria, let the traffic just flow. Some saying is close this and do that. But what I'm hearing is that the business owners and owners and landowners are saying, we went consulted and we want this. And a perfect example was saying, we do pay $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 that we put out here over the years. We need help now. So I want to look at it as that I'm comfortable. That's why I stood up before. I said I'm not comfortable. I want assurances. Well, the bridge is coming out. Well, if the bridge comes out, there's no assurances. What's going to replace it? We're right back to square one. We're not doing anything. So if there's an option to shore up the bridge now with some smaller culverts, some smaller things, that'll be great. And even go further, I know it's late, but there was a discussion on building a proper bridge without culverts, where the Devonian pathway will go underneath. There was a whole bunch of different discussions. So even for myself, I'm confused what the discussions were about what we're going to do in that area. So I'm not happy unless, well, it's not. You might say, well, it's only so many businesses and so many people working in that, but it's the principle of it. Is that we need to look at what the people want. And as a representative of people, I listen to the people. I work with administration, but the people tell me what they would like. And that's my bottom line, is that I'm not happy with the options unless there's assurances that if the bridge comes off for 3 months or 2 months or whatever, something either go temporary or permanent. And it has to be something that we can live with going to the future. I don't want to look in 6 months or a year and nothing happens. It's late, so I'm not going to go too far, Your Worship, because I know it's late, but I want that bridge. I would like that bridge. I want it strong, but I would like that bridge to be open. And the conversation about having 5 years and now having restrictions on it or being closed. What are we doing? Which one? So what are we saying? That because we undermined something, so now we have to go this route. That access needs to be left open. That's the bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Frondier. You know there's an amendment coming up shortly that's going to deal with consultation. Councilor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've been listening this evening, And I also traveled out to the area several times this weekend and drove the area. And what I'm seeing is a commercial area that is difficult to access, that it depends upon the west access, and that without that, it's difficult and it's almost clumsy to try to, as I think Councillor Fraser used that term, to get in and get to some of the businesses. I heard people talk about that this is their livelihood and that it's going to ruin their business if it's closed, and that they can't wait for a long-term solution, that going out of business could be a 1 or 2 month situation for them. So the business owners have some very real issues here. It's difficult for them. They're under pressure. At the same time, the city, as we saw when we went out on our tour on the bus, has a top-of-the-line project, widening Victoria. Everyone is pleased with that. Most people like the right-in, right-out. The bridge is not in good shape. No one disputes that. The city itself says that the process of consultation with owners was flawed, and they're open to doing consultation. The Planning Commission asked for options. We have options. We're going to be looking at how the consultation will take place shortly. I don't think I'm going to say that I prefer this option or I prefer that option. I think we need to let that consultation happen. We have a city administration who is quite well versed and can go to that table and lay out what can be done and how it can be done. And I think we need to let that happen, and that they need to come back to us with the best possible solution.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers? Councillor Mayor, you take the chair.
Your Worship.
Marie. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what has been said here, other than to say I agree that we need to have significant consultation with the business community for all the reasons been stated by other members of council. We can talk about the past if there was a flawed process of consultation. I think members of council and our committee saw there would be potential closing of this bridge. But I think in terms of the public input, it wasn't clear. And that's really important. So what I want to see tonight, and I think everybody's agreeing with this, is a compromise proposal that goes forward. No one disputes that Victoria Avenue needs to be widened. We all agree with that. The delegations agree with that. In fact, I do want to thank the delegations for their clarity and generosity in their comments. Very forceful, but very clear what they wanted. Made it very clear to me, and I'm sure members of council, that they have a legitimate concern about their business. And the purpose of widening Victoria Avenue is not to shut a business down or make it difficult. That's not what the administration is doing at all. It's a complicated program. We were waiting for money from the province for a number of years on the Urban Highway Connector program to move that forward. So I support the motion that Councillor O'Donnell will put forward on consultation, and I believe Councillor Hawkins is going to have perhaps an amendment to that one, a friendly amendment, to add to other proposals beyond the options put forward here. This council tonight can't make a decision, as Councillor Young said. We can't make a decision on what's the best one. We need the administration to go forward and do that. But I would want to see other proposals, maybe something that the business committee has that might work as well. So I don't want to preclude it and say just narrowly those three options. So if Councillor Hawkins moves out of amendment, I'll certainly support that. I like what's happening here. It's too late that, I don't want to go back and ask why things happened the way they did. We can't unring the bell here. What we can do is fix it by a right decision that is based on two discussions and compromise. So I look forward to the amendment from Councilor O'Donnell and the other changes by Councilor Hawkins or whatever else may do in this one. But I want to make sure that at the end of the day we have a full discussion, a meeting of minds, maybe not necessarily an agreement, but a meeting of minds and true consultation beyond just the options in set out number one in our report tonight. I want to thank the administration for the work they've done to get us here, and thank again the delegations for their patience and understanding and clarity of their thought. It was very compelling, and I will support those recommendations. Thank you. No other speakers. I will turn the floor back over to Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. I will save my comments on the overall report till later on, because I'll tell you.
You're getting close to this should actually be your closing
I
comments.
I have another change to make so that the recommendations can be handled later on. So I'll just explain what I was trying to say here and be very direct. The administration is direct to hold a public consultation. In my estimation, every time that we have instructed our administration to do that, it is meant to be meaningful and respectful and all that kind of stuff. I don't want to add words that would say, well, unless we put those words in, the next time they're going to go in there and just not do that. That's not the point. Administration is directed to hold a public consultation on the recommendations contained in the report. That's the starting point. With the affected businesses and residents, and report back to Council on Thursday, October the 8th, in my estimation, with a recommendation. Was not trying to limit it to just those three. If there are words that needed to be added, I'll listen to that, but that was not my intent, so I'll move that.
Seconder, please. Councilor Young seconds it. Okay.
I'm not to speak to it.
Okay. So on the amendment, Councilor Hawkins.
Your Worship, I'd like to move an amendment to the amendment. This amendment I signaled. There's two parts to the amendment. The administration is directed to hold a good faith public consultation. I'd like those two words added. Let me explain why I think those words are necessary. I agree with Councilor O'Donnell that in the usual case you don't need to add those, but we heard enough from the delegations that reflected a certain nervousness because the process had been flawed. I think if you add in the words good faith, and I know the administration will act in good faith, but I think if you add them in, it's reassuring for the delegations that felt they were caught in a flawed process. So the first part is directed to hold a good faith public consultation on recommendations contained in the report and any other recommendations. And those four words are simply necessary to indicate that within the consultation, they're not bound by the three options, that they can go beyond that if that's where their discussions lead them. And then with the affected businesses and residents, and report back to Council on Thursday, October 8th, with a recommendation. I'm sure that
just
when they
report back. Just before you get into the, just need a seconder for the other seconder, Councilor Flagel. Okay, go ahead.
And I just want to say only briefly that when they report back with a recommendation, I'm sure that they will report back with the pros and cons and an explanation of everything they've considered. And at that point, I think we can address Council Fundura's concern whether we have there an adequate recommendation to vote on.
Okay. On the amendment to the amendment, Councilor Hawkins' additional two clauses inserted in Councilor O'Donnell's recommendation. Comments on that? If no one else will, I will have a comment. Will you speak to it, Councilor O'Donnell?
I'd ask for a separate vote on the words good faith and then the rest of the recommendation.
Okay. Before we get to that, anyone else want to speak to them? I'll speak very quickly, not to switch chairs, but very fast. Every discussion is in good faith. And for me, the term good faith has a deeper meaning that could be argumentative in a court of law. So I would say in consultation, but I certainly accept the other recommendation, which is definitely any other recommendation with effective business. They may come with ideas too, but I have a concern about, I think it's being said in good faith, but I think the term good faith has a different meaning, a deeper meaning that might cause some angst. So I will agree to have them split in votes on those two. Other comments? Councilor Young?
Do I have to stand? Yeah. I do agree that you split it, because I have reservations about using the term good faith. I think that the administration always does that in good faith. And I think they've shown by the options they've brought back and the fact that they think that the communications need to be improved, that they are moving in the right direction. So
Thank you.
I agree with that.
Okay. So anybody else before you speak in, Councilor Hawkins?
I'm just going to say that I would rise on the understanding which I hear from council to withdraw the words good faith based on the comments that I've heard here and on the expectation that the administration always acts in good faith.
That's good. Thank you, Councilor Hawkins. That's much easier. Thank you for that. On the amendment to the amendment, questions or comments? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, Councilor Donnelly, you're going to be getting into your closing remarks. Do you have other amendments you want?
Yeah, one amendment. I'd like to move that we remove recommendation number 3. It was the denial. We're making no decision tonight. I think we need to open it up on the advice of our legal counsel so that when it comes back on the 8th, we're free to decide on what we should do. So I'd move to remove recommendation number 3.
Just a point of order, don't we need to vote on the other amendment first, like we amended the...
Well, we'll vote on the report as amended once we do these amendments. So we're clear on procedure. So we're just simply removing denial until we know what's happening. We may come to denial to close it once we get the report back. Seconded, Councilor Flagel. Comments on the amendment to remove recommendation number 3. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. What do you mean? It's coming back to question from the clerks is that for looking at recommendation number 2, that's still is still relevant, and I think it might be to leave it in.
You know, I looked at that. I thought about that as well, and I think for clarity's sake and for cleanliness, I would move that we remove number 2. And we can deal with that when it comes to council back. I'm throwing that out because I'm not sure what else to do.
Seconder for the amendment to eliminate recommendation number 2. Now, without recommendation number 1 and the amendment by Councillor O'Donnell, amended by Councillor Hawkins, goes to the point of finding alternatives. So it would be redundant to have that in there. So moved by Councillor O'Donnell, seconded by Councillor Murray to remove that recommendation. Are we clear? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So before we do any more discussion, perhaps we can have on the screen what the new recommendations look like.
Oh, sure.
Because we made some changes. What we have done, though, is we have agreed for public consultation on the 3 options for the administration, plus any other options that may come forward by the by private industry or by the administration as they consult, in time for a meeting of council on October 8th. We've removed the issue of denial to close that because we want to find out what the options are first. The options coming back may actually deal with that issue. And recommendation number 2 is eliminated because we already speak of finding alternatives in recommendation number 1. So I hope that the members of the gallery understand this and media understand this. We've tightened it up to a consultation process on a wide variety of options to a special meeting of a council on October 8th. So if there's no other speakers on this, I'm going to ask for a vote on the report as amended. We're clear on what has been said? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. That is the end of that report, that issue for tonight. We'll move on to delegations, bylaws, and related reports. Delegation 15-83, Jackie Schmidt. Thank you for your perseverance.
Good
Good evening, Your Worship, and members of City Council. My name is Jackie Schmidt, and I am a board president of Heritage Regina. I'm here to speak in support of the application for tax exemption for the Hill Carriage House located at 2990 Albert Street. The carriage house was built in 1911. At the time, the house was being constructed for Walter Hill, founding partner with E.D. McCallum of the McCallum Hill Company. Both the house and the carriage house were designed by the short-lived association with architects Clemenshaw and Coltman. Mr. Hill's affinity for agriculture may have inspired the construction of the carriage house. It was housed with flocks of chickens, horses, grain storage, and 2 bays for carriage storage, and an ice house above. Above on the top floor there was a small suite heated by a wood stove and a generous hayloft. The suite was said to have housed the gardener and his wife, the laundress. This is one of the last 3 carriage houses in Regina, the last to exist in its original state. Its presence offers a glimpse into the history of early Regina when the line between urban and rural living was blurred. The house was one of the most prominent properties when built on Albert Street.
Ms. Schmidt, would you mind just pulling your microphone closer to you so we can hear you?
Sure.
Yeah.
And to this day, this house was one of the most prominent properties when built on Albert Street, and to this day attracts the attention of the example of Jacobean architecture. It is said to be stated that Mrs. Hill fell in love with this style while on a trip to London or to England, and had the plans for her new house on Albert Street drawn up 1/4 scale to replicate this style. The carriage house at the back of this property is an example of the English arts and crafts style that became popular in North America during the late 1800s. This building has deteriorated over the years due to obsolescence. The animals and feed storage are not required, nor is the large ice house. Fortunately, over the years, the building has been tarped by Mr. Michael for preservation while alternate uses were investigated. The carriage house, along with the main house and grounds, was designated a municipal heritage property in August 1992 by its owners at the time, Wilfred and Heather Yeager. Saving the carriage house takes a lot of work and perseverance, and the present owners, Joe Michael and Tammy Kwan, are taking the necessary steps to do that. For example, the building is being moved a few feet from its former location to get adequate setbacks for maintenance and building code requirements. This first phase of the restoration includes a new concrete foundation, windows and doors, new cedar shingles, and repair to the exterior finishes. In order to be relevant, the carriage house will be used as a parking garage, storage, and a future private family space on the 2nd floor. The building is an important part of the local architectural history. It is part of the history of our city's growth and the history of significant early families in business and commerce. As such, it is a valuable piece of our city's history and a valuable component of the Heritage Regina walking tours. Heritage Regina sees this restoration and adaptive reuse of this building as a model for ongoing preservation of Regina's built heritage. The project provides an opportunity to demonstrate to the community, and in particular owners of heritage properties, how an investment in the preservation of significant built heritage is possible through the assistance of the City of Regina's Heritage Building Rehabilitation Program. Heritage Regina is documenting the restoration in order to promote public dialogue and conservation and restoration. We intend to record the process from beginning to end, including the steps required to participate in the incentives program, and therefore will provide a source for others hoping to access the program. Quality heritage projects are very labor-intensive, requiring research, structural assessment, and material procurement and installation. The tax exemption being voted on tonight will help offset the costs of this important project and to help the incentives program, which can open the door to future projects with similar heritage value. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councilor Dahl?
I just first want to applaud you for hanging in for the whole evening.
I was getting ready to say good morning instead of good evening.
Almost. I think you had some very interesting comments, and so I enjoyed your report. I have one thought that I would like to share. I think the part that surprised me more than anything was the moving of the building. So that tells me it's structurally sound.
Yes.
It's just a foundation that was weak, is that what I hear?
It was, I'm sure you'll hear from the next report that it was probably sitting on the earth and that it didn't have the correct supports. It now does, and so it has a new lease on life.
Okay. Just noted that we stayed with you right till almost midnight.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
No other questions? Thank you so much for your patience for being here. Thank you. Next is a communications from John Robson. If I could have a motion to receive that.
Move the recommended disposition of the communication.
Councilor Price, second that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. To the report, Councilor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship. I rise to bring forward CR 15-102. Now, there are numerous paragraphs within this recommendation. Sorry?
It was a communication, though.
It was a communication if there was anything more to add, but the recommendation is approval, so, sorry. Did we have, sorry?
Well, okay, come forward and see if there's any questions of you, but it was listed on our agenda as a communication, not as a delegation, so, but certainly if there's any questions of Mr. Robinson on the report itself, it's pretty clear.
Okay, that's great.
Hold on, just one sec. Any questions?
Fraser.
Okay. Councilor Fraser.
Okay, thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much, and to the other delegates for holding on. That's really appreciated. So I'm in favor of this application. My only question, I guess, is that it's sort of a sub-building, like the tax break is for the whole property, and it's sort of a building that's exterior to the house proper, you know. So that would be my only question through this is what precedent does it set? Not to say it sets a bad precedent. We put this new incentive in place for people to access it. Will the public have access to this, or will the public be able to appreciate this building from public property?
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. This building is part of the fabric of Old Lakeview. The Heritage Walking Tours walk down the lane behind it. It gets pointed out because of its history, but also because of its architecture. So I think both of those will still be in effect. As far as its architecture goes, it'll be restored, and it's going to be even more striking than when it was under the tarp. Like it's going to look great.
Okay, and one other question. This building is surely very unique in Regina today. When it was built, was it unique, or was this sort of a common
It was built at a time, from what I understand, when, like we said, when there was a fine line between when a property was urban and when it was in a farm. This building housed animals, but then so did a lot of buildings in the city. So there were several barns, I'm sure, and along Albert Street, there's several of those. There's 3 buildings, I think, still in the city. It would have been unique, I think, in its detail, but also its size. It wasn't built cheaply at the time, and there was a lot of, work put into the detail of it.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for your work on this.
Thank you, Councilor Fraser. Other questions? Councilor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. When we heard from you at Finance and Administration, we heard some wonderful things about what you're going to do to the inside. And so the only question I have is I understand you're going to restore the bottom floor just as it was, including the chicken coop. Is that correct?
Well, right now we're still working on the details, but all the interior wood was salvaged, including the horse stalls. They're going to be used in the new design. At this point, we're not really totally sure exactly where, but they will be used. The chicken house door was saved, but there won't be chickens. But we're trying to make it feel, the interior, that it's still the barn that was built in 1911.
So we won't have you coming back asking to have chickens in the city?
That's up to the owners.
Thank you so much.
Other questions? Thank you very much for your patience and waiting and understanding. Now we'll move to the main report. Councilor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship. I appreciate that. And to Mr. Robinson, I appreciate your dedication and sticking it out like this. It's not that we're not interested. It's just that we've gone late into the day. So I'm going to bring forward CR 15-102. The recommendations are quite heavy within this, but suffice to say is they are presented to you. They are to look for approval. And, Your Worship, I'll leave my comments at that. It's a great project, and I look forward to seeing it go through to fruition.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. The seconder, I guess. That's right, your second. Councilor Young had her hand up. Comments on the report, questions on the report? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we have a bylaw to that effect. Councilor Murray?
Thanks, Your Worship. So I move, seconded by Councilor Bryce, that bylaw number 2015-55 be introduced and read the first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
I move, seconded by Councilor Burnett, that bylaw 2015-55 be read a second time.
Comments on the bylaw? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councilor Bryce, that the bylaw go to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councilor Young, that bylaw 2015-55 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Executive Committee reports. Councilor Murray. The disaster assistance report.
Designation under the province.
104.
Okay, so PDAP. Your Worship, I rise to bring forward CR 15-104. This would be representing the designation under the Provincial Disaster Assistance Program. There are two recommendations here that are saying that we would be eligible for assistance. So as the report was tabled before us, Your Worship, that's the recommendations.
And of course, we have already been given formal notice. We have been received.
Yes, we already have. So we've received that. So just look for a seconder.
Seconder for that. Councilor Hawkins. Questions or comments on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thanks, Your Worship. I rise to bring forward CR 15-105, and this would be for the Citizen Nominee Development Appeals Board I'm just going to make a small amendment there. We have a date in here of August 1st, 2015. We'll just amend that date to, say, September 29th, just to make it current.
Okay, that would be a friendly amendment to that, or Councilor Donald makes an amendment?
So that's for Bev Hart to be nominated as appointed to the Development Appeals Board for that term. So
we'll vote on the amendment. It should be a formal one. Councilor Donald has moved that, so all those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Carried.
So the main motion then, that she be, Bev be in that position from September 29th, 2015 to December 31st, 2017, or until a successor is appointed. That's the recommendation, Your Worship. Look for a seconder. Thanks.
Councilor Flagel, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The information report on semi-annual close, that's been removed from this, so we'll go on to the resolution on resettlement of refugees. And if you could take the chair, Mr. Murray, I will speak to this.
Your Worship, the floor is yours.
Members of Council will see a motion that is comes out of a recent meeting of the Big City Mayor's Caucus out of Toronto with respect to a refugee issue, the crisis that's happening in Syria and in the Middle East. It's self-evident what this is, but I want to reiterate that the comments here relate to the provincial response, and this is meant to be a companion to that. The Premier has mentioned he's putting in $150,000 in addition for settlement services for more refugees. He's asking for 500 refugees. This report is in tandem with virtually every other city in Canada that's spoken on the issue. It's meant to be wide enough and encompassing enough to talk about unique or local circumstances. In this case, is that we would be supporting the Federation of Canadian Municipalities task force coming up on refugee settlement, of which we are not a member yet, but we might be. It's simply an affirmation that we as a city and province must act and do our part to help bring in refugees from the Middle East. So I have a seconder for that, please.
Thanks. Councilor Donald seconds it.
Okay. That is the essence of this, and the part I would add to this is that we do intend to have conversations with the province about how we can really talk about coordinating services for settlement, not so much that we have a financial contribution, just that we would help coordinate that activity within the city of Regina. I'd certainly ask members of council for that support.
Is there any questions of the mayor in regards? Seeing none, you're clear. Thanks.
We'll call the question.
Well, I can call a question on all those in favor. It's carried unanimously.
So the last report actually is the continuation or finality of the bylaw, which was not passed the community plan. It was tabled as of August 31st. So there is a communication which is given to us, but it's not subject for debate. So I'll ask for.
I'll move the recommended disposition of the communication.
Seconder. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
So we have one final bylaw, Your Worship. So this was the bylaw tabled from August 31st, 2015. I move, seconded by Councillor Fraser, that bylaw number 2015-52 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. There's no debating on this one, so it
No,
doesn't.
I went through his presentation.
Point of order, Your Worship. Am I mistaken here? Reading the third reading, it says this August 31st. Shouldn't it be September?
No, that was actually tabled from the August 31st meeting of council.
It was tabled from that time.
From that council, because we didn't have unanimous consent. We have now passed it by majority.
Point of order. There is communications in relation to
Well, we just received and filed it just now.
I moved that, so.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Seconder? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Almost good morning, everyone, but good night.